Okay, the stream is live.
Okay, so is this being heard right now, us talking, or is it just the picture?
I do believe that everything is actually live.
Great.
Yep.
G- Good to know.
So, welcome everybody. We have already people in the room, and as far as I can tell, there are zero views on the live stream as of right now. But hopefully we'll get some people soon. Well, there are zero views on the live stream. Yep.
All right, so I don't need the script.
Hi, everyone. So just a note, we're live. Um, and so we're not going to get started till right at 12 when our guests come in. Um, so this is being streamed. This conversation is being streamed, but thank you for being early. You're going to do great today. Gio will go first, and then Carrie and Ren. So I'm gonna go on mute and turn my video off for now. Gio, did you have a question?
Is it possible to do audio check?
Yep, you can go. You can do your audio check.
Oh, can I share my screen?
Yep. Do you wanna
Yeah,
go
just
ahead?
real quick. There's someone still sharing. I think it's Nicole. So,
Yeah,
Uh,
we need to keep the screen on until 12 sharp.
okay, so it looks like we won't be able to do a audio check, Gio.
it's fine.
Okay.
If you're curious, I just confirmed that the live stream audio is working and Zoom live audio is working.
Got a question.
Okay.
So once my section is done gaming, I'm free to leave or expected to stay.
You're expected to stay just for your session. So up until 1 o'clock. Thanks for asking. And then after that, you can go enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully you can celebrate a little bit. Hi, Michelle.
Hello.
How are
Can
you
you hear me
doing?
okay?
It's good to see you. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, excited to be here.
Great. We're gonna start in about a second. We're just waiting for Jennifer. Um, Nicole, is she go by Jennifer or Jenny?
I think Jenny.
We'll ask her.
Um, Now you're making me, hold on, let me just double check. I think she is Jenny on her LinkedIn. Yeah, Jenny on her LinkedIn.
Okay, so we're just
I think that's a safe bet.
okay.
Um,
Perfectly on time. All right, Jenny's here. We can start the
Hello,
party. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. We're really excited that you and Michelle are here. Um, there's some shared history, but maybe you guys can connect online after that. But we're really excited to have you here. And actually, we're streaming this now on YouTube, so I'm gonna officially kick things off if that's all right. Um,
Absolutely.
Very cool. So, welcome everyone to the 2025 IXD Virtual Grad Show. My name is Luke Johnson, and the projects you'll see today are part of the senior studio class. Before we get started, I wanted to welcome IXD program lead Nicole Chan, who will talk about the IXD program, and welcome our guests.
Sorry, I'm trying. Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Nicole Chan, and as Luke mentioned, I'm the IXD program lead. The SMC IxD program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's program at a community college in the United States, as far as I know. We have been. I'm not sure if something changed quickly in the meantime. For those watching on YouTube, the IXD program welcomed its first cohort of students back in the fall of 2016 as one of just 15 bachelor's programs launched at California community colleges. This spring, the SMC IxD program welcomed its 10th cohort, which is a big milestone for us. And next Tuesday, we're going to have 18 more IXD students that'll graduate, and this will bring our total number of graduates to 158. So I'm excited to introduce our special guests. These are the industry experts who are here with us today to provide feedback and insights. So I know Jenny, if you wanna start, introduce yourself to begin.
Hello. Yeah, I'm so happy to be back. I'm Jenny. I'm a producer, a senior game producer at Riot Games on the cosmetics team for League of Legends, which is just a flavor of project manager. I think Nicole and I first connected in like 2020 or something. It's been a while now, so I'm really excited to be back, and I'm very excited to see what everyone brought for a review today.
Cool. Michelle, you want to say hello?
Yes, hi, Michelle here. Pronouns are she, her, and I support all things recruiting at a studio called Bonfire. But back in the day, about a million years ago, Luke and I were on the same team, the people team at Riot Games, and cut my teeth coming up in gaming through Microsoft Riot, a little bit at Netflix, and now Bonfire.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great. So each spring, graduating seniors work on an individual design project for 16 weeks, with the exception of this second group that's going to go, that was a dynamic duo. The IXD Virtual Grad Show is an opportunity to share their progress with the community and receive feedback from industry experts like we have here today. Because students worked individually, or in a case of pairs, you'll see a variety of different types of projects and presentations. We've also tried student work around a theme, and the theme for this session is on gaming. So the rules of this are, again, students are going to present for about 5 to 7 minutes, and then the rest of the time will be for feedback from our guests. Jenny, you're going to go first for Geo. You'll take the lead, and then Michelle will fill in if there's any extra time. I'll try to put some time in the chat just so we know when we start and end. And then in terms of feedback, Nicole, do you want to take the lead on that?
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and paste it in the chat, but a feedback structure that we use all the time in our program is the I like, I wish, I wonder method. So I like is a starting point for what went well or what was positive. I wish is a starting point for what could be done differently or improved. And I wonder can be a starting point for questions that are still unanswered or ideas of how a student could push their work forward.
Cool. So to lead things off, Gio, Jenny, this is a Riot-themed project, as you will see. So we're excited to have you here. Gio?
Hi. Hello. Yes, I will share my screen. Super excited, by the way. All right. Can everyone see my screen?
We can. It looks great.
Awesome. And then do I just start whenever or?
You got this.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Giorgio Tandera. I'm a UX UI designer with a strong passion for gaming and player experience. For my capstone, I chose to combine both worlds by diving into a game I'm passionate about, Valorant. Join me and let's have a closer look into how I imagine its UI to improve decision-making in high-pressure moments. Let's start by asking, what is Valorant? Valorant is a 5v5 competitive first-person shooter developed by Riot Games. Think Counter-Strike, but with agents or characters with special abilities like teleportation. It's one of the biggest games in the world with over 28 million monthly players in it and a thriving esports scene. In games like Valorant, every second counts. One miscue can be the difference between winning and losing a round. That's why I kept Riot's core design value of player first at the heart of my design decisions. As a both designer and a player, I've noticed how unclear UI can lead to critical mistakes, even at the pro level. Now imagine this. You're at the Valorant World Championship. The crowd is roaring. You are second, one of the best players in the world. You've practiced endlessly, but then you and your teammate fall off the map. It wasn't your aim, it wasn't strategy, it was confusion, caused potentially by the UI. So what happened? Let me explain. In Valorant, Jett has an ability called Tailwind, which lets her dash in the direction she's moving. When activated, a wind trail effect like this and a timer like this shows up. These UI elements communicates to users that they can use the ability. Another character, KO, has an ability called Null Command that prevents enemies from using all abilities for a short duration. Players will see a purple glitchy effect on the bottom of their screens when suppressed, as well as these suppressed indicators. The problem is that when we are suppressed, Jett's ability UI is still there. This UI overlap can create confusion to players. So what's the big idea? What does this matter? My goal here is to redesign a better HUD clarity to reduce gameplay confusion and mistakes. To capture how players feel about the game, I want to invite you to watch a clip from Kadrill, League of Legends analyst and caster reacting to a chaotic Valorant round.
Look at this chat! Let's rush the bomb site. Blue wall. Raining smoke. Nami ult. I don't know what that is. Nasus E all over the site. Incoming nukes. Nukes dropping down. Wall. Pushing over the rocket with rocket launcher flying over. Insane splash grenade. In laser beam from the sky. This guy can't see anything. He sees blue. This guy sees yellow. He sees something. He's flash. This guy peeks. A kill. I can see. I can't see. This guy's casting a spell. More smokes. More rain. More lasers from the sky. Green. This guy's a dog. Sniper. And then the site's taken. Like, what in the is that game?
As you can see, Valorant can get very confusing. Gaming UX UI is a field where clarity and speed of information are critical to player experience. I looked at competitors such as Marvel Rivals, Counter-Strike 2, and Overwatch 2 to find gaps and opportunities for improvements in Valorant. For example, Overwatch uses a big standard status indicators like hacked, while Valorant uses small indicators, easy to miss. I think Overwatch does a good job here. So my first prototype focused on the suppression overlap issue, removing distracting effects like Jet's UI and creating a big, clear suppressed design for Valorant. Next, I tried experimenting and gave the HUD a new look, and I want to see how the community would feel. I used a competitive Valorant subreddit to gather user feedback, and here's what I learned. The big health bars are overrated, and they did not like it, expressing that the big health bars doesn't make sense in a fast time to kill game like Valorant. They prefer a simple and scannable number HP that isn't too distracting. Players like the big suppressed indicators, the current tiny one, and they feel like ammo and ability should be closer together rather than further apart. The feedback I received helped me understand player needs better, so I refined the prototypes and did another round of feedback on Reddit. This time I got over 36,000 views, 25 plus comments, and over 120 upvotes. Here's what I learned. They feel like the visual polish feels like a mobile game and cheap. They have mixed opinions on the new placement, the timer from the center to the bottom right, and they love and prefer the new ultimate ability design. I reviewed JJ, a top 1.14% Valorant player, about my redesigns. 3 insights stood out to me. He relies on the bottom screen UI the most. Status effects confusion is real, even at his high rank. He wants consistent visual feedback for all status effects. His confusion was with another character though, Reyna. When Reyna eliminates an enemy, a purple orb like this appears, and then a tiny box UI pops out to users to communicate to them that they can use the ability. Here's a quote from JJ that highlights his frustrations. He says, "I've died so many times seeing the orb, thinking I can use my ability, but I'm actually suppressed. Here's a simple solution that can help eliminate the problem. I removed the orbs and the bar and added the big suppressed on the bottom right corner. Removing these UI can create a better player experience." And here's what the final design of the new heads-up display looks like. Here's what the final design for the suppressed UI looks like. I had more time, I would love to explore player churn and the effects of bad UI, design for standardized status feedback, look into other agents and abilities, and finally test on users. As game UX UI continues to grow, I believe it's time to take HUD design seriously. Players deserve better tools, and studios have the power to deliver them. Thank you for taking a closer look with me.
All right, Gio, nice work. So Jenny, we have until 12:20 as I wrote in the chat. So you go
Wonderful.
first. You can go as long as you want, and then we'll turn it over to Michelle.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, Gio, excellent. I'm excited that this is the opener for today. If you see me looking off to the side, it's because I took notes, so I didn't lose track of what I was thinking of. There were a bunch of I likes. I'm going to start with those. I love the focus on Twitch reactions and like how important that like quarter second piece of information is. It shows a deep understanding of the genre and the critical thinking. Like, why the heck does this actually matter? How do players actually experience it? Which I think is key to any good design. I love the comparison to other games that you thought did it better. I'm not sure if it was part of the project requirements to incorporate public feedback, but I love that you did that. And I know some of the pull quotes in particular were like not very nice, and it seems like you internalize them with a lot of humility and like neutrality, which I think is wonderful because people are not always super kind in their feedback, but that doesn't mean there isn't something valuable there. So I was impressed with that. One of the things that stuck out to me was this almost felt a little bit split between a general UI redesign versus a focus on just the suppression. And so I understand that just if you made a perfect solution for just the suppression, but it didn't work for anything else, that probably wouldn't be a perfect solution. But I wonder if there could have been just that focus on the suppression, or if it could have been general, because to me, it felt a bit split between them, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but that was just something that stuck out to me. It was like some of the slides felt focused overall, some of them felt focused on just the suppression. And what I wish, this is gonna sound like a little bit of a cop out, I wish, but I wish we could actually play test this. Instead of just like seeing screenshots and having people give feedback on it. I think that's a really great step one. But the feel is everything for a game, like you were demonstrating that you have a good understanding of. And I wish we could know how it impacts, like, how does the red suppress? The red suppression looks great for me. I have a full range of color vision, but with someone with red-green color blindness, is that like really blending into the background or not? I don't know. I wish I knew. So that was pretty quick. Gio, did you have any questions or did you want to double tap on anything I said?
I'm not sure, but I think based on the structure, first of all, thank you. Like this is such an honor to be able to present this to you guys. I just follow Luke. I think I don't get to talk until like everyone gets feedback.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I?
No, it's all right.
We have 5 minutes.
Yeah, we do have 5 minutes. Gio, do you want to do a quick thing? Then we'll kick it over to Michelle.
I just want to like I guess answer that question. I do have like I do also wish that I could play test this. It's just like it's not, when I get a kill, I wouldn't have able to, a UI. But I do have a video demo that I did and what it possibly looked like. Essentially recreating the master's clip I showed at the beginning, but with a new UI. So that's just want to like
That's
show
awesome.
you.
That's a very clever, step closer to actual playtesting.
Cool. Michelle, do you want to offer some feedback?
Yeah, totally. First off, Gio, thank you so much for running us through that. I had to refresh myself with Valorant. It's been a while since I got I was humbled in playing that game. So it was a fun weekend preparing to see your presentation. Something I like that was so obvious and evident in everything that you shared was approaching this from a player perspective, which I know at Riot in particular is such a huge emphasis of why decisions are made. And it really felt like you brought that sensibility into every recommendation that you made and every piece of data or insight that you were trying to validate. And I just really, it's super impressive. It's a hard thing to do and keep top of mind. And I think you just found that sweet spot in this presentation for sure. Something on the wish side, not being someone that is a competitive Valorant player at all, it would have been awesome in some of the breakdowns to see maybe 3 lenses. So the current state as it exists for a more casual player and the current state as it exists for a more competitive player. Only because some of the things that were highlighted, I will never see as someone who's not playing at that competitive level.
That game.
So seeing that variety could be really cool. And the only thing around I wonder is as you're going through this sort of exercise and in a world where you're able to play test it, I'm just so curious what your game design partners would be able to glean around character design relative to some of the rework on the HUD that you're referencing. Some of the even like combat clarity things, I think that a reimagined HUD can help address and unlocks designers to think of new abilities and new character experiences in new ways. And so that would be the wonder piece, is just how inspiring and influential can this sort of rework be to design partners that you would work with in the future. But that was it for me. I had a really great time seeing this. I want to get back in there and play some more today.
So Gio, we have a couple minutes. Any follow-up questions or things that resonated or things you wanted to share with our guests?
Yeah, I was just incredibly humbled, just listening to both of your feedback. And I've been working on this for so long and it's very like, I don't know, very passionate about this. So actually getting to show this to you guys, it just like means a lot. I was just spacing out just now. I'm like, wow, this is happening right now, huh? So yeah, I think it was very helpful and like very encouraging. I had a lot of fun playing the game as well as doing this project. So thank you guys for coming and listening. Other than that, yeah, I think it's just been a really good time. I'm gonna go grab myself coffee later, celebrate.
I'm so glad. Yeah, if I could leave you with one thing to take away, it's to keep focusing on the why. Why does this actually matter? What am I trying to solve? Because it can be, and I think you avoided this, but it can be pretty easy to get married to a particular solution for a problem. And then if, folks give you feedback, you're like, oh, wait. But the keeping the why, what the actual impact is, what the experience is in top of mind is going to continue leading you to like really great explorations like this.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Well, big round of applause for Geo. Nice work, Geo. And again, like you did a great job, and thanks for going first. We're now going to transition to our next group, and it's two. So Carrie and Ren. What is exciting about their project? It was a collaboration, and I warned them at the beginning. It's like if you're working together, you're going to do twice the amount of work, and they did do twice the amount of work. So, without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Carrie and Ren to present their project.
Hi, everyone. Ooh. Sorry, we're in the same room. Oh, my turn. So welcome, everyone. When we began this project, we were curious about how stories can be experienced and not just told. How can we blur the line between the real and the imagined? So The Last Storyteller is our attempt to answer that, an experience designed to bridge realities through immersive play. So I'm Ren, an aspiring experiential designer. I'm interested in crafting immersive, interactive experiences through technology, storytelling, and human-centered design.
And I'm Carrie. My goal is to create experiences that blend storytelling, technology, and physical play. In long term, I'd love to work as an Imagineer. We've seen escape rooms with clever puzzles and VR installations with dazzling effect, but often the emotional core was missing. We wanted to change that. The problem we set out to solve was, how can we create immersive experiences that blend physical play and digital technology while keeping the narrative at the center? So we designed The Last Storyteller as a layered, mixed reality escape room where every interaction supports a living narrative. So we combined physical spaces that were built with hand-built reactive props, augmented reality to reveal hidden clues, and puzzles that reward collaboration, curiosity, and attention to detail.
So escape rooms aren't just games. They're structured experiences that tap into how people think, feel, and connect. At their core, they combine storytelling, psychology, and problem solving in a way that few other formats do. We're drawn to them because they offer something rare, a space where people are both mentally and socially engaged, where they have to communicate, collaborate, and stay curious, and where the story isn't just told, it's uncovered through action. This format also gave us the freedom to experiment with how physical environment and digital technology can work together. By layering tangible props with spatial storytelling and augmented reality, we could build a world that feels alive and responsive. So to kickstart this project, we focused our research on experiencing what was already out there. We visited a traditional escape room full of tactile puzzles, cinematic sets, and time-pressured challenges that made solving each clue feel rewarding. We tried a narrative-driven VR experience where actors led us through the story that prioritized immersion and role play over puzzle difficulty. And we also explored a mixed reality game that let us move freely in our space using an in-game camera to uncover clues and track progress with a virtual guide. But we couldn't stop thinking, what if you didn't have to choose between story, challenge, and presence? There isn't much out there that truly blends the physical satisfaction of escape rooms with the magic of AR and the depth of narrative. So we set out to create something new. Our mixed reality is experience that lets you feel the puzzles, see the hidden, and live the story.
At the center of our experience is a fictional character we created, Ormelia Raththani, a collector of rare and obscure objects. She dedicated her life to a mysterious responsibility, protecting enchanted relics that she scattered throughout her home. Then one day, she simply vanished. Now the estate she left behind is stirring. The magic is unraveling in the house, threatening to destroy the family's memories. And if it does, everything Ormelia tried to protect will also be destroyed. Players don't just explore, they step into the story she couldn't finish. follow her trail, gather the relics, and learn the secrets Armelia held sacred. We were really intentional about the tone and the feel of Armelia's world. We took inspiration from old libraries, antique shops, and mystery novels. The look and the feel is mystical, slightly worn, and filled with details, with artifacts Armelia collected throughout her life. Everything in the space feels like it has a past and is a piece of Amelia's story in some way. With that vision in mind, we created a physical space as if it were another character in the story. We began sketching out props, building them from foam core to give the room a tangible, lived-in quality. The entryway to the estate where players begin had to feel authentic and layered. We carefully designed the environment so players would be rewarded for their attention to detail, noticing subtle hints that suggested hidden compartments and deeper story layers. And to draw players deeper into Armela's world, we designed the Veritas camera, an enchanted vintage camera that's more than it seems. In reality, it's a phone housed inside an ornate custom-built case, but to the players, it becomes a mystical relic that reveals what's hidden just beneath the surface. Through its lens, the ordinary space around players transforms, AR overlays reveal glowing symbols and hidden clues, and fragments of a layered world over our own. This device serves as a bridge between the story and technology. The camera doesn't just show the magic, it suggests it was always there waiting to be noticed. But before allowing players to step into the space, we created a short video introduction to set the tone and walk them through what to expect. It introduces the character of Ormella, hints at what she was protecting, and explains what was threatening the house now. It also gives players a clear objective, so they understand their role in the story before the experience begins. This moment helps anchor the narrative and makes the entry feel intentional, like the house is letting them in. There are 5 main puzzles throughout the experience, and they are tied to moments in Armelia's life: memories, secrets, and unfinished business. The central objective for players involves a mysterious set of Talalia tiles, each engraved with a unique symbol. These tiles aren't labeled and they don't come with instructions. Players have to study the patterns, recognize visual clues across the space, and figure out how to align them in the correct sequence. The symbols are designed to feel ancient but invented, like they are a part of a lost visual language. When placed correctly, the tiles give players entry into the hidden study that unlocks the final part of the experience. Beyond the tiles, each puzzle is an experience reveals a piece of another piece of Armelia's world throughout physical interaction and subtle digital elements. So to help orient you, we've created this map of the experience with each room highlighting a different puzzle. So let's begin where the journey starts, awakening the orb. So the experience begins with a strange object, a softly glowing orb resting at the center of the room. At first, it seems inactive, but as players approach, it reacts, pulsing with light and eventually revealing a hidden audio message from Ormella. It isn't just a prop, it's the entry point into the world where it grounds players into the story, establishes a tone of magic and mystery, and encourages intuitive interaction with the space. The orb's response sets players on their path to follow Ormella's trail and complete the story she left unfinished. Now, near the entryway stands a freestanding wooden pedestal. Resting atop it is a marble statue of an Indian deity. The bust is embedded with an RFID tag and conceals a hidden compartment. When rotated to the correct position, the compartment is revealed. There's no obvious indicator. It relies on players exploring, noticing AR clues, and trusting the space to respond to their actions. And then we have the banister rail. What looks like a decorative railing actually whispers when approached correctly. With the help of the camera, a clue is revealed, hinting to players to check the decorative wood pieces. If successful, a hidden compartment is revealed inside the banister column, where players discover another tile. The Timekeeper's Puzzle. A tall, ornate grandfather clock stands against the wall. 2 rotating dials display medieval symbols, a sword and a crest. When the players align the dials correctly, it unlocks another compartment. It's less about time and more about memory and logic. Next, we have the portrait wall and bookshelf. The final puzzle challenges players to connect the clues between the portrait gallery and the bookshelf. With AR and the collected tiles to decode the gaze of the portraits, This leads players to a specific book on the shelf. When aligned, the shelf shifts and it reveals the secret study. Each puzzle combines physical interaction and hidden tech, RFID, AR, and audio, to create a world that feels alive and reactive.
So we had students, friends, and family interact with the early versions of the puzzles, and one thing we consistently heard was people remembered the story. They cared about what they were discovering, and that told us we were on the right track. Something we learned early on was to let the story lead. In our first drafts, we were overly focused on process and mechanics, but through testing, we realized it wasn't the tech or the logic that stuck with people, it was the why. Why was this object hidden? What did this puzzle mean to Ormella? And why are we even being let into this space? And if we had more time and budget, there's a lot more we explore. Much of our visual world was prototyped with the help of AI, allowing us to quickly prototype environments, characters, and artifacts. But with a larger budget, we'd love to collaborate with artists, illustrators, writers, set and sound designers to bring even more depth and personality to the experience. We'd also build a centralized control panel for facilitators to monitor progress, adjust timing, and trigger in-world events live. And our current hint system is manual, but we imagine a dynamic version that adapts to player behavior and offers support without breaking immersion. We even consider take-home character cards so players leave with a memento of who they became. And to deepen character development, perhaps a digital wardrobe box where players choose roles that shape how the stories unfold.
The last story was our way of asking what happens when story, space, and interaction work together. It wasn't about just solving puzzles, it was about uncovering something meaningful. We're showing a live demo version of our prototype here at the CMD on June 12th. You can scan the QR code if you'd like to book some time and do a playable demo. Thank you.
All right, nice work, Ren and Carrie. Michelle, you're going to lead the feedback session for this one, and then we'll go to Jenny. We have up until 12:50, so it's a comfortable time.
Awesome. This was so cool. I'm going to be honest, Luke told me ahead of time that this was going to be on the escape room was going to be the topic, and I got really excited and did some homework over the weekend. The first thing I like is that both of you are overachievers by doing a duo in this way. As a fellow overachiever, I recognize real. I think that's awesome. And I think this was a really ambitious project to tackle for this sort of session. You incorporated not only the things that you were learning through your program and your future career path, but also your sensibilities around people who enjoy logic and puzzles and really like eating your own dog food throughout, which I think is a really powerful process of iteration and building your confidence around something. A lot of things that were in the I wish column ended up being in the I like column because you answered them throughout the presentation. Maybe that's part of my own excitement as I was like, well, what about this? What about this? But you actually offered up so much of that. I was really intrigued at first talking about relics and wondering how technology would play a part in telling a story about things that were more historical. And I think that camera, the vintage look of it and being able to allow that to tell the story with you is just such a great way to incorporate technology that feels very intentional to the period and not just like pulling out your phone and being in that space. I literally wrote yes, yes, yes as I saw that come up. Also in the I wonder or I wish was like, what did all of this story mean to Ormella? Like, what was her, why was this important to her? Why was it important for these stories to be told? If anything, I wish or I wondered that what was shared in that pre-recording video to just sort of set the stage. I think that establishes such a strong narrative for the world. And so making sure that that's really dialed in and what you two feel good about, I think then allows the experience to go to the hands of the participants, which can become a completely different story than either of you have ever imagined. I think whether it's a video game or an interactive experience, as a developer, you end up leaving the story for someone else to interpret. There's only so much you can do. And so I am just so excited to hear more about what that origin of the story was. And I want to also just really highlight the fact that the narrative of this really shined, the way both of you were able to weave the things around storytelling that weren't just Ormella, but the house itself, or the relics that were chosen or not chosen to be a part of this. Each of those felt very intentional and tied back into the larger storytelling. And I just think that that can be a really hard thing to find. And I really applaud both of you for being able to do that. So at the beginning of this, I thought, oh, well, here's some wishes and wonders, but you naturally answered those things. I guess the next thing would just be, as this becomes something that more people interact with, how can you adapt more ideas or incorporate new things to keep her story alive? If she has this whole world of relics that she has with her, what are the other amazing stories that those things will get to tell as more people interact with it? But truly, like, great work. I'm going to try to clear my schedule on Thursday to come up and book my slot. This is really exciting. But Jenny, anything you want to add in or poke at?
Yeah, similarly to you, a lot of the I wishes or wonders ended up becoming I liked. One of the big questions for me, and I think maybe we could have spent maybe a little bit more time on, so maybe that's still an I wish, was the like hints and basically tech support. So I've done a lot of escape rooms, and some of them are mixed IR, a lot of them are not. And there is, if you don't have a very good babysitter, basically, if the facilitator is not like really paying attention, you can get stuck on something, and being stuck on something because it's not working instead of being stuck on something because it's a puzzle you can't figure out are like very different feelings, especially if it's timed. You're like, oh, I wasted time on this. And it's always, whenever you hand something over to the public, it's always going to break. They're going to do something in some strange, no human being has ever treated a phone like that ever in the history of the world before. I don't know why this one did, but you didn't plan for it. So maybe spending a little bit more time on that would have been good, but it sounds like you did consider it still, which is good. I just personally would have liked to see a little bit more on it. But I loved that when you started the presentation, you were quite focused on the story. And then I love that when you actually focus tested it, you realized you'd been neglecting that a little bit, and it pulled you back into your original goal, because it does mean, even as you drifted a bit and getting focused on other details, that sort of your core thesis was correct. There was an audience for that. People did care about that, and that was the right thing to make. So that's always good when you do actually focus test and your core thesis is true, because if you had gotten in there and people had been like, Othello, totally said her name wrong, not caring at all, that could have been a disappointing sign as well.
Jenny, you just made me think of one other piece of it, and maybe our presenters can share a little bit more. But when you think of the audience or the group that comes and does this escape room, how many people are ideally in that mix? Is it a duo,
That's a good
group
question.
up to a certain number?
Well, like for the the demo version, we only really have room for like maybe 1 or 2 people because we only have 1 camera. But in reality, like if it were to be like, a working, escape room, we're thinking like 2 to 4 people, because I think more than that, it kind of gets a little too out of hand, and then you have people all over the place, and that kind of like herding cat scenarios, I think. But yeah.
Totally. And yeah, to Jenny's point, like without the right facilitator, things can go off the rails really quickly. I think in a world where you are able to have more people interacting, or you start exploring more of these relics and the stories that can be told, I think more opportunities to solve things in partnership, or needing like, if this happens, then this happens, opportunities in the escape room could be really fun. I think that is also just a limitation of this type of project, but that is part of an escape room that I love. And I think storytelling is such a great tool for, is being able to build connection with people and share in this whimsical universe with other folks. And the more opportunities you have in an escape room or these sorts of interactive environments to sort of force collaboration in really fun ways can be a really meaningful, at least for me, like a meaningful part of why I do escape rooms. So maybe that's more in the I wonder column, is like with more people in a group, what sort of cool activations could you have in different ways that are requiring multiple people to be a part of it?
Yeah, we definitely thought about that too, like when we were thinking about this, because we're like, oh, we only have one camera. Like maybe we assign people roles, like kind of like Dungeons and Dragons style, where like, okay, this person's the camera holder and one person's doing maybe something else. And we really liked it. So we're like, maybe that's maybe the more, even in the future, if this were to like be full time, like, there's the situation where maybe there is only one camera and then like you are kind of like forced to collaborate and like check it out again with like being like, oh, did you see that? Or like, like share the camera, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I think that also helps with replayability. So I loved at the end talking about creating like a keepsake, like that character card that someone could take with them. It's almost like, oh yeah, I did that. I did this last storyteller escape room, but I was this, I ended up being this role. And so now I want to go back doing it from another role. Like how, you play, I don't know if anybody else played like Hogwarts Legacy with every house. Like you have to complete each one, or you have to like have each identity that you are able to play through in those things. And so that's really exciting. And I think, yeah, with more time and with being able to have the budget and stuff, being able to blow that out would be really, really cool.
Ren, Carrie, is there any questions that you have for our guests?
No, but I really appreciate you guys being so thorough and like enjoying the experience. Yeah, it was like a very long, arduous project, and we're still like wrapping things up to prepare for Thursday. But I mean, we'd be excited to have you guys come and try it out and see everything we put into it. But thank you all for your feedback.
Carrie, anything you wanted to follow up with?
I don't think so. No. Yeah, it's just been a labor of love, and I've enjoyed working with Rin, and this project's probably like the funnest thing I've done. So yeah, I'm pretty happy, excited that everyone gets to come and check it out. Hopefully, you know, yeah, thank you.
I guess actually, Luke, before I hand it back over, I guess one thing I'd love to know is as technology continues to develop, or there are new ways to activate in interactive experiences and things like this, maybe just like something to keep in mind is like how to adapt to that, like without always adding new and more. Are there things that already work with your game or this experience that can be translated to new pieces of technology? And so that would be just more of, again, like in the future, because I think it's not always about adding more. Sometimes it's about reimagining the things that you have and making it feel feel right for that moment. And so if there is like a new piece of technology or something that people can play around with, instead of just spinning up something new, can you nest that in or like kind of try those things out in the world that you've already created? I think that is going to be a really fun thing to see both of you be able to do as that advances as well.
I think that's great. Yeah, that's part of the degree, right? Is that it's stuff's constantly changing. So I know that you thought the education ended when you graduate. It's really just beginning. And so on that note, before we transition to our next section, Jenny, Michelle, our students are going to be graduating next week. Is there like one bit of advice that you might give as these students transition from academia to the professional world, with the exception of Carrie, who I heard is going to graduate school in New York. So, but any sort of advice that you might have for this particular group around gaming and career development?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the the short version, the pithy version is don't give up. So a lot of times, if there's a studio you have your heart set on because they make games you like their vision, whatever it is, there are tons and tons of other people who feel similarly and want to get in, and there are only so many entry-level roles. And it doesn't, if you try and you don't make it in, don't give up. I applied to Riot like 4 or 5 times before I got my role. Got like a couple times I just got rejected immediately. A couple times I made it partway into the interview process and got rejected. And the rejections are very often just about somebody more qualified, somebody with more experience came in rather than something I did wrong. That's not always the case. One of the rejections I got feedback, I was like, oh, I was just wrong. But the other ones are like somebody else was better. So still listen to the feedback, but if you don't assume it's over for you if you start applying for a bunch of big game studios and it doesn't work the first time around. Especially right now, unfortunately, it's not a super time in the industry. Getting into a smaller studio and then coming and trying again once you build some experience is a great option. Just looking out for the right opportunity. Getting into another industry and still building professional experience and trying, like all those, there's no one path into games. My background's in broadcast journalism, so y'all have a leg up on me in that your degree is relevant, but don't, yeah, just keep trying. Go elsewhere, build experience, don't give up. Look at the career websites all the time. Send an application if it makes sense. I'd love to see you here, yeah.
I think I echo everything Jenny just said. And, I've worked in recruiting for a while, and the industry now is unlike anything I've ever seen. So I really think a way to come through that and do it in a healthy way is just to lean into the relationships that you've been able to build with the people like Nicole and Luke that only want to see you succeed and look for ways to bring you into new environments and expose you to new people. Definitely lean into authenticity and your love for this space. I think I've been in games for about 15 years now, and there is such a shortcut you're able to have with people when it comes to like, oh, you love this game too, or oh, I just finished that book and you did too, and use those as catalysts to really deepen the network of who you have in your circle, in your orbit, whether it's to find a job or just find opportunities to speak with, really promising, exciting students coming into our industry. Like none of this would have happened if Luke and I hadn't grabbed a coffee a million years ago and had that. And so I just really want to encourage you to like stay curious, keep building relationships with people. It can be really hard putting yourself out there, but just find the people that have your back and are willing to push you and meet you where you are and do all of that at the same time. It's like patting your head and rubbing your belly. Like you have to do a lot of different things at the same time, but I promise you that it's worth it. And it's, in my opinion, maybe I'm biased, but I think it's a really successful way to start your career and development is to really hone in on those relationships and see where that takes you over the course of a really cool journey.
That's great. I'm going to try to, no, I'm not even going to try. That was
It's a fruitless task. Don't even try.
Yeah, great. Cool. So I'm going to wrap things up if that's all right. But before we end today, I wanted to thank 3 groups of people. So first, a big thank you to our industry guests. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to share your expertise with these students. Really cool. And Jenny, like you've come back time and time again. It really means a lot. Michelle, you've come to the classes. This is your first time. It was really great. So thank you for showing up. Speaking of which, I'd also like to give a big round of applause for our students, right? So Gio, Ren, and Carrie, you are the first group of students to present your projects virtually today. And then in 48 hours, the same body of work will be presented as a physical exhibition. So that's a lot of interaction design, testing different parts of the mind. So congratulations to you. And then finally, I know that there's some people out on YouTube that are watching. These are usually friends and family. We think oftentimes these projects are done alone. It really takes a group of support to do it. So thank you for helping these groups of students along their IXD journey. and being part of their success. So that is it for our gaming group. Take care, everyone. When we come back, we are going to go to the experience design group, but way to get us started, everyone, and congratulations.
Hey, good job. Thanks.
Amazing.
Bye. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
is who you are. Life is a gift with many life hymns. Now I'm forever chasing your dreams. Hold on. You're still.
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started shortly. Everyone
Sorry, I'm
looks
trying to
great.
turn the music off.
Are you the DJ, Nicole?
Sorry, got it.
There we go. It was appropriate. It was appropriate. Hi, everyone. It's great to see you. Thank you for showing up on time and early. We're going to get started here in a second. We're just going to wait for our guests to arrive. Oh my gosh, it is Adam. How are you
Hello.
doing, Adam?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. It's been too long. I have gray hair now.
Me too.
That's
too.
great.
Hi, Adam.
Hi, Nicole. Good to see
Good
you.
to see you.
Oh, great.
How are
Thanks
you?
for coming.
Of course.
I'm good. I'm good.
All right. We're going to get started here in a second, but Adam, and I know that you guys have been doing your research on our special guest. I went to school with Nicole and I, so this is such a pleasure to have you here today, Adam.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to be here.
Very cool. Cool. So, Burgess, you're gonna go first. I'll do like a fun introduction in a moment here. But yeah, just relax. You guys are gonna do great. All right, looks like Tony is here. So, Nicole, are you okay getting started? We're waiting for one more guest.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's start.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right. So for those of you on YouTube, welcome to the 2025 IxD Virtual Grad Show. My name is Luke Johnson, and the projects you'll see today are part of the Senior Studio class. Before we get started, I wanted to welcome IxD Program Lead Nicole Chan, who will talk about the IxD program, and then welcome our guests.
Yeah. So hi everyone. My name is Nicole Chan. And as Luke mentioned, I am the IxD program lead. The SMC IxD program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's program at a community college in the United States. And for those watching on YouTube, the IxD program welcomed its first cohort of students back in the fall of 2016, one of just 15 bachelor's programs launched at California community colleges. This spring, the SMC IxD program welcomed its 10th cohort. It's a big milestone for us. And next Tuesday, 18 more IxD students will graduate, and this will bring our total number of graduates to 158. So I'm excited to introduce our special guests, the industry experts who are here with us today to provide feedback and insights. So Adam, I guess you're gonna kick us off and introduce yourself.
All right, sounds good. Hi, everyone. My name's Adam Guzman. I know Luke and Nicole from college. We went to Art Center together, so that was a great time. Yeah, I'm currently an urban designer based in the Bay Area. I'm currently working at Airbnb as a product designer on an incubator team, so I'm working on new initiatives there. I just started like around Thanksgiving time, so it's still new to me, still learning the ropes. Previously, I spent some time at Apple working in their R&D team, the special projects group. And then prior to that, I was leading the iPhone interactive team there. And then before that, I got my start sort of in the industry working at Nike. So I started on a team there that was really small. It was like 4 people doing digital design, and we scaled that up to about 300 by the time I left. So yeah, I had a lot of great projects there. Got to learn a lot, meet a bunch of awesome people, and yeah, I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Luke, for inviting me to the grad show, and I'm excited to see all the hard work that you've put on into this.
Cool. Well, I know I had given Adam a heads up before, but just for those of you who are out there, a little context on what you're going to see shortly. So each spring, graduating seniors work on an individual design project for 16 weeks. So that's not a lot of time, and the students have made some amazing progress very quickly. Let me see. The IXD Virtual Grad Show is an opportunity to share their progress with the community and receive feedback from industry experts like we have here today. And speaking of which, Ray, am I saying your name correctly?
Very close. It's Erai.
All right, perfect. All right, I'm
Yes.
going to have you introduce yourself to the students and to those watching on YouTube.
Sure. Well, hi everyone. My name is Erai. I'm a design director with Accenture Song, formerly known as Fjord. I've been an interaction designer for about 10 years now, and I am your neighbor. I can see some part of Santa Monica College from my balcony. That's how I found myself here. I'm pretty excited to see what you have all worked on last year or last 2 years.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. We're
Yes.
super excited. It's great. We have a great group of industry guests today. Because the students have worked individually, and this is our experience design group of students, you're going to see a lot of different types of projects and presentations today. And this theme again is around experience design. In terms of the rules of the road for today, each student has basically a 15-minute slot. Their presentations will be around 5 to 7 minutes in length. And then the rest of the time is for our guests to give feedback. For our first guest will be Burgess. I'm going to have Adam take the lead, and then you'll go next. Ray, am I saying that right? I'm going to try one more time.
Almost. It is, it's either asking for a glass of rye whiskey, a rye, or when things go awry. But I don't like that one much. But
I
you
like
can
the
remember
whiskey
like
one.
that too.
I will not forget that now. Arai will go second. Okay, so
Okay.
we'll go first, and then if there's time, Arai will go second. Nicole, can you sort of just go through sort of how we do feedback?
Yeah. So the feedback structure that we practice a lot in our program, and one that's good to use, I think, for really any time giving someone constructive feedback, we use the I like, I wish, I wonder method. So typically start with something that you like, what went well, one's positive, then move on to I wish, a starting point for what could be done differently or improved. And then I wonder is a really good starting point for questions that are unanswered, or if you have any suggestions of where a project could go or something that they hadn't considered to think to push further.
Okay, and without further ado, Burgess is going to go first. I'm going to write in the chat how long Burgess's presentation will be. So Burgess, if you're okay kicking us off.
Yes, of course. Let's get it started. Let me share my screen. All right, ready? Okay. Hi, thank you for joining today. Actually, wait, I'm so sorry. Let me make sure I share my screen correctly.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I was like, I think I need to share the audio before I get into it. Yep.
All right, you got this.
Okay. All right. Hi, thank you for joining us today. I'm Burgess, and this is my immersive performance project, Waveform. I have designed an immersive live audio reactive visual system. So what does this mean exactly? It essentially means that the graphics I've designed will react to the rhythm and energy of live audio. And this project aims to enhance both the artist identity and the audience's connection to the performance by turning each set into a uniquely immersive and memorable event. I have collaborated with an independent DJ and Rail to bring his music alive, by turning sound into motion. And I chose to do this project because of how music has shaped my visual world. My interest in immersive performances began early, shaped by concerts and music my friends were creating around me. This interest evolved more when I designed music visuals for an album cover a few years ago. And this brings me to today. I'm an interactive designer aiming to work in the music industry, and through past collaborations, I've noticed a need for specialized creative support that helps artists balance their technical and promotional demands. This need is what inspired me to create Waveform alongside an independent DJ. Let me introduce you to Enrail. Nathan Rail is a local Los Angeles artist, and he creates a wide variety of electronic music. His audience is made up of those captivated by experimental music, as he mixes tracks from genres of vaporwave, 90s R&B, drum and bass, techno, and more. Both Enrail and I draw inspiration from nostalgia and technology in our work, so I wanted to combine those together through the aesthetics that I create in the visualizer. Enrail's social presence has served as a visual reference point for me throughout this entire project, helping me stay true to his brand identity, but also find ways to expand and explore ways to elevate it. And these are some examples of his current content. And this brings me to the visual system I designed, where I sync Touch Designer to Enrail's preferred production software, Ableton, to create this visualizer. With the finished visual in mind, I'll now break it down how it was built in Touch Designer step by step through the network. This is my project file structure. I know it looks intricate, but I promise you it's not too complex. And this main section is where all the videos and visuals I created live. I decided to store them in bases to help organize and optimize the performance. Inside of base 1 is where I connected Ableton and Touch Designer using TD Ableton to sync live audio to my wave visual in order to make a move. And in this section, I used keyboard input tools and some simple Python code to create switches between different videos and visuals by pressing keys 1 through 7 on the keyboard. And inside this container is where it all comes together. The video and visual switches are shown in the scene viewer and are connected to Canton Mapper, which is a built-in Touch Designer project mapping tool. And then they are ready for performance. And now that I've broken down the graphic, here's how it will be shown in action. I created this mock-up of my assigned room for the grad show exhibit, and this helped me think more about how I will create an environment that lures people into the immersive experience I've designed. And while planning this setup, I began to reflect on the key insights that shaped this project. A huge part of this project was learning Touch Designer, as this was my first time using the software. And I'm proud to say that I've learned how to sync Ableton Live and Touch Designer to create live audio reactive visuals, as well as learning with Enrail about equipment, which inspired this project to strongly embrace technology-driven elements, such as using a computer keyboard inputs to control the visualizer. Moving forward, I would like to gain audience feedback during the live performance at the grad show on Thursday. I would also like to prove how versatile this project can be by expanding my network and collaborating with more artists, to eventually aim towards building a sustainable and shareable VJ product and service. I'd like to leave you with Inbrail's thoughts about this collaboration. He says that working with Burgess on this collaborative project has deeply inspired how I see my live performance workflow. Implementing Touch Designer playback through Ableton Live taught me a lot of new techniques I can apply creating live audio reactive visualizations for my music performances. Thank you for your time.
All right, nice job, Burgess.
Thank you.
Adam, you're gonna start us off, and then we have until 1:22. If there's time, Array will fill in.
Okay, yeah, great work. Love how you presented it. I thought everything, how you set it up, like the inspiration, that was really helpful to understand, where you're coming from as a designer and where this inspiration came from for you to want to do this work. So that was really clear up front. And then the aesthetic, it seemed like it was really coming through, like matching with what the artist was putting out as their aesthetic, and then how you translated that for the public to see. So that also came through in how you're talking about it. So yeah, I wonder on that piece, like if you're thinking broadly, you're saying that you want to go into this as, do more projects like this and work with other musicians, work in the industry. Like what is it that you're thinking that you'll be bringing to the table and that you could help, like, sell yourself to potential clients? Like, is it your technical ability, like being able to sync up Ableton and have it be a completely like bespoke show for somebody? Is it like the aesthetics? Is it your own point of view? Like they come to you because Burgess has a style and we'd love that style, we're going to hire this artist to work with, things like that. So when I was seeing your presentation, and I was wondering, like, what is the next step for you, or how you would frame that up to people as an artist, as a working designer. Don't have to answer all that now, but that was my first impression.
Yeah, of course. So what I've been thinking about, because that is definitely my next step in after graduation, is thinking about how I want to continue learning visual production. And what I found while doing this project was that I kind of I built a package that can help artists perform just like it's like I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the ways to like put it into like simple terms. It's very versatile in the way it can be like altered. Like I can change the videos I used really easily, and I can use different visualizers that I built in Touch Designer within the network that I've created. So I guess that's one of the selling points that I'm thinking about leaning towards. But yeah,
that's great.
That's
yeah,
something to consider.
I really like that too, how you hit the point that it's syncing with Ableton, and then you also described it as like you're designing a system for artists to use. So that comes through. And I think that could be a good entry point. Like they probably will want like creative control, like working with musicians. From my own experience, things change, and like it's usually a tight timeline. So the more that you're able to systematize it and say, this is what I can offer, and it will be easy, it's like malleable, it's something that we could adjust on the fly. And the other thing is like this live component, if people are touring and playing this music, they want it to feel fresh. Like as a musician, they want it to feel fresh every night. So if you have that little piece of how they might improv with how you built your system, then that's really great. And I think that will help set you up for success. The other thing I was wondering, so yeah, the I wonder piece, like from an audience perspective, do they know that it's synced? Does that come across if you're in the crowd? Does it come across that it's synced to what they're doing in Ableton? And
I'm not sure yet, because I need to collect feedback on Thursday at the grad show, and that'll be my first time kind of like actually performing in front of an audience. But yeah, so, and I guess that I have a question if we have time, like regarding that.
Yeah, I think one, like to expand on that, like the pacing of a set, if they're performing for like 30 to 45 minutes, you'll need to have these moments where, like maybe right up front, where it comes across like really clearly that, oh, this visual is synced to the sound. So like if they're having something dramatic, maybe they cut everything and it's just the snare or a certain instrument. and then you can really convey that with the visuals that are on screen, then they'll get it right up front, and then everything that you do, the rest of the set will come through. So it's just like, how do you create drama with the set, like beyond just what you're doing? It's going to be more of a collaboration between the designer and the musician to have those moments in the set so the audience can follow along.
For sure.
Cool. All right, do you want to anything you want to add?
Sure. Well, I have to preface this. I'm definitely not an expert on interactive installations. In fact, in design school, we had one of the projects like that, and I had the lowest grade for that. So, take it with a grain of salt, everything I'm saying. But I did like very much that, you did something that was very coming from your life, that's very nice to see. We don't always get to do things that are really connected, we care about. I think I'm glad you did that now, and I hope you can do it moving forward too, right? And I want to go to a party where this is on. So like I really like to go to the party where your installations are on. I wish I could have seen, for example, another visual style, and maybe two artists collaborating to see how this system you build can be applicable to multiple styles, and it's not one connected to that, right? Yes, that's kind of double the work, but yeah, that could be very nice. And then I wonder, you said it's Thursday, but if there was a way, or maybe this is kind of I wonder if you could have tested this even before, as you were developing this, because you have a visual style, and how many iterations that you did on that. Again, not a installation design kind of person, but applying to the regular design process, the iteration. And if you had this in multiple parties already tested, could have been lots of insights already with you before Thursdays. But overall, let me know next time where he's playing, and I'll try to come.
Sounds great. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. So Thursday night, if you can make it, open invitation 5 to 9. And dinner, I think there will be some dinner. Burgess, we have a couple minutes. Is there anything that you were curious about or wanted to pick our guests' brains about in terms of the project or things you've been thinking about?
I guess so. Yeah. So I guess because we were talking about Thursday and that I'm performing this live and in hopes to get feedback from the audience, I was wondering, like, what would be the best way of collecting feedback? Like, would it be just straight up asking them? Would it be more paying attention to reactions? Something along those lines?
Yeah, I think it's both. Because you're doing it live, you'll get that live reaction from the crowd, and you could read the room and there's energy there. So that's one great thing. And I would say the second part is, yeah, to talk to people. I think that intimate feedback, the conversations like at a show, like after you've done it, have been some of the most valuable things for me, like in my process. And it's not so awkward because they just saw it, they want to talk about it, and if you make yourself available, then you'll have those great combos.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Cool. All right, Burgess, great work. We're gonna go on round of applause for Burgess. Really great. And again, I had thought initially when connecting guests, it was like Burgess and Adam based on your music connection. Lois is gonna go next. Uri, you're gonna take the lead on Lois's work, but Lois, I'll turn it over to you to take us through your project.
All right, awesome. Go ahead and share my screen. All right. Hi, everyone, and hi, YouTube. I'm Lois Kim. I'm a product designer reimagining how everyday interactions can feel more playful and emotional. For many people, remote work may seem like the ideal setup, but in reality, the boundary between work and rest becomes blurred, taking a real toll on emotional well-being. Studies show that 1 in 3 remote workers feel emotionally drained. 86% experience burnout, 60% feel guilty about taking breaks, and remote workers are twice as likely to feel isolated compared to their in-office peers. One remote worker I spoke with, Jamie, captured this feeling perfectly. Even if I'm getting everything done, I often feel like I'm in a bubble, disconnected from people and even from myself. There's a clear pattern here. Emotional fatigue, difficulty disconnecting, and irregular rest are becoming the norm for remote workers. So I set out to design the Companion, an emotionally responsive desk tool that encourages mindful breaks to help remote workers preserve their well-being and work-life balance. When designing the Companion, I focused on three key qualities. It needed to feel soothing, engaging, and playful. The star shape represents guidance and light, while its rounded limbs give it a soft, character-like feel, making it feel less like a device and more like a friendly companion. The jelly-like texture was chosen based on sensory research and user testing. Soft, squeezable materials have been shown to reduce stress and support fidgeting, which can improve focus and emotional regulation. During material testing, users described it as calming, fun to touch, and something they reach for without thinking, which was really important because the interaction needs to feel natural and comforting. So how does the companion differ from existing tools? Most digital products like planners, timers, and productivity apps are built to maximize output and optimize performance. And many physical products, like novelty desk bots or gamified assistants, are designed primarily for entertainment. But the companion's main focus is on emotional well-being and to help the user stay aware of their own needs and energy. At its core are two guiding principles: care over output and adaptive, not rigid. Care over output means it's not designed for productivity, as mentioned earlier. It's designed to encourage micro moments of rest, reflection, and self-awareness. Adaptive, not rigid, means it doesn't follow a fixed schedule. Instead, it learns and adapts to energy patterns. Using built-in sensors similar to those found in wearable health devices, it detects physiological signals like heart rate, skin temperature, and muscle tension to sense when the user's energy is dipping. So when the user's energy dips, the companion gently glows in a color that corresponds to the type of break their body may need. These breaks include sunlight, breath work, eye rest, stretching, and sound healing. Each one was chosen based on research into how micro breaks support physical and emotional well-being. For instance, just 10 minutes of exposure to natural light can boost your mood, increase energy, and help regulate your sleep cycle. And to recognize when a break is in progress, the companion uses specific environmental and biometric cues tailored to each type of break. And because these breaks are short by design, they're easy to integrate even in the middle of a busy day. So let's walk through a user scenario with the companion. Luna didn't get much sleep the night before. Her boss sent something urgent late and she stayed up working. The next morning, she's ready to start her day, but already feeling a bit off. She presses the center of the companion to activate focus mode. A soft white glow prompts an initial check-in. As she rests her hand on it, the companion senses her biofeedback, picking up that her energy is already low. In response, the companion adjusts the timing of her next break signal, scheduling it a little earlier than usual. Not long after, the companion glows orange, gently signaling a sunlight break. But Luna's caught up in a meeting, so she ignores the signal. Over time, the glow fades and the companion shrivels slightly, reflecting her depleted state. After her meeting ends, she sits by the window with the companion in hand. She squeezes it to begin the break. It detects the ambient light, and after about 10 minutes, the break completes. Focus mode resumes, and the tiny star inside has grown a little bigger. Luna's still tired, but the break helped her feel a little more clear and just a bit more ready to keep going. Next steps involve building a functional physical prototype. one with responsive sensors and real-time interactions. I'd also explore customizability so users could define what types of breaks work best for their own routines. And finally, I'd add expressive sounds that make it feel more alive and emotionally engaging. Thank you.
All right, Lois. Big round of applause for Lois. Arai, we're gonna start off with your feedback. We have around 9 minutes for feedback from
Okay. Well, great work. Thanks for the great presentation. Thanks for that. I myself am a remote worker for quite a bit of time now, and I do feel all of the things that you mentioned. And I do have two silicon stretch balls that are attached to my sweatpants, so I always have them and feel my hands. So, here I'm your very first user, right? Like you just need to replace these balls with that thing. So I think it's spot on in terms of the tangibility of the things and the texture and the thing to have it around, right? I did really like how you set it up with your research, the framework, with the guiding principles, all of those things. And because I'm a designer in the consultancy side of the world, right? Working with, that's most of the time what we do too, to make sure like what you are proposing is gonna be get ready. But on the flip side of it, I wish maybe we had seen this in action a little bit more, right? So like maybe it's a video or with your prototype or with something, because until you get to that storyboard and different colors, I was still curious about what is this, like how it works, right? So maybe a little bit, although I really liked your setting it up, but it kind of took away from what it is exactly, right? So also another I wish, which I saw in your next steps, is that you want to do a physical prototype. But for these kind of things, if my team was doing this, we would definitely get into prototype very earlier. And in fact, design those different modes, everything with the prototype, because you are designing for a feeling, right? And I personally can't design it without feeling it literally, like, and yeah, it could have been really nice to have the prototype earlier and test it and see which mods really do work for that. And then I wonder how this, like, what are other interactions can be? Do you want to keep this only with the light and certain like predefined set of suggestions, or do you want to turn it into a companion? Recently I saw research where people who use Gen AI tools claim that they will go to Gen AI for support, emotional support and everything, right? It's frightening, or that's the fact. Let's not discuss that. But I wonder if there are more ways of interaction, in other words, communication, talking, etc. So
Yeah, awesome. I think in terms of your last question, definitely still open to exploring different ways people can interact with this. Ideally, I did want this to just be a more tangible sensory experience versus, someone like speaking with it. Because again, I feel like you said, once you like touch something, that's when you feel like you can really design, feel it, and create it, and almost kind of have like a relationship with it. And so I think when it comes to, verbal communication, that is something that maybe in like the fifth, sixth iteration, that could be a possibility. But yeah, the initial goal was to just keep this more of a tangible sensory, nonverbal communication.
yeah, no, you convinced me. I think you shouldn't go that way, because it is. I think when you're trying to essentially help someone, help soothing someone, you don't want to create a sensory overload with multiple things. If you are really focusing on touch and light in a way, maybe that's it, and that's where focus. I think your rationale is pretty spot on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Adam, is there feedback that you want to provide?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Lois, for that presentation. It was really nice. I'll comment on the presentation first. So yeah, a few things. Really loved the research up front. That's totally typical for like how like I share work on the day to day. Like having the data to set the stage for what you're about to present is always a good practice to have. And then you're framing things up in groups of three, which is also something I always do. I think it's helpful for the audience to understand the content and it's digestible, parsable. So yeah, good instincts there. And then the use of builds too, that was also really helpful. Helps the audience follow along with your talking points and the way you were pacing it, it was like landing perfectly. So yeah, that was good. The I wish part, I think I would have liked to see what went into the character design. Like, did you do other design studies on it? Like, how did you arrive at this form factor? And yeah, just would have loved to see like the different iterations of the companion. And then I wonder, so I wonder if people will remember like what each color means. I know you had the slide that breaks down, but as like I'm a remote worker too, and you know, as a busy remote worker, like I don't know if I'll remember what all the colors correlate to. So because it's also like the first round of it, maybe you start with like a smaller set so it's easier for me to remember, because otherwise it's, you know, cognitive load. I'll have to go find like the paper or try to, you know, build a habit to remember what each thing is that it's trying to tell me.
Yeah, I feel like you definitely bring up a good point there. Um, when, thinking about this experience, I was only thinking about it in terms of like, oh, how would they interact it? But I forgot about the whole aspect of, wait, when they first receive it, how would they even know what color is for what break? And yeah, typically there are like, little manuals with instructions or directions that explain. But that could get annoying and it can be a hassle. So you definitely bring a good point about thinking about that part of the experience as well, the onboarding, right?
Right.
And in terms of the character inspiration, yeah, I didn't include it for the sake of time, but a lot of it was inspired by Tamagotchis and also from Star Wars, the little droids that you see. I think that's kind of where I started off, and I wanted to play with the aspect of speculative design and like what this could be in the future. And I definitely do see droids, being a thing. I mean, they're already, right, building AI robots and machinery. So I was trying to imagine could it look like when it's a bit more friendly and more approachable versus it looking always, clunky and boxy. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That's awesome. And then I had one more comment too, just agreeing with the point where I had on like the next steps. Like I think even if it was just to see like a material study, like as swatches, like you don't have to have the physical thing yet ready, but if you're looking at, oh, what might be the right feel, like touch and feel for this, that would be something to know, like just the direction of where you're going. But yeah, overall, it makes a lot of sense what you're trying to do here, and appreciate it. Thanks for sharing.
All right, Lois. Next up, we're gonna have Celia. Celia has an AR VR project close to my heart, in that it's beer. And Adam, you're gonna take the lead on this one, but I'll let Celia give more context about what we're gonna see.
Okay, is everyone able to see the screen?
Looks great.
Okay, it's working. Hi, everyone. I'm Celia, and I'm excited to share my project Brew AR, a suite of augmented reality experiences designed for the LA Independent Beer Fest. First, a bit about me. I'm an experienced designer with a background in illustration. I've been fascinated by the magic that happens when artists and technologists come together. This passion led me to working as a design intern for Reality Experience Design, or RED. They are a creative agency that specializes in making immersive AR experiences for artists and brands. Working with Red inspired me to explore AR's potential, but it also revealed a major challenge that they faced. While Red creates custom experiences for museums and artists, they want to branch out to more industries like retail. However, they struggle to showcase that value to brands that don't know much about AR or how AR can be used for their products. So I proposed Brew AR, a collection of AR experiences tailored for the LA Independent Beer Fest this Saturday that can showcase a variety of experiences Red can create for attending brands and demonstrate the value of AR firsthand. We've partnered with Snapchat and festival organizers to integrate our experiences further into their event, offering a unique experience for festival goers and a showcase of Snap's technology. So why use AR? First, the data shows that AR market is projected to grow from 42 billion to 375 by 2031 as consumers shift from physical to online shopping. And we're leveraging AR's ability to drive purchases and loyalty when interactions are enjoyable. So here's how we'll bring people into our experience. The onboarding is crucial. We need first-time users to come to the booth and easily try out the experience. Having the Snapchat logo and swag at our booth will help to establish some brand credibility right away. After that, attendees can use multiple points to activate the experience along with a tutorial stand. We anticipate not everyone's going to have Snapchat or want to download it, so we provide them with a tablet they can pick up and use right away. We're also showcasing Snap's new AR spectacles with our experience, which are a big attraction factor for our booth. The main booth is a mini experience. Main booth experience is a mini game where you can walk around and explore the process of beer brewing. When attendees launch the experience, they'll be greeted by simple instructions that show how they can interact with their environment. All interactions are designed within a 180 field to prevent crowd collisions. And for accessibility, I added a drag item function as an alternative to having to walk up to it. Picking up items triggers fun facts about what goes into making beer. And ingredients will be grayed out until they're collected on the table. After that, attendees can brew their beer. And they're prompted to turn on the selfie mode to snap a picture with their virtual beer, creating a shareable moment. Another experience I created for the event is the entrance banner AR. Attendees can scan the QR code to try a wearable beer cup intended to provide an easy-to-use, event-specific experience. Lastly, I created AR-enabled beer coasters that act as a business card and event keepsake with a QR code to track engagement metrics. This project became my gateway into XR and spatial design, from designing for virtual and physical space to learning how to build the AR experience in Lens Studio and how to customize 3D assets. A big hurdle I ran into was Snapchat's content limitations around alcohol, which forced a pivot from previous ideas like a DIY menu idea and required us to be more creative about what text and images we use. For example, in our assets, we call this orange fizzy soda, not beer. And to find new direction, I looked at other projects such as Don Julio's XR Tequila campaign that takes users through a gamified tour of their brewing process. This inspired the idea to create an exploratory AR environment. What I hope to achieve is creating a successful campaign with a scalable marketing strategy for Red. How I'll track success is through leads acquired through this booth experience, which we can track with QR. The return of the cost of boothing and how much we get back for boothing, and the engagement rate for the experience, which we can see with Snapchat. For our next steps, we plan to launch at the Beer Fest this Saturday and at the grad show, which is going to be kind of a test launch for the event. We're also going to analyze the engagement metrics to see if this campaign is successful. And lastly, use event photography to field their social media content and record footage of people using the lenses for my portfolio, since I wasn't able to do that in this time limit. Brew AR demonstrates the future of experiential marketing and how we can bridge the gap between audiences and emerging tech. Thank you all for listening. I'd love to hear your feedback.
All right, big round of applause for Celia. Adam.
All right. Yes, thanks, Celia. Appreciate the presentation. Yeah, overall, I really like the approach that you had and how clearly you tied this project to two things. So reality, it's a booth and it's at an event, so there's a lot of considerations there. But then you also have the lens of business and like how this could positively impact your client and then what it does for them long term, like just getting in this space, but also the overall landscape of how this is a growing thing and like more and more this is being used and accepted. So what could we do with this technology? That was something that in the past I've always had to sort of tease out what it is, because it's something that's an investment. There's like a cost that comes with it as well. So, and there's the cost of the customer, their time, or if they're using their phone or putting on the glasses, it has to be worth their while to do that. So you've kind of walked through that with the design, with the experience that you have. Yeah, I thought having the AR glasses there is really helpful. And for people, I haven't tried them before. So, I know what an AR experience is, but I might do it just for that reason. And then how you thought about accessibility too, once you're in the experience, that is something that is always on the checklist of things that you need to do. So that's great. And then the shareable moment, I think that comes up a ton in marketing. Like every brand will want to know, okay, how can this live beyond that 5 minutes that we have the customer there? So that's a great insight, and it seems like really well-rounded on how you've approached this and all the considerations that are there. I was really excited to see that you hopped into Blender and you've kind of taken it on. Was this something new like this for this project that you learned?
Yeah, I think we've learned a little bit about 3D. Like we touched a bit on Fusion 360 and stuff, but I never really got into Blender before, so this was a great learning moment.
Yeah, so Blender is excellent resource. There's so many resources online to learn Blender, and you can go really deep on that. So yeah, that's exciting to see, and hopefully you can continue that journey. I wonder like what your interest would be like beyond this project. Is it like if you want to go deeper into AR, VR, spatial design, is it like the technical side? Is it the rendering? Is it the interaction design, gestures, things like that? Just curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, well, I think first I always had AR related projects before, but I never actually got into like building it out. So one of my main goals was to actually like try out building it and see what part of the process I enjoyed. So I think I really liked having like I think we called it level designing it, like creating the whole environment that people are going to interact with was very enjoyable, and also just planning out the whole strategy and design of the whole experience.
Great, that makes sense. Yeah, and then for the I wish piece, so that one, just the subject matter, I was thinking about it, and like I know Luke, you mentioned how you love beer. But like drinking beer, like it's hard, that doesn't come across in like a virtual experience. So like maybe that's a moment where you could say like what we're doing here with this AR experience, like it doesn't compare to actually drinking the beer, but this will still be worth your while, and it's going to be fun because you're going to have some educational moments or something that is new for you. But what is it that can draw people in? Like what is the hook there?
Yeah.
And I know you mentioned it with like the Snapchat logo is a great way. I love that build too, like how you had that moment. So there's like visibility, they know to do it, but I think it could be like when you're thinking about the projects or the clients that you might have, like I would try to think about it in that broader context of what is it that we're actually trying to ask them to do, and what can we do to make it worth it for them. So yeah, that would be my main thought there.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great insight.
Right. Okay, so well, I like filters. I myself created many of those until Instagram shut down the whole platform, and I lost all of these, right? And I see many of you nodding their head. That's what happened. So save your filters until Snapchat shuts that down too. I don't know if they're gonna do that. I do especially like the filters where it's the one with the coaster, right? It's very specific speaking. more than the ones which the whole level or the space around it. Because when I was building filter, I found it very hard to interact with the ones that are getting into your surroundings. Either it was a couple of years ago, either the technology wasn't good. I remember building a maze. So the idea was that you get in a maze and you get out, but scale was so weird. Things didn't work. So I don't know how the table and the booth and everything works for you. I would love to try that, but I tend to find filters which are like more controllable in scale works better, personally speaking. Also because so far all the AR experiences I myself interacted with is a couple seconds or a couple minutes of, oh, this is cool, as opposed to a very long thing. Unless you're in a full VR, when you're holding a phone and trying to do something, it doesn't last so long, in my opinion, right? It's a very limited time to engage with the user. So, yeah. And great presentation. Oh, right. I also like how you connected to the metrics because that's essentially the purpose of that project itself. And I like how much attention you are giving to that. I wish it was a little less about the booth in the tent and all those kind of things because it's just the space and your presentation and more about I wanted to see your filters more, maybe that's just because I'm more interested in those. And then I wonder if there is more exploration or if you have more thoughts around how AR experiences can possibly go beyond a few seconds of fun to more, what are the use cases where AI can be used for a long stretch of time and it really helps the experience there or provide some kind of value. I wonder if you have any thoughts around that.
Yeah, for value, I think in previous projects I've explored like using AR for wayfinding, which definitely has more of a use versus like a few seconds of having fun. And then there's also like the idea of having AR overlays onto things in the future. But for this project, I think it was more about just the fun part.
Absolutely. And it should be, so if I sounded different than what I intended to say, I think you are spot on with the beer festival. That's how it should be. I was curious as you were exploring this, if you come to a conclusion, well, you know what? The more I do this, I can say AR is going to be more relevant in these kind of scenarios. I was curious for your thoughts in broader context. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Celia, we have a couple minutes. Is there anything that you wanted to ask our guests that we were just sort of curious about? Again, this is just a great opportunity for everyone, right, to sort of learn and to think about next steps or stuff that you might add as you continue to evolve this project or in documentation for a case study.
Yeah, I guess something that'll definitely be very helpful for our exhibit day, and then when I'm putting it on my website, I think I've been asked before, how should I frame this whole project in like a very simple, like 1 or 2 lines of this is what I did, this is what I offer with this project. So I'm not asking you to write it for me, but what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think usually for that I would start like you want it in like a executive summary type setup. So it's a short statement, basically what you're asking for. You'd have to start with like, what is it that there's an opportunity to do, like something that is not being done today, either with that brand or the technology. So the next step in that sentence would be like, okay, what do you plan to do to change that? Like we're going to create an AR experience for this brand to bring more awareness and level up their in situ footprint. And then the third would be like, what is the result of that, or what is the desired outcome? So by having this experience, we expect X number of engagement, something like that. So it comes across like really clearly in a short sentence of what the problem is, what the solution is, and what the outcome is. That's probably how I would do it.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you.
All right. Round of applause for Celia. All right, we've got one more, and again, this experienced design group is all over the map, literally, and doing different types of projects. We're gonna go somewhere completely different. Tony, you're gonna lead us.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, guys. Let me set up here real quick. Can you guys see this?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, excellent. Well, hello, and welcome to my senior capstone legacy, a yearbook project. And it's my name is Antonio Renault, and I'm an interaction designer and digital media specialist. And I believe that design should be available for everyone. So I use my skills to solve real world problems and create work that helps people. And this is Transfiguration Elementary School, an incredible K through 8 Catholic school in Leimert Park, serving the Black and Brown communities of South LA since 1937. And these are my kiddos. Sophia's about to enter the 6th grade, and little Antonio is going into kindergarten. And they have attended this school ever since we moved to the area in 2017. And they are my why. This special place has helped my kids and so many others build their confidence in a safe and supportive environment. And I volunteer my digital media skills to support the school's marketing efforts. And this time around, I helped bring back something that had been missing for years. I helped bring back the school yearbook, which hadn't been produced since 2016. And in recent years, memories were shared through video reels, some on social media and others shown at school events, but they don't carry the same lasting impact as a printed book. So I approached the school principal, Mrs. Rickenbacker, with a creative proposal. As a passionate educator committed to the school's mission, she's known for finding smart solutions with limited resources. And so she was excited to hear what I had to offer. The problem is clear. With staff focusing on teaching, there's little capacity for marketing or design. So I stepped in. I developed a marketing plan focused on 3 key areas: internal communications, external outreach, and improving brand identity. And together we explored what could benefit the school both now and in the future, and agreed that reviving the yearbook would make a meaningful impact. And so the goal wasn't just to make a yearbook, it was to design a lasting system for preserving memories. I approached it as a sustainable, repeatable model that future teams could build on. Using a participatory design lens, I involved as many voices from the school community as possible. So meet the yearbook team. 8 students handpicked for their creativity and dedication. Their voice would become essential in designing the yearbook. My initial approach was to treat them like a professional design team, providing the tools, structure, and mentorship so they could take real ownership of the process. But we quickly ran into obstacles. At first, the students were quiet, distracted, and a bit disconnected from the project. So, to build trust and strengthen the group dynamic, I introduced team building exercises. My favorite one was the awkward eye contact challenge, where students would stare at each other in silence for 15 seconds, then respond to a prompt and discuss for another 15. At first, there was a lot of giggling and avoiding of eye contact, but after a few rounds, it got easier. They began to open up, listen more closely, and truly connect with each other. And that sparked something bigger. When I asked, "Why is this yearbook important to you?" John Powell shouted, "Because this is our legacy. We want to share what we did here." And that moment became the heart of our project, the spark for the theme that would guide everything that followed: a legacy of excellence. To them, excellence meant more than grades. It meant growth in academics, sports, arts, and beyond. So with that in mind, we reviewed past yearbooks and discussed what they wanted to see in theirs. Their insights were honest and sharp, and it helped us declutter and focus on what really mattered to them: authenticity, visibility, simplicity. And that led to brainstorming sessions where we decided on key design elements. We sketched out layouts using a sketchbook and creating a physical mock-up. And then we used Figma to organize the page order that helped us establish the narrative. And with the theme of legacy guiding us, we set out to design every page with intention, using words and images to tell their story. We organized a school-wide photo day, discussed how the copy should reflect the school's value, and explored how to visually bring the theme to life through storytelling. Every conversation and decision led to the final design of the yearbook page. The final result is an 80-page yearbook printed on high-quality stock paper with a soft touch cover, a lasting tribute to the shared legacy. This spread shows the 8th grade class with a small blurb about what they did this year. These spreads feature a collection of photos that capture the everyday moments defining the school's spirit, joy, friendship, and deep sense of belonging. And this timeline charts the most memorable events of the year, curated through thoughtful conversations. And so the book went to print in early May, and the students received it in time just for their final week of school. They were so excited to see the work and to have the books in their hands. And the response was incredible. Students, teachers, and parents were thrilled. The students started to collect signatures and messages that will last a lifetime. So yes, this project was a great success, but let me leave you with this. This wasn't just a yearbook. It's a record of who these students were or are and what they accomplished. According to the LA Times, since the pandemic, enrollment across the LA Archdiocese, the largest Catholic school system in the US, has dropped by nearly 9%. That decline drives up tuition, and 70% of the students in this system are considered low income. Of those families, only 5.8% are African American. So once you start peeling back the layers, the inequities facing small schools in South LA become hard to ignore. Representation matters because when students see themselves reflected in their community, their story, and their schools, it tells them that they belong. That's why it matters for me to fight for people through design. So there you have it. Legacy, a yearbook project. I'm Antonio Renault, and I'm ready to take on the next meaningful challenge. So if this resonated with you, don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
All right, Tony. All right, Ray, you ready to go?
Well, I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I got carried away. I was taking notes, then I realized I stopped taking notes and I got lost in the story in a good way. Well, it's beautiful work, Tony. Like, thank you for doing this, and it looks really nice. I'm from Turkey. I lived all my life there. You know, we don't have such a strong yearbook culture as you guys have it here, but I know what it is, right? I love the presentation, the storytelling of it, right? It reminded me that episode where in Mad Men they talk about the carousel, the famous one, right? The photos of the family. That's really touches the emotions. I liked a lot where you said I treated them as professional designers, right? The team that you built in school. That's awesome. Like, my observation is that when you give kids serious responsibilities, their behavior change, and I'm sure you observed it. I loved how you try to overcome the awkwardness in the team with the exercises that you provided. Oftentimes, when we do workshops within the projects, we do those kind of exercises to break the ice, right? I think that's exactly what you did too there. It's great. I liked you create mock-ups. I'm assuming you did them with the team. So it's like prototypes, in other words, right? Having that in the process, it looked really good. I don't know. I don't feel like saying anything. I wonder. Maybe I wonder. Let's jump to I wonder. You set it up as, well, the book is not published since 2016, and there were some digital memories around. You know, I wonder if there can be still some digital aspects of it. It's like it's not to replace the book. I totally get it what you're saying, yes, but as a complement to that, and to give easier access for kids' memories somewhere, right? If there is any digitization of this can get into. I wish maybe I heard how this book distributed to the kids. Like, do they have to pay for it? It's great if there was a sponsor who's paying for it all. I don't know if there is more to say, but just curious of that, because I know sometimes they cost a lot for people to go through. So yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. I actually did have that in here and I had to cut it out. But to
Okay.
answer your question real quickly, we ordered 40 books and all 40 were purchased. We had 3 business sponsors and we had 9 paid dedications. So our fundraising goal was to pay for the books, which was about $2,000,
Yeah,
and we raised $3,000 in total. So
that's
with
awesome. Yeah.
that,
And another question. When you said book, like did you talk to kids about if they wanted the book?
um, not to the kids themselves. I definitely did approach the school principal about it.
Yeah.
It was something that they had been missing just because they didn't have the expertise or the time to do it.
Yeah.
So it was something that I had in discussion with the principal.
Okay. So like I was curious if kids were thinking that, oh, I wish we had a yearbook, or was there any interest from their side until you reminded them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They, I know the kids were excited about it once they heard that I was doing the project, and so
Yeah.
they kept me honest in terms of like, hey, when is the next meeting happening? So
Mhm.
things like that were happening for
Yeah.
sure.
And I did really like the book, although I'm not a print designer. I'm not expert on that, but it looked very clean and nice, and the pages that I saw at least.
Thank you.
That's it from me.
Thank you. All right.
Adam, what do you think?
All right. Yeah. Thanks, Antonio. Yeah, it was an awesome project. Really admirable work and like definitely high impact for the students. So that was great. The presentation, also comment on that first. So I thought that you nailed it. Like presentations are a moment for storytelling, and like Arai said, like, hey, I lost myself because I was caught up in the story. So really good work there on communicating what it is that you did, and like it just felt super natural, like how you're presenting the project. I also like that you saw an opportunity and made it happen. I think this is probably the most effective way to make an impact as a designer. Seeing a opportunity space, pitching a plan to the decision maker, like having those high stakes conversations and being able to navigate that and actually have an outcome, like it's something to be proud of. And then, I love the moment where they said this is our legacy, and then you framed it up like this is the legacy of excellence. And then all the steps that you did to like educate them through doing. So you're teaching them how to do research. Like let's look at the previous examples. You're teaching them how to brainstorm. That's stuff that we've all done. And then taking that brainstorming session into a mock-up with the paper prototype, all that is great. And then you even took it a step further and introduced them to Figma, which is awesome. Love that. So yeah, great work. I wonder if this could live on without your input. Like what are the plans there? I wish I would have seen maybe some of that in the presentation. Like, hey, we did this and we're set up for like the next 5 years because we have a system in place now and everyone loved it. They're all on board. And we're gonna keep it going. And then my other I wish I had somebody like you when I was in elementary school, like teaching me these things when I was super young. I think that came through like TV shows and movies for me and music. So I got it that way, but getting it in a structured format would have been great. So yeah, thanks for sharing.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, absolutely. Yeah, I'm leaving the school behind with almost like with a roadmap of things that they should do and consider as they take on the future ones. So hopefully, if I'm not involved with future iterations, that they can take that on as well. But we're already in talks about doing the next one. So yeah, thank you.
Great.
Tony, we have a couple minutes, like a minute or two. Is there anything else that you had a question for our guests?
Yeah, absolutely. So, for me, this felt more of a personal project, right? Like, it's my kid's school, and I've been close to it, close to the school and supporting them throughout the years. So, my question to you guys is like, how do you guys position your personal projects, and how have you woven that into your personal careers?
Do you want to go first, right?
Sure. Well, I always have one or two things that I do, especially with the recent trend of vibe coding. It became like four things going on at the same time. I genuinely do like creating things, right? And also at work, sometimes what happens, the more you advance in your career, the less design work you do, unfortunately. And then I have this gap of making things inside me. So then I do literally spend my evenings or weekends working on random things, such as I build a relationship analysis tool with AI to help you decide if you should stay with your partner or leave, right? I don't recommend anyone to use it, but that's there. Or I explore a clock phase where it changes based on how you perceive time. So the distance between numbers are bigger or smaller, right? So those kind of almost silly ideas, like building those without a proper purpose of making money or getting so much engagement or content out of it, but for things that gives me joy of exploration, right? And I'm lucky enough to have a day job that can pay my bills, and I also enjoy it quite a little bit. It's a hard thing to get. I feel very lucky for that. But the type of things, a perception clock is generally out of my clients' needs, right? So that's why those are the things that I don't do. So that's why I focus on what is a very fun thing to me, that I would feel passionate about. And then time, like I create time for it. It's not that I need to do a lot, because when you really want to do that, the time, time becomes available for somehow. I don't know, at least to me.
Great.
Adam, what do you do?
Yeah, for me, I think it's pretty simple. It's just like following the curiosity. Like that's the core of it. Like if there's something that you're curious about and you love to do, like naturally, it comes easy and it doesn't feel like work all the time. Like it's a passion. And I think all the projects presented today, they had that through line where that was coming through. And yeah, it kind of has to if you're going to want to work on something, because you're giving your time to it. That's like the most precious resource that we have. So like if you're putting your all into it and you know that you're excited about it, then I think things work out in the end. And I think for me, it's something that I've kind of just followed and blindly hoping that it works out, and then it ends up actually working out. I remember there was a time, so when I was first getting into the corporate world, I was a little worried because I had a bunch of side projects. I was doing music stuff, and Nike, they actually encouraged me to continue it. I thought I was going to have to stop, and they said no, like keep doing it because it's going to make you more well-rounded, and it's going to make any of the work that you do here stronger, because you have this knowledge, you have an expertise. Like we don't want to extinguish that at all. Like you keep doing it. Um, so I've kind of carried that with me, and I give that same advice to people, like if they have that situation with side projects or things that they're interested in. I think it's always great to pursue anything that excites you. And I think about Blender like as an example. Like I worked with so many great people who just do that on their free time, and they're always like, in the know of what's the latest, and they get excited, and that's really contagious, and other people get excited. So whatever it is, like that's the gift that you can bring to anything that you work on. And sometimes these people that you work with, they're friends already, and you decide to work together, or they become friends because you have that similar interest. So yeah, always great to just talk and like show them what you're into.
That's great. I'm gonna get our guests out of here on this question. Our seniors are gonna be graduating in 8 days. Wanted to be specific because it's coming right around the corner. What advice do you have, well, like one bit of advice that you have as they start to make that transition from the academic world to the working world?
All right, I'll go first. This is not my original thought. I saw it around on LinkedIn or somewhere, but I agree, but it's popped into my mind to share now. Also because we saw examples of almost passion projects, the things that you could truly genuinely care about. Maybe don't expect or want so hard doing work always you are very passionate about, but also look for joy in maybe a little bit of boring work. Like my current project is a retirement insurance provider, which is sounds very boring. But when you hear how hard it is for people to designate a beneficiary and the trouble caused for them afterwards, there is some benefit in that, and there is, to me, a lot of joy, right? So instead of like, I mean, it's great if you're doing your passion as your job. It's awesome. I wish you all do that. But even if it's not, I think there is joy in quote unquote boring work as well. And when you look for it, work become more fun. And when it's more fun, becomes better outcomes. So that's my copy pasted advice from internet to you.
Yeah, and then for me, I think it probably expands on what I was just talking about with working with other people and following your curiosity. I think number one, like for me coming out of school, I was just super focused on me and like making my work as strong as possible for that given moment. Like I know like 10 years down the road, I might look back on it and think it's, not great or it could have been better, but if I think back to that time, I'll know that actually at the time I put as much of it as I could into it to make it as good as it can be. And if you keep doing that like every day and you're doing that on every project, you give your all, you try to make it the best that you can with the skill set that you have, it will just continue to grow. Like you'll get better over time. So like if there's no like right way to have a fast outcome to make it a success overnight, but if you're putting in the time, like you're not cheating yourself. And like, I think that's the most important thing. You put in the work and the results will happen over time. And then, yeah, just talk to people, like be friendly, smile, like show them what you're into. And I think that positive energy comes back to you. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Very cool. Well, thank you. And as we wrap up today, I wanted to thank three groups of people. First, a big thank you for our industry guest today. Thank you for taking your time out of your day to share expertise with these students. Super cool, like lots of fun. And the second group, of course, is our students. Really great work, experienced design team. I really like the comment. We see this in the chat, but just the diversity of your projects. Or I said that. I think it's like a really unique thing that this program offers, and you guys really took these projects in really great different directions. So congratulations on making it through this portion. And then the last group of people I wanted to thank is all the people that have supported you along your IXD journey. We know, and those are the people who are probably watching on YouTube. Um, you know, um, this is a long and strenuous process, especially at the very end. And I know that there's been a lot of love and people behind you. So please go out and enjoy orange fizzy soda or coffee or whatever floats your boat. But you guys have been great in supporting our students. That is it for now. At 2:30, we will come back with our community group. But thank you, experienced designers. This was a really wonderful experience that you took us through today.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Nice meeting you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody was hesitating. Did that hurt you? How could it hurt me? Hurt me, hurt me, hurt me, hurt me. Like a toy. No, I was on the ship going to America. Ship going to America. But I wasn't.
Hey, Danny. Hey, Isabel. Hey, Arthur.
Hello.
You guys ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, I was panicking there for a second just in the waiting room. I
I
was like,
know.
I
I'm
hope they know
sorry.
I'm here.
I know. I was sending you mental messages that we were going to start shortly. This is live and being streamed, just as an FYI. So, but we'll get started here actually right now. Yay, Matthew's here.
Hey,
Hey guys,
Matthew.
What's going
how's it
on?
going?
Good to
Good.
see you.
Good to see
Awesome.
you.
Good to see you. Yeah, happy end of school year.
I know.
Yeah, man.
Man.
That is great. We're so happy that you're here. Fun fact, IXD designers, Matthew gave like a commencement address to our students one year. We were always trying new things, but like we had a celebrity give it, and Matthew. So that was great. Thank you for doing that. I think it's the only time we've done it, Matthew.
Oh, that's awesome. No, that
Yeah.
was really fun. Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
gave
and
it.
you came in in a needed time. It was COVID. It was COVID era.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Yep.
what a crazy time.
Yep.
Jeez. Yeah, I sometimes still can't believe we went through that.
That's funny.
Yeah.
And
Hi,
Dee is
Dee.
here.
Yay.
All right. Well, we have some great guests. I'm going to kick things off with sort of a shout out to those who are following on YouTube. Welcome to the 2025 IXD Virtual Grad Show. My name is Luke Johnson, and the projects you'll see today are part of the Senior Studio class. Before we get started, I wanted to welcome IXD Program Lead Nicole Chan, who will talk about the IXD program, and welcome our very special guests.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Nicole Chan, and as Luke mentioned, I'm the IXT program lead. The SMC IXT program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's program at a community college in the United States. For those watching on YouTube, the IXT program welcomed its first cohort of students back in fall of 2016, one of just 15 bachelor's programs launched at a California community college. This spring, the SMC IXD program welcomed its 10th cohort, which is a big milestone for us. And next Tuesday, 18 more IXD students will graduate. That'll bring our total number of graduates to 158. Now I'm excited to introduce our special guests, the industry experts who are here with us today to provide feedback and insights. Dee, as our first cohort alum, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. Yeah, so I am from cohort one a million years ago now. Yeah, and now I own a research and design firm called Wheeler Dempsey, and I own a co-working space in Los Angeles called Meadow.
Matthew, you want to say hello?
Yeah, hi everybody. My name's Matthew. I'm the founder of a company called Very Nice. We give half of our work away for free to nonprofits. And I'm also a faculty member at USC. It's great to be here.
That's great. So each spring, graduating seniors work on individual design projects for just 16 weeks. So it's a pretty quick turnaround. And this IXD Virtual Grad Show is an opportunity to share their progress with the community and receive feedback from industry experts like we have here today. Because students worked individually, you'll see a variety of different types of projects and presentations. And I think that's what's been unique about this cohort, just how different they are. But these specific students that are going to be presenting today are tied around a theme, and that theme is community. So, Nicole, I'm going to kick it over to you. Oh, before we do so, I'm going to give the rules of the road, so to speak. Each student's going to have around 15 minutes as a time frame to present. They'll probably use around 5 to 7 minutes of that time, and then the rest of the time will be for Matthew and Dee to give feedback. Speaking of feedback, Nicole, do you want to talk about sort of how we think about that?
Yeah, so a suggested feedback structure that we use in our program is the I like, I wish, I wonder method. So I like is a starting point for what went well or what's positive. I wish is a great place to start for what could be done differently or improved. And then the good old I'd wonder. Questions that are still unanswered, any idea, jumping off point ideas that you could, help them think about pushing the work forward.
Okay. So, without any further ado, we're going to have Arthur go first. Dee, you're going to take the lead with the feedback. That basically just means you're going to go first, and then any other time, Matthew will fill in. So, Arthur, you're up.
Awesome. Let me just share my screen. Okay, cool. And does everything look good on your guys' end?
Fantastic.
Okay, perfect. So, hey everyone, my name is Arthur and I'm a digital product designer. So, I'm fascinated by how technology shapes the way we build and maintain relationships. And that's what draws me to the social media space. So, from January to May of this year, I interned at Gift, a new platform focused on helping people connect more authentically online. So, before we dive in, I'd like to give a quick overview of what I'll be covering today. So I'll start with a brief introduction of the internship, then I'll walk through two key design problems I tackled, improving the onboarding experience and personalizing group messaging. After that, I'll wrap up with some next steps and future opportunities for Gift. So as more and more people express negative feelings towards traditional social media platforms, there's a growing demand for alternative platforms. And that's where Gift comes in. So Gift's goal is to help people highlight their most meaningful relationships by encouraging users to share their friends, moments, and interests that matter most to them. And at its core, Gift combines messaging, groups, and profiles to create a more personal space online. You can think of Gift as combining Instagram's public visibility with Discord's private group-like structure. And after learning about Gift's mission, I saw a strong alignment with my own goals, so I reached out and proposed an internship. And this allowed me to take on a product design role that aligned with both their needs and my interests. So my design work aimed to solve two core problems affecting user retention and user engagement. First, the existing onboarding flow was confusing to many new users. Many didn't know or understand Gift's purpose or unique proposition. To solve this, I redesigned the onboarding flow to better communicate the app's purpose. And the second problem was that group messaging felt impersonal. So Gift's group chats didn't give users a way to create subgroups with personal close friends. And to solve this issue, I designed a new screen that organizes subgroups and spaces, allowing users to create and personalize each one that they join. So let's start with the onboarding. So there were several key reasons why new users felt confused during their first experience with Gift. So I conducted user testing and gathered user quotes and found three key issues with the onboarding experience. So first, the app had an unclear tone and language. Second, there was a lack of user context on some screens. And third, Gift's mission was introduced too late within the flow, making its purpose unclear from the very start. And these issues shaped my redesign approach. So for example, when users were asked to choose a profile photo, many didn't know whether to present themselves seriously or playfully, and this led to some confusion on the app. So in response, I redesigned this screen to feature some clearer copy to give users more context and guidance to help them present themselves in a more authentic way. And then another issue I identified was that there was a lack of context during the onboarding. So users were shown profiles of people they didn't know. And in response to this issue, a more effective approach like Pinterest onboarding would first ask users about their goals. So I redesigned this screen to ask users what communities they are interested in instead of showing strangers and unfamiliar people. And the final issue I found was that Gift's purpose and mission appeared too late in the onboarding. It was actually the last screen in the onboarding where the purpose was introduced. So to address this, I designed and proposed 3 screens to clearly guide users on how to use the app, providing visuals as well to showcase the app's key components. So let's take a look at this final onboarding flow. So first, users see a get started call to action alongside example content from the app. Then users are guided through the 3 screens that introduce GIF's purpose and key features, which is the messaging, profiles, and discovering communities. Users then fill out essential information such as phone number, full name, birthday, and they're prompted to create a username. I added missing copy and instructions to these screens and ensured consistent left alignment and standardized button sizes. And finally, users select their interests from communities and are then offered options to connect other social accounts to find friends. So that concludes the overview of this onboarding redesign. And if you have any questions for this aspect of the project, I'll be happy to answer them at the end of the presentation. But moving on to the UI section, I'll showcase how I designed and tackled a new feature to personalize group messaging. So the original goal was to enable users to create subgroups within larger groups, a feature not yet available in GIF's interface. Currently, when users join a community group, they are just taken to a single group chat. So stakeholders asked me to visualize a flow that would allow users to create these subgroups. And to design this concept, I drew inspiration from key competitor platforms like Discord and Telegram, both offering this subgroup functionality. But while these are strong platforms for group messaging, the UI can feel too complex for some of our target users. So these insights led me to design a new flow with the new subgroup feature. So here, users first can view all their chats and conversations on a single screen. And from there, they can select a specific group to go into. So let's see the Mudwater Gather group. So when users open this Mudwater Gather group, they land on a screen with a general chat and supporting subgroups. This is the screen that I designed specifically to allow users to create the subgroups they want, like West LA Boba, yoga, or hiking to further personalize their group experience. And users can click into different chats to connect with the close friends that they are wanting to connect with. So that concludes with this section and visualization of this feature, and I'll go over some next steps. So I would love to do ongoing usability testing around core features like the group messaging and subgroup creation feature. And I would love to see the new onboarding flow implemented after refinements from the usability testing. And I would also like to dive into robust safety features that handle small and large scale group management. So beyond UX and UI work, this was a valuable opportunity to help me connect with a company that I really saw alignment with their mission in, and it allowed me to communicate its product vision and business value in a way that I hadn't before. And that concludes my presentation. So thank you for your time and attention. I'd love to hear your feedback, questions, or thoughts. And also there's 2 QR codes that will connect you to download the app, which is on the Google Play Store or Apple Store. Thank you.
All right, Arthur, round of applause. Dee, do you want to kick us off with feedback?
Yeah, I'd love to. Arthur, great job. So starting off with what I liked the presentation was so beautiful. Everything was really polished, really well put together. And then the actual design of the actual UI and everything you did. I mean, it was just phenomenal. You did a really great job presenting everything, and everything was clear to me at every step.
I think we might have lost Dee there for a second. Is that, Nicole, are you hearing that as well?
Yeah, I thought she was having a long pause and then
Okay. Matthew, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I would want to echo a lot of what Dee was saying just then about the presentation, the design itself. It's very, familiar as a design, as in it's something that feels really functional, but doesn't feel like it's trying to be super loud and in your face, especially in the onboarding process itself. I also really like how you were able to really clearly state the problem at the beginning. And what I wish is something that's already actually listed in your next steps, more user testing in between. So you did a lot of good research in the beginning and then responded to that, but kind of going back to those groups a few more times, I think could be really illuminating with little minor decisions that you make as well. And I think the big I wonder here, and this is kind of a big question for the app itself, is one problem with social media or that social media has presented is maybe unethical business models. And so what is a sustainable business model for an app like this, and how might that impact the UX UI in some kind of way comes to my mind as kind of a bigger question around how can we improve social media? That way that they make money is another avenue to look at, and the interface can play a huge role in that. But yeah, wonderful work, Arthur.
Thank you so much for the feedback.
D, you're back.
I don't know. I've never lost internet here before. So yeah, Matthew said, but I was in the middle of that. I wish that I'd seen more research, more evidence to play into your design decisions because they were really beautiful and here want to dig in more into like what your why was behind it. And then, yeah, I wonder in general, which I don't know if this presentation was going to address it, but really what does make Gift, how is that differentiated from other social media platforms, and what does make it so elevated? And you did speak to the types of, you had said something that's like to our user base, and I don't think I actually understood who we were targeting, if there was like a certain demo. But yeah, overall, it was really beautifully done. You should be really proud of this.
Thank you so much. That's really great feedback, and all things that I definitely want to make more like have an answer and like find that answer for those points. So that's great for me to like kind of have a new direction or new area to explore for like the next steps, or like to refine this project. So thank you so much.
Arthur, we have about 4 minutes left. Is there anything that you want to, you had specific questions that you'd like to ask our guests about?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so one of the things that I did want to ask, so when I'm going through the like the onboarding redesigns, so I to get um those insights, I did some like tests, usability tests, but I just wasn't sure how to really like um build that like problem or momentum. So I incorporated like a couple of quotes from the tests themselves, but I just was curious if like there was another way that I could like show this data that I gathered from the test like in a maybe much stronger way.
I think showing the feedback really helps. I would say something that could take it further is showing an image of you with a user that you're testing with. That always kind of goes a long way. Shows that you're very hands-on in it as well. Kind of just brings all that to life. So, that could help. Maybe bringing this up a couple times through the presentation so you sort of spread out the insights.
Mhm.
Would help us see that it's something that you're considering throughout.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
I would also say I'm not sure how many use it, but I would love to see like I tried this and people said this, and then I tried
Mhm.
this and they said love to see like this iterative process of maybe giving users a couple different options in those early stages of designing
Mhm.
of a possible onboarding, and then through those different options and iterations you really like narrowed it down and found like this was the solution clearly.
Yeah, yeah, that's makes a lot of sense. Um, yeah, I think moving forward too, I definitely want to refine and conduct like perhaps like A/B tests and like see like what what aspects of each flow, the original and the redesigned, works, and like how to like just create one stronger final flow. And yeah, I think that that's like a great approach. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Arthur. Next up is going to be Isabel. And Matthew, you're going to take the lead, starting the feedback for Isabel.
Hello, everyone. So, okay, let me just adjust a couple things with Zoom here. Give me just a moment. Okay. Oh, there you can see my screen.
Looks great.
Okay, awesome. So, Cultural Prose and the Unspoken Labor of Care is a project grounded in personal experience and human-centered research. The goal is to understand why caregiving resources, although widely available, are underutilized and how we can rethink design research to better reflect the emotional and logistical realities caregivers live with every day. I'm Isabel Bautista. I'm a designer, a daughter, and a caregiver. I've been a daughter for 30 years and caregiver for 26 of those years, first for my dad, now for my mom. This journey has shaped every part of who I am, how to stay calm under pressure, advocate fiercely, and juggle the constant demands of care. But it's also shown me how easy it is for caregivers to disappear behind the work they do, how their needs get lost, even in systems designed to help. But I am just one of over 37.1 million unpaid caregivers in the US. According to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, elder care providers shoulder a significant time burden that is both physically demanding and emotionally taxing. Even when support exists, caregivers often don't use it, not because they don't want help, but because the tools don't reflect their reality. So when you're constantly prioritizing someone else's well-being, even asking for help feels like just another task you just don't have the capacity for. So this led me to think about how can we design support that aligns with the emotional, mental, and logistical realities caregivers live with every day. This is where human-centered design research must step in and focus understanding the misalignment between caregivers and the supportive tools designed for them. A method that offers flexibility and emotional permission to respond on their terms without pressure and without performance. So this led me to Mia Osaki, a designer and advocate for human-centered health systems. She introduced me to the research method, cultural probes. These aren't surveys, and they're not interviews. They're self-guided, open-ended prompts people can complete on their own time, giving room for reflection and emotionally complex roles. But Mia also explained, cultural probes aren't solutions. They are methodologies for gathering insights in complex emotional spaces like caregiving. So with this in mind, I created the reflection box, a cultural probe composed of 3 simple self-guided activities, complete with all the materials needed. I met with each caregiver individually, shared the purpose of the project, and gave them the kits to complete on their own time. The activities explored what support caregivers wish for, how they speak to themselves in their role, and what they'd say to someone in a similar situation. What I received in return wasn't just data, it was deeply honest reflection. And despite different circumstances, every caregiver echoed the same emotional thread.
I wish people would look at me, greet me with a smile, not with pity in their eyes.
People tell me to take care of myself. They send me links and brochures. What am I supposed to do with that? Between the breakdowns? Between holding it all together?
Sometimes I feel like I don't exist. Waking up to think about someone else's meds and going to bed worried about their safety. It's filled with appointments, calls, mood management, and my own guilt.
Take it day by day. Remember to breathe. You are loved and you matter too.
quiet strength, exhaustion, guilt, love, all tied together by a deep desire to be seen. These are not merely expressions of pain, they are quiet acts of generosity aimed at helping someone else feel less alone. These words reveal a longing to be recognized, not just as caregivers, but as individuals who need care themselves. They illustrate what it means to carry the emotional weight of another person's life while silently setting aside your own needs. And this is why cultural probes matter, because caregiving isn't a checklist, it's a relationship that's shaped by love, responsibility, and sacrifice. Traditional research often misses that emotional depth. Probes slow things down and create space for the unsaid. They give caregivers agency to share on their own terms. And the reflection box is a reminder how we listen matters. Caregivers aren't often given the time or permission to express what they carry, and support systems that don't reflect that reality will always fall short. And that's the real problem that this method revealed. Every caregiving journey is different, and our research methods and the systems that we design should reflect that. Cultural probes is a valuable research method that can be utilized in redesigning systems that caregivers need to navigate every day. And it can be adapted for all caregiving contexts, from caring for aging parents to partners with chronic illness or people navigating grief and disability. Cultural probes can't fix broken systems, but they reveal the cracks that we keep overlooking. They help us pause, help us listen. And in those cracks, we begin to see what care could truly look like. Empathy alone is not enough. We need frameworks that create space for emotional truth before we ever design a solution. This is the kind of work I want to continue, bridging research, systems, and lived experiences in ways that truly reflect the people we serve. So I'd like to invite researchers, designers, and care-focused teams to listen differently. Let's stop asking caregivers to adapt to the system and let us start building systems that adapt to them. Because at the end of the day, there is no one size fits all. Thank you for listening, and let's continue creating systems that reflect the people they're meant to support and make space for what often goes unspoken.
All right, Isabel, really well done. Matthew, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, that was fantastic, Isabel. I will first of all really like the personal connection that you bring to this. I think that that really shows in kind of the execution of the project that this is something personal to you that you really, connect with and care about. But you also integrated other data and made it about the whole community of caregivers. So you were able to kind of get us into this by talking about your personal experience, but you're clearly not limiting yourself to your personal experience, which I think is a really, really good way to go. A little thing, hearing the voices directly in your presentation, I thought that was great. Gotta say, like 99% of presentations don't do that. And it really makes it so much more personal and makes us, really want to listen and care for those voices. Um, I think on the I wish side, you know, being able to compare this, let's say almost like a competitive chart style, to other research methods on one slide. So I almost wish I could see this is cultural probes versus stakeholder interviews versus focus groups versus like other methods that maybe somebody new to this space might kind of compare it to, surveys, right? You could kind of distill how this really stands out from those. So I think that would be on the I wish side of something in the presentation that I think could really add something here. And then what I wonder is going to be kind of an ongoing thing for cultural probes in general is what is the right feedback mechanism for the user and what's the right kind of cadence with staying engaged with them. It could be a one and done, but it could be that this becomes a tool to start a relationship that's ongoing as well. And so I wonder, how that could be integrated in some kind of way. But yeah, really, really great work. Love seeing it.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to chime in. Hopefully my internet stays stable. Um, yeah, wonderful presentation. I really like how you included your personal background. It was very personal, and so it's hard not to get super emotional. Um, you identified the storytelling you did, showing your research methods, and then, the results of them. The audio clips were, I mean, perfect. I wish I knew what your next step would be, like, tangibly. Just because I'm curious, do we want to first see how this method can then help friends and family be a better support to those supporters? Do we tackle like government sites and how people navigate it? There's so many different ways that we can use this research to fix these systems that you're talking about. And I wish I just got a little bit more inside of your brain about what you thought maybe like next steps could be after we start implementing these. And then, yeah, I do wonder where to go as far as like how you get people to invest in this as a solution. I think we deal with a lot, at the research in, rebuild government site or all these systems that are support these people. They're using some research. And so what is it to get someone to buy into this and get, what the potential results could be by using this alternative method? Because yeah, I think this is just, I was blown away by this and I'm really excited by it. And it feels like the first of many steps. I can't wait to see how you hopefully can continue this yourself or with any future companies that you're with.
Yeah, thank you so much. If I could answer that question of like next steps in terms of that, that is such a big loaded question that I myself am still pondering, to be honest. Because yeah, this of course is like a space that I've been in my whole life. And so like I've always felt this need to want to create that bridge between gaps where it's like underrepresented communities, like whether it's in my own community or anyone else who needs advocating for. And so I think like there's so many avenues. And so like that, I think it's like more of like let's discover all of them. Like, and so yeah.
Isabel, we have a few minutes. Is there anything specifically that we've got these great industry guests that you wanted to follow up with specifically, to see if anything, just you were curious about or thought
Yeah.
resonated or questioned.
So actually it's something that Matthew you brought up was about like kind of doing that like competitive analysis almost. And so that I I had to cut it out of my presentation just because I think it started to shift over to more of like why use this one as opposed to like showing how it can be used because I think because it was actually my first time learning about cultural probes too. And so I think this area was so subjective and I can be a very objective person, but like subjectivity is just so difficult to very much, you know, add data or, numbers to. And so I think it's like it felt more like I wanted to bring to light as to the area of caregiving and wondering, and then my question more so is wondering how to kind of add that subjectivity in a space that is, you analyze the data essentially, like the hard data.
Yeah, I think it's really by proposing, this as one of a few different tools that you use to really listen to people. So you deploy the cultural probes, you do some one-on-one interviews, you do some workshops, and you got a whole really well-rounded picture of it. I wouldn't typically put all my eggs in one basket with any one method. I think it's really good to listen in a few ways, but once you do that, you would actually right away see the differences in input that you're getting. Like for example, I imagine this would be much more kind of intimate and personal than a focus group, right? Where they're surrounded by other people and that maybe leads to better insight or more honest answers and responses. And if you can kind of claim that, then the subjectivity of it doesn't really matter because you learned something concrete from it. But yeah, I would use it as kind of part of a suite of tools. And I could see you from here being the cultural probes person or like the person that uses these types of tools in different industries, or you could really lean into the caregiving space and this is like your first project in that space and you're going to do all kinds of other things in the future. You've got a couple of really interesting paths in front of you here.
Oh, for sure. Thank you so much, Matthew.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Isabel. So we are going, last but not least, and again, something I've been saying this that I really love about this particular cohort is the range of projects. Um, so from social media to cultural probes, Danny, you're going to take us in another interesting direction around this theme of community.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm going to share my screen. All righty. So welcome and hi to everyone watching on YouTube. Today, I'll be sharing with you my senior thesis titled At the Table, Building Community Through Intentional Conversations at the Dinner Table. I'm Danny Torgeson, an interaction designer with a passion for human-centered design, storytelling, art, and community engagement. I'll share a little bit about the why behind my project, the obstacles I see, the problem that I'm trying to solve, some research insights, my proposal, and then some future possibilities. I want to invite you into the experience. Think back. What is the most meaningful conversation you've had over a meal? And what made it stick with you? Feel free to share in the chat. This is the kind of connection At the Table is designed to spark. Let's dive into the why behind my project. Growing up in Colombia, the dinner table was a cornerstone for my family. I spent almost every weekend at my grandparents' house sharing meals and talking about current events, religion, politics, community, you name it. The conversations shared during those meals were foundational for who I am as a person, and they have translated into a passion for hosting and connecting people here in LA. For those who might not have had this experience growing up, it's never too late to create moments of intentional connection, and my project aims to aid in opening that space. So what is getting in the way of finding and building those connections? According to a poll by the American Psychiatric Association, 1 in 3 Americans feels lonely every week. Some experts go as far as calling loneliness a public health epidemic. In the same article, Sol Levin, the CEO of APA, says that in this tech-heavy world, we should not forget the value of in-person interaction. Through my research, I looked at a variety of media, from books to articles and social projects, all centered around community building because humans are wired for connection. Here are some key takeaways. Strangers become less intimidating and more human once a connection is made. Other projects frame the table as a platform for equity and presence, where everyone's story matters. And lastly, receiving a menu of conversation with questions instead of food encourages dialogue between strangers, bypassing small talk and diving into meaningful topics. So here's what I'm proposing to counter the loneliness epidemic. At the Table is a participatory design project that features a series of handmade ceramic tableware with prompts aimed to deepen connection through intentional conversations around a shared meal. Tableware is an essential part of any meal, By using the pieces as conversation prompts, we're bringing the attention back to the here and now, helping guests to stay engaged with one another. The conversation prompts were initially grounded in psychological research, focused on questions that encourage openness and meaningful dialogue. To complement this, I reached out to my Instagram community, asking them to share their favorite dinner conversation starters. The responses added a rich, real-world dimension to the prompts, ensuring they resonate with a broader audience. Priya Parker, author of The Art of Gathering, shares that the ideal dinner party size for connected conversations is between 4 to 6 people. It's intimate enough that everyone has space to participate. I hosted an intimate dinner party with 4 guests where I provided each guest with a cup accompanied by a conversation menu card, signaling to the guests what portion of the meal they would be leading. This resulted in intentional dialogue and a deeper sense of connection among guests after the dinner ended. Each cup will include a host guide for how to curate the dinner experience. Hosts will have the opportunity to choose between providing guests with a preset conversation menu or center the dinner around one prompt. And guests are encouraged to share openly and honestly. So how can this experience live beyond the ceramic pieces? Taking inspiration from Pia Parker's Instagram and newsletter for The Art of Gathering, as well as Community Project and The Table, I'm launching an Instagram account to feature product process, prompts, document dinner party responses, and invite people to bring at the table into their own lives. This extends the conversation beyond the physical space, creating a digital archive of community reflection. So here's a little bit more of what I envision the future of At the Table could be. I could host community events as a form of intimate dinner parties with curated conversation prompts, as well as creating a website to accompany the Instagram page to share resources on how to host a dinner party and a place to shop the conversation ceramic pieces. When I shared this project on Instagram, I received incredible feedback and interest from people wanting to buy these pieces and recreate this experience for themselves. So I like to expand the ceramic collection and maybe explore mold making. Thank you for being at the table. I would love to hear your thoughts and feedback.
All right, big round of applause for Danny. D, you are the first at the table. Sorry, I was trying to think of something, but it's such an invitation.
Uh, well, I really like the concept. I think this is really well done. I loved the presentation. I loved like the different not just the dinner parties, but I love the ceramic element. Like I like the different elements of the concept. I really thought that came together. I wish one thing on the presentation note, I wish some of the type was a little bit more legible. I had a hard time scanning the bold all caps. I got through it, but that was one of my I wishes. And then again, I wish I had seen a little bit more about like what your research process was. I know you had hosted that one dinner party. I'd love to have seen like after a couple of these, I learned this and then decided to do this differently the next time. I really love seeing an iterative design and research process. And then, yeah, I just wonder how this will all come together, how you're going to monetize it. It's hard for me to not think about that. I own a third space. I host a lot of things, and monetizing this is going to be expensive. So I would love to. I don't know if that's part of this, but kind of understanding more of like how you turn this into a business, how you create brand partnerships, how you collaborate with maybe different chefs, how you go about getting people to come if you're only doing 4 to 6 people at a time at the frequency at which you're doing. I would have loved to seen like more about the logistical side to it, because like the creative side to it is obviously really beautiful. And I do think the community gathering element of it and helping cure loneliness and all that connection is really real. And then I really do think the ceramic side of it is really unique. It's a great differentiator and can be expanded in a lot of ways. I would imagine maybe that is probably one of the vehicles that you'll want to use to make the money to maybe support the other side of it, because the margins are better. Anyway, but great job. Love it. Can't wait to host one of these.
I really like this project a lot. I think just the way that you executed it is surprising, right? Like it's not kind of a typical card game or anything like that, which you really see a lot of in this space of convenings and getting people comfortable, chatting, right? All of that. Um, and I think to Dee's point, I do wish we could see a little more of your process. I think that would be interesting to see how this impacts the conversation once you've done it a couple times. One thing that I think that you could consider as you're moving this forward is the collectible kind of angle of this. There's a real big space of blind boxes where it's you get one of several things that are inside. I could see these being sold in that way where you actually don't know what prompt you're going to get when you buy this, and there could be kind of a surprise element to it, which feels like it makes sense with this kind of like the purpose of the project as well. Um, and I do wish you'd think about, you know, what is that one thing that makes it so that it must be on a cup? Like this would only work on a cup because of X, Y, right? And something you could consider is there's one prompt on the outside, there's one on the inside. And so you have your first conversation starter, you finish your drink, and then you see the other prompt that could maybe be your second conversation starter. That's something that you could only do with a cup that's full of liquid, right? So sort of seeing how you could take more advantage of what a cup affords you, I think could be a really good next step as well. But yeah, aside from that, I wonder all the directions this could go in. I think that there's so much that you could do with this, but really love the idea of bringing conversation in this kind of very tangible way. So nice work.
Thank you.
Danny, we have around 5 minutes if there's any sort of things that have been sort of kicking around in your mind around this project or next steps, etc.
Yeah, I think a lot. Thank you for your feedback, by the way. I've really loved sharing this project. It's been a passion project of mine this whole semester, and it's been really exciting to share it out with other people and hear the response. From your feedback and regarding next steps on how to like monetize, I did kind of like consider a model where different people can host dinner parties, and there could be like a ticket kind of situation where a host will say, hey, this is the theme that we're going to be discussing, and you can kind of like reserve your spot to be a part of that dinner table. That's like something that maybe I'm like thinking that could be like a model that could work for the community dinners. I love the idea of having a surprise box and people not really knowing what prompt they're going to get. I think that just adds an additional element of like excitement and kind of like mystery. Um, Coming from, I know that, Dee, you are a CEO as well as Matt. You guys have both like founded your own companies. So like, how did you take that step from having your initial concept and then kind of like turning it into like an actual business?
I mean, I'll chime in just because mine is I've experienced kind of in the similar space of where it's like physical people in a place, lots of overhead. Yeah, you just do it. Like you sort of like for us, it was like finding a location to open, and like once you found it, I was like, oh well, we can't let this go, and you'll just do it. But I mean, I was dreaming about it for like 5 years, and we sort of just like waiting for everything to be right. I think obviously like making sure that you have the funds needed for whatever overhead it is, whether it's runway to pay yourself and pay other people. But I mean, really you're never going to be like ready. So you just want to go for it. And I do think just like making sure that you are financially ready for that and have uh, planned for that, I think is like the number one thing. And, building in public is a really great way to get, people aware of what you're doing. And so I think you're sort of already on to that. Like, you don't have to launch something officially to start sharing it with people and to start, prototyping and sharing. And, the more you can do that, you'll back and be like, oh, I guess this is a thing now, and it will be.
Yeah, I would say you could see this in a few ways where one is that you're in the cup business, one is that you're in the convening business, and then one is that you're in the prompt business. And you could kind of pick one of those and go all in with that being like your North Star. So if you're in the prompt business, that means you're going to do these cups for a while, but you're probably going to do some plates at some point. You're probably going to, expand to other products. If you're in the cup business, you will always make cups. But you'll get really creative with the way that you go about that, like how the prompts show up. Maybe with hot water they show up, I mean, who knows, right? And if you're in the convening business, then you're really thinking about getting butts in seats and getting people to show up to places. And you could do your prompts in your cups will attract them, but it won't be the only kind of centerpiece as well. So, I think to Dee's point, if basically you've just got to do it. I think a real good indicator of success is your willingness to jump in and do it, because you have to believe in it yourself first before anybody else. And if you're willing to do that, it's probably a good idea. And I would kind of trust yourself on it. What's the worst that could happen? You end up making a bunch more really cool projects under this kind of name of At the Table, and you move on and do something else, right? So I would give it a go, see what happens.
Awesome. Thanks so much for your feedback.
Well, we heard it here first, folks. Um, if the business does kick off. To get our guests out of here and to end this session, a question we've been asking is, as there's our seniors who are going to be graduating next week, start to make that transition from academia to working. Is there what's one bit of advice that you might recommend as they start to make that transition?
Man, I could throw one out there. I think one thing is you've been the student and you're about to go out into the world where people ask you to do design work for them that do not know how to do it. And so you're kind of going to be the teacher. So I would start to have that kind of mindset of how can you get really confident breaking down your process like you guys did in these presentations, and being willing to be kind of that teacher of design at this point and start to get this out there and share it with more people. I also think setting realistic goals for yourself, in my mind, and I've seen people say this, that if you make 80% of the goals you set, then you probably set the right goals. If you make 100% of them, then you were probably too easy on yourself. So, just set some realistic goals and keep your mind on that. That's harder to do outside of school because you don't have those deadlines of assignments and that kind of mentorship sometimes. So that's something that I think is good for you to think of for yourself as well.
I mean, I would definitely say very scary going being a student to like going out and getting a job and trying to figure out, like what's going to support you in long term. And I would say just don't compromise like what lights you up and what excites you. I think oftentimes like, don't make decisions out of fear. Like there are, don't listen to like job statistics, or just don't listen to that. Just be like, okay, I want to be doing this in this industry. This is what lights me up. The more you're following that compass, the more everything's going to come to you without getting like too into manifestation woo-woo stuff. Like you have to be guided by what excites you. What are you good at? What are you excited to wake up and work on? What's your team going to be like? Get really specific about like what you want to do, and don't settle for something less because maybe something's more convenient, or maybe something is easier, pays you more, that sort of thing, because that's ultimately not going to give you what you want in the end. So just like really focus on what excites you, and just like do not compromise. And to that point, be really clear about it too. I don't know if you guys did the Designing Your Life book in this, but find that flow state and surround yourself by people who are aligned like that. Yeah, just don't sell yourself out to anybody. It's not worth it ever.
That is some great advice. And to wrap things up, what's great about having industry experts like Matthew and Dee, they are part of your network now. And so feel free to lean on these folks because they've come before and they're great. So I do want to start by thanking, I'm going to want to thank, just as we wrap things up, to thank three groups of people. And the first is, of course, a big thank you to our industry guests today. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to share your expertise with these students. A big round of applause. I also want to thank the students. You guys did a fantastic job. Three really unique and fun projects. You guys all worked so hard on this. So congratulations on making it through. You did it great. And we've asked you to do this virtual presentation, and now you get to do a physical presentation. So working those different sides of the design mind. And for the third group I want to thank are the people that are out there. Danny called them out, but those on YouTube that may be watching, but specifically those who have supported these students through this journey. Designing stuff never is done completely alone. And I know in the past 2 years, there's been a lot of really wonderful support. So thank you for supporting these wonderful students as they've gone through the project. We are going to take a break. Our data viz starts in 4 quick minutes. It doesn't end. But thank you so much for our community group and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Hey there.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good, good. We're gonna admit the guests here in a second. You guys are gonna do great.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Nicole.
Hey! Hi, Rana. Hi, Olivia.
Long time no see.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, totally.
Yes. Hi, Allison.
Hi, everyone. Nicole, what do you think? Do you want to jump in? Should we start?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, so we are going to get started. So there's a few folks that are watching this on YouTube, so I just wanted to take the time to welcome them and give a little context about today's session. So welcome to the 2025 IXD Virtual Grad Show. My name is Luke Johnson, and the projects you'll see today are part of the Senior Studio class. Before we get started, I wanted to welcome IXD Program Lead Nicole Chan, who will talk about the IXD program and welcome our guests.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Nicole Chan, and as Luke mentioned, I'm the IXD program lead. The SMC IxD program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's program at a community college in the United States. And for those watching on YouTube, the IXD program welcomed its first cohort of students back in the fall of 2016, one of just 15 bachelor's programs launched at California community colleges. This spring, the SMC IxD program welcomed its 10th cohort, a big milestone for us. And next Tuesday, 18 more IXD students will graduate. That'll bring our total number of graduates to 158. So I'm excited to introduce our special guest today. These are the industry experts who are here with us today to provide feedback and insights. So I don't know, Olivia, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. So lovely to be here. It's been fun to kind of watch this program as it's evolved over the years. Nicole and I met, now like a decade ago, perhaps.
It was a minute ago.
It was a minute ago.
Yeah.
I spent a while at the Stanford Design School, working at the intersection of teaching culture, but also kind of like big philanthropy and strategic planning. And then I was at IDEO for many, many years. I helped kind of grow and birth the online education business there, IDOU. Did a lot of kind of like community design and development, teaching team and design development, as well as kind of like course and content work. I moved over to the Play Lab, which is a small consulting group at IDEO that looks at play as a mechanism for kind of behavior change in bigger systems, and as a problem-solving lever. And then I left a few years ago. I started my own studio, really focused on experience design. So I do a lot of teaching, course retreat offering, as well as helping kind of like both arts and culture nonprofits, but also big orgs like bring experience design as a capacity. And then my wife and I are also in the process of building a new company, providing kind of end of life planning and post-death crisis care support resources for folks and bringing a kind of like project management lens and an experience design lens to a space that we will all engage, but is terribly designed as it is.
Awesome. Thank you. Rana, do you want to say hello?
Yes, briefly. It's nice to see you, Nicole. Where me and Nicole met is we were teaching educators how to redesign the classroom learning experiences. So you can still look up the site. It's called Class Lab. And I thought for all the instruction design in the world, teachers didn't have a chance to get together and redesign how project-based classrooms are taught. That's how we met. My background is a little bit weird. I'm an engineer by training. I've been a geek for a bunch of years and I turned designer somewhere in the middle. Next time I promise I'll go to college and do it. It's hard to do it by myself. But I've designed spaces, experiences, and apps. So my day job, I design learning experiences. So this thing called SAP for engineering. as a part of that, also, we got to design a bunch of apps. The most notable one was for Coldplay. And they wanted somebody to design the world tour app, and lo and behold, I got pointed to. So this kind of stuff you can't make happen. But it's been useful to go across disciplines to understand that fundamentally the process for design is robust enough to handle almost any medium. And so that's what I bring to my understanding. And it's nice to be here and kind of see you guys talk through your presentations. I look forward to it.
And Rob, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Rob. I'm based in Oakland. I actually started my career as a first grade teacher and spent a long time in the education space and loved the idea of like how do you make change in this very proximate bubble with 25 students and their families. But then as I kind of zoomed out to working with teachers, to doing education advocacy, to running nonprofits, I got really stuck on this question of like, how do you help people reimagine systems that are very entrenched in their own psyche? And so education being one of them, but many institutions that we kind of take for granted. And so now I run a design studio called Lemon Battery that does that. We help social impact places kind of launch their ideas into the world and help them conceive of them, imagine them, prototype them, put them out. And so that's a lot of education, but some philanthropy, some social enterprise stuff. And so, yeah, I think a lot of the things, the intersection again of social good, strategy, and design. So very excited to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Great. So we're gonna dive in a little bit more context. So each spring, graduating seniors work on an individual design project for 16 weeks. So 16 weeks, actually not too long. So you're seeing some really quick, thoughtful, and deep work, but in a short time span. The IXD virtual grad show, what we're doing right now, is an opportunity for students to share their progress with the community and receive feedback from industry guests like we have here today. Because students have worked individually, got that out right, you'll see a variety of different types of projects and presentations. And this cohort has been really wonderful. And so you're going to see a wide range of stuff today. A little bit about the rules of the road for today. So each student's going to have 15 minutes. So it's going to go by pretty quick. Their presentations are around 5 to 7 minutes long max. The rest of the time will be for feedback. Since we have 3 amazing reviewers today, we're going to keep a little bit of an order here. So Allison's going to go first. Olivia, you're going to take the lead. So you're going to be the first to go up, then Rob, then Rana. If we have time, we'll get to Rob and Rana. We usually have been getting through most folks, but if we don't get to it, we're just trying to keep things moving along. Speaking of feedback, Nicole, do you want to give a little context about how we like to give feedback?
Yes, so we practice in our program the I like, I wish, I wonder method. So I like is a starting point for what went well or what was positive. I wish is a good starting point for what could be done differently or improved. And then I wonder is great for any questions that are still unanswered or even like jumping point off ideas. So yeah.
All right, without further ado, Allison.
Thank you. All right, everybody. This is my presentation. Can you guys hear me okay?
Looks great.
Awesome. So my thesis project is called Renewo, the Air Quality Companion. Why did I choose this project? In 2025, there was the LA County fires, which I realized that scientists told the people that it will harm for up to 2 years from the toxic fumes that came from the debris that was burned. And on top of that, I also have family members who have issues with respiration. So this all added up to me becoming passionate about this topic. So 46% of Americans, which is 156 million people, live with unhealthy levels of air, which is it means that it's a very general problem that affects the whole country. And the current designs are like the AWAR, the IQAir, and the HUHO. They lack emotional connection, user empowerment, and accessibility. So imagine having a companion that helps you understand the air you breathe. Not just your numbers, but your personalized insights. our design, we combine AQI information with clear and friendly actionable systems that anybody can understand. And we create a new one, introducing the AI-powered air quality companion designed to make the invisible world of air pollution visible and understandable. I have a vision video right here. If there's any issues with the audio, please let me know.
Air is the light of most life on Earth, yet even this vital light can be momentarily overshadowed. The night's darkest hour is just before the break of dawn. Introducing Nubo, a new dawn in understanding the air we breathe. What if the air could communicate with you, not just in numbers, but in actionable insights tailored to you? Meet Nubo, your personal air quality companion. We spend up to 90% of our lives indoors, yet indoor air is often more polluted than what's outside. That's why Nubo is built to adapt, not just to your home, but to every space you move through, your office, your commute, your everyday path. When it senses elevated allergens outdoors, Nubo acts proactively by activating its built-in air purifier and prompting you to take action, like closing your windows. In shared workspaces, Nubo detects invisible pollutants, such as volatile organic compounds emitted by office printers. While shopping or renovating, Nubo helps you make healthier choices, guiding you toward low VOC furnishings and safer cleaning products that support a cleaner home. Seamlessly integrating with smart home devices like thermostats, humidifiers, and IoT planters, Nubo maintains optimal indoor air conditions. Using AI-powered gesture tracking, facial recognition, and voice detection, Nubo learns from your unique reactions to airborne irritants like VOCs and pollen, and adjusts its automations and advice accordingly. Through Nubo's intuitive mobile app, you can explore your air quality history and personal health insights in seconds. Even in slumber, Nubo remains vigilant. In sleep mode, it quietly regulates your environment in the background, so you can rest undisturbed. Tailored to your preferences, Nubo uses multimodal communication to fit your life. With gentle audio cues in chirp mode, quiet visual and haptic signals in silent mode, or spoken guidance in talk mode, Nubo displays real-time air quality index levels through color-coded lighting and matching facial expressions, providing clear environmental feedback at a glance. Nubo, designed to make the invisible visible. Nubo.
So that was Nuvo. As you can see, it takes an approach that's more multimodal, and also it makes it more friendly and humanized to interact with, which is things we found out from the user testing. 32% of the users engage more with a device when the air quality readings were poor. 59% of the participants found color-coded indicators more intuitive than numerical data. And 80% asked, what should I do with all this information? And we try to address all these issues with the resolution. As for the next steps, we'd love to implement the software and create a Figma prototype that will be able to help use in your phone and connect it to your Nuvo, and also conduct more research on the hardware that it will require to make the physical prototype. And that's Nuvo, making the invisible visible. Thank you so much.
All right, Olivia, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. As someone living in Central Oregon that has terrible wildfire smoke in the summer, I love that you are working on this. I think one thing that I really loved was I was really surprised by the information and the storytelling around air quality inside. Like it's not, I think about it only as pollutants that are coming in from like external wildfire and car pollution. And I think it was a real like, oh, paradigm shift understanding moment that was kind of cool to see played out. That I think offered a lot of surprise. I think the like humanizing of data and like what does it mean for me and what do I do is such a gap that you've identified that like I certainly so feel exists in terms of like either the data doesn't exist or we're presented it with data without any real, thing to do about it or understanding of how it can impact us. Um, I think some kind of like I'm combining some like wishes and wonders here, some curiosities. Um, One thing I'd be curious about is like how to think about and play with time. Um, I think about as presented, it's a quite reactive, like in the moment, things are bad. What do you do? And for me, I know like I want to understand like, well, my plan is to go hiking in this place today. Is that a good idea? What precautions should I take? Like, so that I'm not getting myself into situations that I'm not that are not good for me. How do you integrate kind of like a longer view of time? Are you trip planning? How should that affect your itinerary? Like, are there different ways to kind of play with scales there? Um, I'm also curious about like the opportunities for offering and integrating with like local news and emergency services data and info. Like one problem we have in Oregon is it's really hard to get local news around like what is this smoke coming from? Is something new on fire? Where is that fire? Like how do you integrate with the kind of like not just my personal behavior, but the kind of like contextual information that might be helpful to kind of like give people a sense of kind of like security and safety and orientation to that information. Um, and um, the other, yeah, the only other piece I'd be like, ooh, I was just, and I know we only have 5 minutes. I'm like, I'm curious about how you kind of like moved quite quickly through the like current designs and what they lack. Like, I think I'm curious more about the story there too, of like, how do you integrate the existing systems that like Purple Air has amazing sensors. Like, how are you pulling that data and building upon it rather than needing to build something new and entire? Like, how do you leverage the kind of like infrastructure that exists? And I will popcorn to the next friend.
Yes, Rob, you'll go, and then Rana.
Thank you. That's so also as a California resident, that really, really resonates as like a need statement. And I think especially tying this narrative into what we're seeing with climate change, where this is going to become an increasingly like more resonant need for people. I think it's really powerful. A couple things that I really like I may echo what Olivia said in terms of I just was learning new things about like the walk through the store and being like you can buy different fabrics that have different or like the printer offputs. It did both stoke my anxiety about the number of things I don't know about that are influencing my air quality, but I can see all the opportunity in that, right? Like I can see the space of building your awareness of those things can actually help you make different choices. And so both literally as a offering and as a storytelling device. I thought that was really compelling. Two other small things I might throw in the mix. I was thinking about the fact that in that same visual of like walking through a store and it turning yellow near certain kind of fabrics, it occurred to me that I almost exclusively buy online. Like I'll never have the experience of it doing that, but it did make me think there's a cool opportunity to think about like integration of this into your digital world. And as you're making some of those choices, what it can help you sort through that set of information differently. And so that was one thought. Um, and then I will say that 80% said, "What do I do with this information?" really resonates. I'm wearing an Aura ring, which is like this for, your internal health stuff. And people always stop me and ask me, they're like, "Do you like it?" And I'm like, "Sure." And like, "Does it change your behavior?" And I'm like, "No." Like it tells me I'm tired when I'm tired. And I think to me that is like one, people do like information. So whether or not they do something with it, I do think people have a like aptitude for that. And I think solving that's going to be really important, which is to say, the LA is a good example of like this announcement came out where people are like, it might take 2 years for this to silently kill you all in these places. And then to have a sensor that just like reminds you of that constantly is stressful. Like it's a stressful experience unless you can also reclaim agency in that. And so, yeah, really figuring out how those like bite-sized actionable things that really move the needle, and that can like celebrate that for people and help them see how those choices are adding up to different health, I think is going to be a real part of the feedback loop. I'll stop.
Thank you.
Rana.
Okay, I'll keep it short. I liked having a personal reason to do it. I think that gives you a lot more access and empathy. I've been through a recent experience with VOC, so I think it's powerful. It'll keep you motivated. So I would pick problems that have that kind of a texture to it. I like the fact that you started with data and kind of enlightened the audience. I didn't realize 46% of America live with unhealthy hair. Like, oh my God, really? Oh shit. So I think that's a good way to shift frame into what you want to tell. I also like the quality of storytelling. I think having AI-based tools is incredible to finally paint a visual picture and let people enter your world. And I thought that part was well done. what I wish was done differently was that I didn't get a sense of the actual device. Like, is it like a Nest device? Is it like a thing that's on your bag? It's a squishy ball. What's inside of it? What does it do? So I wish there was a more direct comparison to the products. You showed a brief product demo, but what are you differentiating from? And what's missing there? Do you need a completely new form factor? Is there a reason that those things look a little boxy and clip on? Because probably somebody who's in the maintenance or contracting business needs it. And I wonder how different is this from an Alexa or a Nest or something that already has intelligence, and what's the truly differentiating part here? Is it the product? Is it the experience? Is it the friendliness of it? What makes it tick really? I couldn't get a sense of that. But overall, I thought it made me interested enough to say, oh, maybe I should find out more about the data. How poisoned are we all? So overall, well done, I thought. Okay, done.
I think we have a few more minutes. Yeah, can I add in
Yes,
one?
absolutely. Yep.
Hearing that made me just think of what other spark for me, which was that when I listened to the pitch, this is probably saying as much about me as it is about the pitch. But I was like, oh, how can this help me make better choices to like duck and
Right.
weave bad air in my life? Which is true. And also, air is such a collective thing, right? It is a thing we share. It is a thing that we all contribute to. Your bad printer is ruining it for me in the office. And so I do wonder how to like weave in. I just was at the airport last night, and those like water bottle things count like you have saved this many things, da, 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 da. And I wonder how much to tap into people's sense of not just like how I can make different choices, but how I can contribute to LA's air being like healthier based on some behaviors I do. And I wonder if there's some kind of gamification of that where I feel like I'm not only making choices that are good for me, but actually making choices that are good for us. I can feel part of
Yeah.
a collective in that. And so that might be an angle to it didn't occur to me as I was listening to it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'd actually be probably more motivated by that than the micro task that I can do."
Totally. And I mean, building on that too, like I think a little bit of a like watch out is like we still have like the embodied trauma of like the 6 foot bubble from COVID of like what does it mean to be like safe in and around other people, and how does this build better collective community-based behaviors and support, and not create a mindset that is like, I can stay within my 6 feet of safety because I have a self air purifier. Do not get in my bubble and like do not come near me. And so like how do you, yeah, what is the kind of like relationality piece that kind of like helps us like reweave our like ways of being with one another well?
That is some great feedback. So thank you, all of you for that. Allison, you have 1 minute. Anything that you wanted to follow up with? I know you're going to be able to probably connect with these folks afterwards because they're part of our network now. But anything you wanted to ask specifically?
I really appreciate all the feedback. It was really insightful. I hope that you guys can come see it real life at the grad show, because it will be displayed more to help like how it works visually, right? But yeah, I do appreciate all the feedback. It was really good. Thank you.
All right. Big round of applause for Allison. Thank you. So it was really great hearing about all of your backgrounds, Rob in particular, as your a first grade teacher. And I think that's a great transition to Eric's project, who will be presenting next.
All right, that is a great transition. Perfect. All righty. All right. We go. Let's make sure we're good. Perfect.
And
Okay.
Rob, you're going to be taking the lead on this one. Rana will go second, and then Olivia third. So we'll keep the order cycling through.
All right. So, hello, everybody. My name is Eric Olivares, and I'm excited to share something that I've been working on. It's pretty close to my heart. It's a project called QuickLearn. So, QuickLearn is a web-based, fun, interactive learning assessment tool to help students understand how they learn best. See, through short, fun games, they reveal their preferred learning methods, which is something that I would have appreciated in my earlier education, simply because my experience with learning was kind of a struggle. See, first grade me, he wasn't very happy. Growing up, I often felt out of sync with how school was taught. The curriculum was generalized, and everybody expected to learn the same way at the same pace. Though I always felt I could learn a better way, I just didn't know how. See, I believe I needed something more visual, more interactive, more hands on. And well, I wasn't alone. So many students miss out not because they lack the potential, but because their learning style isn't acknowledged or supported. Well, to help, let's see what I did. See, the whole mission I wanted to complete and solve was to help these elementary students discover their preferred learning style through a fun interactive learning assessment tool, giving them the most out of their education. And this is a couple of ways Quick Learn can help. But to understand, let's take a look at some of my goals. Well, the goals for my project are quite simple. It's to give students an engaging experience to discover their preferred learning method, to help these elementary students and those supporting them make better choices based on how they learn best, and to overall provide a simpler solution to uncover student learning strengths. Here's a little bit how it works. You enter a class code provided by a teacher, which then they will choose a method. Through interactive mini games, students will naturally reveal their learning preferences while playing. No long surveys, no pressure, just short fun activities designed to measure how students absorb and interact with the information best. You'll be introduced to 4 learning types: visual explorers, sound thinkers, action heroes, and word wizards. Each type includes short themed games designed to measure how you process and retain information. And because each learning style is different, the games in Quick Learn are stylized for each learning type. Word crafters might get to build a creative story, fill in the blanks, tell a joke, or even write a haiku. Physical doers might be asked to solve a hands-on challenge, and visual explorers may navigate diagrams or puzzles, like Simon or memorization. See, each activity offers a unique experience, and in the end, you receive a breakdown of your learning profile with insights into your strongest modes of learning. Though something we must all understand in order to fully appreciate Quick Learn is that learning isn't a one-size-fits-all. See, when I think back to a classroom of 25 students, I remember how some kids seemed to get it straight away, especially when things were more visual or told as a story. But for me, it wasn't. It wasn't always that simple. I needed to move, to touch, to interact, to really understand. It made me feel out of place sometimes, like the way I was learning wasn't built into the system. But the truth is, we all learn differently, and education should reflect that. Yet the issue is that it doesn't. It keeps us guessing, asking for clarifications, and feeling some concerns like, what could actually help me understand this? Why isn't there a tool that fits how I learn? And where can I see what I'm actually good at? What's exactly what inspired me to build Quick Learn, to help fill that gap, and to make learning a little more personal? You may be asking yourself, well, why does this matter? Well, this matters because personalized learning works, and I wish I had access to something like this when I was younger. Collected data shows that students with customized learning paths score 6% higher across subjects. Personalization or personalized learning strategies lead to an increase in student engagement up to 33% in most subjects. And students are 67% less likely to fail when learning is aligned with their strengths. See, Quick Learn is built to help students tap into that potential. Though, to make Quick Learn feel comfortable and engaging, I took inspiration from platforms like Kahoot, game-based tools we already know and enjoy. Like Kahoot, Quick Learn offers short, engaging activities that collect meaningful insights, immediate results and feedback, and a clean, user-friendly interface designed for ease of use. But beyond just simple results, Quick Learn provides an in-depth look at what learning styles work best for you, so you can build the confidence, advocate for your needs, and start to enjoy learning more. This is a detailed example of a student learning page designed to showcase individual progress, highlight recent learning events or activities, and display earned badges or achievements. It provides an overview of a student's growth, tracks milestones, and encourages engagement through visual rewards and updates. So working on this project has taught me a lot. See, I've learned that students engage more with games. To them, it feels like play, not pressure. Personalization increases their level of confidence and success. And students learn better through interactive engagement. This reinforces the idea that really no student should be left behind simply because they see the world differently. Every student deserves a learning experience that feels made for them. Though, what's next? Well, Quick Learn is just getting started. See, on a larger scale with more funding, my next steps include to expand the game library to cover more styles and subjects, to pitch the ideas to companies in child development and educational learning and designs as well as schools, and to work with a TypeScript developer to finish the data collection system. Thank you for taking the time to discover Quick Learn, where we all want to help elementary students understand the way they learn best. Thank you.
All right, big round of applause for Eric. All right, Rob, want to kick us off?
I'd love to. Eric, you had me at your first graders. I was sold. I mean, of the things I like, I think the case of I think two big things. One is the insight around games. I think like that's true for young students particularly, but it's true for everyone, right? The idea that like being able to interact through play and activity and have that mirror back what it notices about you, I think is just a really powerful lens to approach pedagogy in general. So I think that's really strong. And I think the link between that and kind of building self-awareness and patterns for a student to be able to start to clock as they're engaging in the rest of their learning, like, oh, I start to notice these. And I like in the profile specifically, it's not like you're one or the other. You're a lot of this, a little bit of this, which I think one of the downsides of like your best way of learning is that it creates like fixed archetypes of like, it's not visual, I can't learn that, versus being like, yeah, it might be your right hand, your dominant hand is this, but you learn skills in this one as well. So I liked all of that. Um, it did make me think about, I guess these are what ifs. I'm going in the other order. One of your next steps was around like building out more games. There's so much content out there. There's like so much content. My 2-year-old just like on the plane, like was playing all these like letter games and whatnot. That to me, the thing that feels maybe like the unique contribution here is the overlay on top of that is like the meaning making of what you can pull from the existing kinds of games. And you could tag like if they're thriving in this kind of game, that probably tells us this, etc. And so I don't know. I might just consider like, is it worth building out the content versus making sense of the things that people are already in? Might just be a different positioning. And then maybe my what was it? I wish. I mean, I wish is that I go back to. I think maybe this is part of what you're sharing. I'm channeling specifically 6-year-olds or 7-year-olds who are in the first grade use case, where them learning that about themselves, for many of them, will not translate into a different classroom experience because they don't have that much agency over what the teacher makes them do. There are schools where that's an exception. Like there are schools where like teachers are creating all kinds of options for people to do that, but most are a captive audience running through a schedule of like everyone does this activity at this time. And so it does make me think about the other audience of this really are the adults who support that set of students, and that the data feels really actionable for them, feels like a thing to really maximize for. It's cool for a 7-year-old to like learn. I forget what I liked the names of them, but yeah, like I like visual stuff. That's good for them to learn. But what's really helpful is for the teacher who has 25 students to know these third start that way. And I can throw it into an AI bot of my existing lesson plan, and they can give me 3 paths, one that makes it more visual, one that makes it more whatever, and use your taxonomy to like immediately differentiate. That I think changes as kids get older. They have more ways to shape how they approach work and et cetera. But especially for young kids, I think the like zone of impact is really going to be the adults that kind of create the containers they operate in. And so I would just be thinking about that use case as well. Okay, I'll stop there.
Rana.
So, firstly, Eric, I love the personal nature, as always. I think you will find out even when you work with startups, the reason startups tend to make products they want to build because they understand the problem the best, right? And then you get to generalize and see whether it's a problem other people have. So I like that. I like that took some time to get the archetypes right. We call them word crafters, visual explorers, sound thinkers, rather than just visual, auditory, kinesthetic. So I think it makes it more accessible for somebody who doesn't know it. I like the dark mode presentation. This is just me and my quirkiness. I think it takes less energy. It's easier to focus. It's less harsh on the eyes. So very cool. And I like the fact you have a detailed learning page, a little scorecard of a report, which makes things tangible. Every process needs an output and an artifact. And I think that's a useful artifact to have for people to hold on to. So it hits all the right notes for me from that perspective. The wishes would be, first of all, what are the other tools? There is a billion Strength Finder tools, Myers-Briggs, you name it. There's something who wants to slice and dice you in some axis and tell you this is who you are. How does this compare to that? How does it differentiate from that, right? It could be as simple as saying, well, you know who you are. You just need to find a pathway that lets you learn the best possible way. It's not psychological. It's not strength-based. It's just your natural groove, if you will. I wanted to see more of that. I also wanted to see more references to the theory, like whether it's multiple intelligence or play-related stuff, or Seymour Papers theory of learning. Just since you will quickly run into that, like what does academia say about learning pathways and styles of intelligence, which is still contested, I think. And also, I wish, since you felt it first, you started with the story about this is what it feels like to be a kinesthetic learner, the confusion, the struggle, finding a path that works for you. And that may have kind of given the whole thing a little bit more texture. Like it's just not whether visual, auditory, or kinesthetic, it's the fact that it's a channel, and if you don't find it, it can make you feel dysfunctional. So I wish I saw more of that. And my wonder is, where does ChatGPT and the AI-based tools fit into this? Like, how do you work with it or collaborate or differentiate all of that? Okay, I will stop here.
Olivia.
A lot of builds, a lot of overlaps. Yeah, I really like the kind of like typological identification that you did. It felt, I don't know, I think a lot of kids are like the way that we orient to learning is often oriented towards deficit. And what are you lacking, or where do your skills are not up to par? And so I think having an identity that could feel good, powerful, capable, kind of like a more like a superpower and less like a like learning challenge feels like a really helpful framing. Um, and I too, I think just coming from a game and play design world, I think there's so much opportunity for play to be a learning tool, to be a mechanism for those who want to do the learning about whoever's playing. Like it's such a way to kind of like pressure test scenarios and situations and skills and mental models. And I think, you know, AI is there's like such an opportunity with AI in game development in terms of like generating scenarios and having kind of like reactive scenario based gameplay. So it's cool to kind of like see you pushing on that. I was really curious about like why the first grade? Like if like is that a specific leverage point and why? And what is the like opportunity cost of putting this at a different time versus like integrating this at this moment in a student's life? And so like I wanted a little bit more storytelling or data to kind of like support why this moment. Um and and I think it made me curious too, building on Rob's point of like who are the other folks that kind of are like surrounding the context of this? How does this serve the audience of the teachers, the parents, the aides, the coaches, as well as the student? Like a lot of the framing that you had felt like it was directly speaking to a student. And I haven't been in first grade in a while, and I was a camp counselor for a long time, but it's been a minute. But I'm like, oh, I think, to Rob's point, A, do you have the agency? But B, like, who is this data really for and what is it most helpful for? And are there different kind of like, what is the framing that you can offer to a kid that feels really helpful? What is the like framing that you can offer to a parent and a teacher or what other adults are in that life, and how do you kind of like contextualize this product and this product experience and those interaction moments? Like I wanted the specificity of where is this being used? Is this being used in the classroom? Is this being used at home? Is this being used on the plane? Like what is the context of the use case? And therefore, like what are the interactions with the various people in that context? Um, and then I think like, I'm coming from a like, ooh, like, should I move when I have kids? Should I move to the woods and never let them see a screen again? Like, I think there is like I think we have a lot of data that like a lot of screen time is not great for kids. And so I want some story, I want some data around like how this, is navigating like the risks and the downsides of more screen time. Like what is the unique opportunity of doing this on a screen versus in a different medium that would make this worth screen time for my children?
Eric, you got some really good feedback there. Anything that you want to double click on in the minute or so that we have?
Yeah, so the initial iteration of kind of what I wanted to go for was directed towards teachers. It was using that data, collecting that data that I would getting averages from students and giving it to the teachers so they could make more action plans specific for each student. Um, I did test this in schools. I tested it at my old elementary school. I tested it with each grade, first to fifth. I felt like first graders were a lot more eager to actually enjoy the product. So it felt more personal because at the same time, I also felt in first grade that the one thing I was looking forward to was computer lab, spend time on some screen and enjoy cool math games, something like that. So it just felt very good to see kind of the similarities that unfortunately that I had gone through, that other people are also facing. But I had a big question to ask, and I'm curious to see your guys' opinion on this. A lot of the decision making I have comes from friction points in my life, and I'm curious to know if you guys ever come across some of these friction points, maybe through applications, through your day-to-day life, just in general, and do you document it and do you try and fix it? Do you try and make it for yourself, or what do you guys do when you come across some of these problems that you face?
So sorry, just to jump in, one person can do this in 1 minute, and I'll be just to keep things moving along, and then you can follow up the conversation offline. So great question,
Gotcha.
Eric. I could see where that was headed,
Gotcha.
though. Anyone want to take that one?
My short answer is yes. And I think to Olivia's question around like timeline of things, part of what I think I spend a lot of my time now doing is questioning the assumptions of some of the fixed identity points of what I like or what struggles with me versus like not what I need to change, but what about the context around me? Can I reshape? And I think that's like um, I don't know. That is just like an interesting question for your process, which is how helpful. How do you want to play with like trying on different modalities versus like going deeper into a sense of self? Might be just an interesting thing to keep exploring. But your question's a good one, so I can't do it justice in 60 seconds. But I love the question.
Cool. All right, Eric, really nice job.
And Olivia left you some good feedback in the chat, Eric.
Yeah, I was gonna say the chat is also a way to continue the conversation, but we are going to transition to Joey. And Rana, you'll take the lead on this one, followed by Olivia and then Rob.
All right, hello. Let's see here. All right, can you guys see my slides?
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely.
Awesome. So, yeah, my name is Joey Sotelo, and I'm super excited to tell you about Hive 5. It's an app that speeds up large-scale beehive inspection operations. So why on earth do I care about large-scale beehive inspection operations? I'm always drawn towards solving practical problems involving agritech, sustainability, and anything that meets basic needs. I call these my impact areas. Furthermore, as a designer, I was looking for a coding project that would help me become more programming literate. One day I was talking with my friend Carl, who runs a beehive inspection business, and he mentioned that he had built a rudimentary app to help him run these large-scale operations. However, the platform had limitations, and he hoped someday to have a standalone app. So I offered to build as much of the app as I could for him, to which he gladly obliged. I'm going to zoom out a little and give some context for why Carl's beehive inspection company is important. Many different kinds of crops need to be pollinated by bees in order to actually produce a harvest. One such crop is almonds. California produces 80% of the world's almonds. Carl said that the California almond crop needs 3 million hives per year. That's $600 million going back and forth. So almond farmers rent beehives from beekeepers to place on their almond orchards during the small window of time in which the trees are in bloom, which is mid-February through mid-March. But it's normal for a hive's population to fluctuate, so farmers hire beehive inspectors. They uncover low-quality hives early in the season so that farmers can replace them with better hives. This is busy and frantic work. Independent beehive inspectors like Carl have 1 month to inspect tens of thousands of acres of orchards. So I asked myself, how might I redesign Carl's app so that he can run his operations faster? During interviews with Carl and his workers, I uncovered many stories about pain points that ended up guiding my designs. I'm going to walk us through 3 of those pain point stories and contrast them with the new and improved Hive 5 designs. The first story is about uninformed sampling. Sean and Mike, a team of 2 beehive inspectors, arrive at an almond orchard to begin inspecting its hives. They find what's called a hive drop, a collection of hives. Sean grades one of the hives by examining its frames. A frame is a cross-section of a hive. They have found that 8 out of 10 frames are covered in bees. Mike logs this into the app. They repeat the process until they've graded 10% of the hives. Later, their boss goes over the data and finds that the variation from hive to hive is unusually high, and therefore a greater amount of hives needs to be inspected in order to have trustworthy data. Either he or his workers have to return to the field to gather more data. His employees, who are seasonal contractors, don't have the statistics knowledge to make these kinds of calculations and decisions. But Hive 5 transfers the decision-making into the inspector's hands. As the user inputs data, a greater variation causes the progress bar to ask them to inspect more hives. Less variation causes the progress bar to ask for fewer hives to be inspected. This saves time by preventing the user from inspecting more hives while still getting a trustworthy sample size. All right, the next story involves map-based blunders. Sean and Mike arrive at the next orchard. They tap on the orchard's icon on the map in order to enter data into it, but they accidentally selected the wrong orchard. This might seem easy to avoid, but blunders like these occur 10 to 15 times per season, as I was told in an interview with one of the workers. So the data later has to be cut and pasted from the wrong orchard into the right one. Hive 5 comes equipped with a guardrail called geofencing to prevent this from happening. The user can only input data if they're within its perimeter, the orchard's perimeter, preventing these kinds of blunders. And the last story involves manual data visualization. A client calls expressing doubt that their hives performed well enough. The client is thinking about suing the beekeeper for whom she rented the hives. In order to assure her that the field was successful, Carl exports the data from the app into Excel, where he crafts an infographic showing how the orchard performed relative to other orchards. The client is satisfied. While the pre-existing app can generate reports for clients, they often call asking for extra information like this. Hive 5 removes all of these extra steps by auto-generating reports with meaningful infographics, all in one click. So the next steps for this project would be to hire an engineer to review and complete the app, then to test the app in the field, and lastly, to conduct a pilot test during the next pollination season in February. So that was Hive 5. It's been a huge focus of mine for the past few months, and so I'd love to hear your feedback.
All right, Joey, Rana, Olivia, Rob, in that order. Rana, you want to kick us off?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you, Joey. I loved it. I think kind of building on the theme for my feedback, at least the last two, once you fall in love, we tell engineers fall in love with the problem, not the solution. And you can see kind of why, which is there's layers upon layers of problems that you can go after. You pick one level, but I found the problem space fascinating. The fact that we have an overproduction of almonds for me is the root problem. And so, there's several things you can speak about here. The use case itself, it makes my stomach churn because the renting hives is a factor of the fact that we have overproduction and don't have enough bees in the local area. But I appreciate looking at the small problem and then going upstream. So I like the fact that it shows a problem well, that it gave information about the problem space, 3 million hives, 600 million going back and forth, rented hives, and so on and so forth. That you derive from that the parameters like high variation, right? It kind of felt like, oh, I have an understanding of the business. And the fact that you gave a screen demo and everything at, geofencing. So I like the fact that I could feel my way through the solution as you spoke, which I really liked. The color palette, the visualizations, all of it I loved. I guess the thing I would love to hear about is, since it's environmental in nature, is the trade-offs. Like, should you in fact help beekeepers get into a job which is moving bees across large distances and so on and so forth, right? And what is as a designer, what is your take on that? As an engineer, I think you can sort of escape, but not really, saying this is the problem I want to solve. As a designer, I would expect that you've understood the ecosystem in which this thing operates, and is it making things better or worse for us ecologically? I would love to hear that. And I wonder what your take is on all of this. I see that you fall in love with a specific problem and a person, and you met them and you understood more about the world and you intend to go more. But what's your take on solving for this versus the larger problem of asking the hard question, like, why are we renting bees from across the country into California, and what should we do about that?
Yeah.
I'll pause here. But I loved it. I like the fact that you took it on.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Totally.
I think I'm next. Amazing. I thought the storytelling of this was really compelling. Like the having a singular, very real person that felt like they had some texture to them, that had a real picture of a person, like really did a lot to kind of sell the story for me. I did want a little like you're like, I'm obsessed with like ag tech or agro tech. And I was like, but why? Like I wanted the one moment under that for you that kind of like made it human, made it real. The kind of like what even just like the 3 second story there. Um, I've been one of the things I've been thinking about in my work a lot of late is like what makes experiences, be they a presentation or be they the product themselves, feel like magic. Those things that have that sensibility to them. And one of the kind of like structural components of magic is the sense of you go through, it's the use of contrast. You go through a very small space and then you emerge into something bigger. And because you've gone through that narrowing, whatever it is on the other side feels much bigger. And I feel like your storytelling did a really effective job of that. It's like you took us through a very narrow hole, a single person, a single like place, and unfolded a world of like, I didn't even know this existed. I didn't know that there was this whole ecosystem, this set of systems, of problems, of people, of money, of animals moving around. And so I feel like you created that kind of like through the looking glass moment into this space really well, which is really cool to see. Um, and I thought the like interactive demo of like we don't under like we shouldn't expect these folks, to have the deep enough kind of like intuitive understanding of statistics to do this. So how can we like leverage technology to make this more human? I thought was rad. Um, I'm curious like for the story around like what are the other similar are there similar other tools in the ag space that are doing this for different crops, for different types of, you know, animal, relationships, and how can you either build upon them? How can you reference them? How can you be both building this but also storytelling in the context of the other kind of like product systems and services that exist and are being utilized, and either the story is it's been done elsewhere, but no one's ever done it in this space because XYZ, I'm here to do it in this space. Or, you know, beekeeping is a unique problem. And so we need to adapt technology that has been used elsewhere and pivot it in these ways because these are the kind of like different axes we need to be working with. But I wanted the kind of like, how does this sit within the context of what else is in this space? Um, I think my one little like very small detail piece was like, oh, the geofencing, like they can't do it unless they're there. Like I was like, is that realistic that like all this data, like there's no like I did all this thing and then I'm like I get home, I get to my truck that's at the intersection of these four fields and I'm doing it there. Like what is the kind of like there was like, ooh, is that a little like policing vibe? How do we feel about that? Like, is that kind of like, how are people being perceived?
Right.
Was my kind of like technical question on that piece. But overall, like really great storytelling. Loved the three specific stories, not just like, here's a story to ground why I care, but like three specific stories, one for each pain point, I thought was really effective.
Cool. Thanks for that feedback.
You guys are blowing my mind with facts I don't know about this like whole industry, and I'm just anyway. So yes, sold on solving this problem, laid it out very clearly, and then I maybe just echo. I think Ronnie, you said it, and Olivia said it as well. In like a giant problem, you were like, these inspectors need to work faster. Like, here's three things that would make them faster. Like, it just, I think there's something very compelling about taking something that can feel large and abstract and saying like there are lots of leverage points. This one is the one this is trying to solve. Does make me feel like you're not trying to boil the ocean, and that in brings confidence to hearing the
Mhm.
rest of the case. So that and just created like a architecture of thinking where I could then assess each of your things and be like, all right, is that how I'd solve that? Yeah, that seems good. So that I thought was really effective. Two, what ifs that could be very bad ideas, but I'm just gonna say them. One is it occurred to me that one of the big um, what the example of like normally the lead inspector back home has to look at all this data and then make decisions and then share it back with the people on the ground and then that's really inefficient. It
Mhm.
also made me wonder if there's like another layer of that, which is to say like the big scarcity here is like boots on the ground to look at these things and farmers are there all the time. Like other people are in this space consistently
Mhm.
that it made me wonder is there a way to like push the lack of expertise one step further and say while people are around, like take snapshots of like you pull up one, take a snapshot, upload it. The AI tells you like this looks healthy. Here's why. Like
Mhm.
alert inspectors go there or not go there. Like, is there a way to continue this kind of network effect of distributing what otherwise you look for a person? Big asterisk on this is I don't know if that puts like inspectors out of a job, which is the whole point of who you're designing this for. I don't think it does, given how much scarcity there is that you're outlining. But it did just make me think again, like if that's part of what this tool is doing is distributing uh, expertise that's not needed to be everywhere, is there one more layer of that that you can consider? And then I had one. Oh, I guess similarly to that, I had our air purifying notification in my brain, but it did make me think about this. Like, so then what happens? What I heard from you all was, or what I heard from you, Joey, was the choice point is largely like go inspect more things. Like if it's not good, you have to get more data.
Mhm.
I imagine there's also upstream things, which is to say, like things you could do to make them more likely to be better or to like be healthier. Or I have no idea. I'm not an apiarist. I don't know about like bees, but I have to imagine that there's things where it's like if this one's not going as well and this one is there something you can do to like strengthen it faster in the season or
Mhm.
put it in a different part of the farm or blah blah blah. And so
Yeah.
I did just wonder like are there other things that can be part of this data platform that if you're noticing XXYZ trend, this is likely the root cause? And the answer might be no, it's such a short window. You kind of either have to like get it right or you don't get it. But if there is a way to like have intervention points, that might be interesting to play into that as well.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for that. No, I appreciate those ideas. And yeah, thanks, Rana and Olivia as well. I really appreciate you guys' feedback.
Great. And so there's some additional Joey feedback in the chat. And so designers, you're getting three great feedback from three great industry experts. All of this is being recorded on YouTube, so you can go back. Again, part of this is for context. I'm going to just step into the professor role here for a second. This is like when you guys go out in the next couple weeks to start applying for jobs and presenting stuff, you've had some really great questions that you we were prepared for. You'll get asked some of these similar questions or ideas that you can implement when you present the physical manifestation of this on Thursday night, and stuff that you can add to your case study. So really good stuff. Last but not least, Angel, you are up. Olivia, you'll take the lead on this, then Rob, then Rana. Um, let's go.
Hi, y'all. About to share my screen. Obligatory, y'all can see it.
Hooray.
Amazing. Entering presentation mode. Okay. So, hi, y'all. My name is Angel Tolentino, and this is my final capstone project, Digital Doll, designing critically on artificial intelligence and tech consumption. First, I'd like to start with a brief introduction of myself. I'm Angel, and I consider myself a multidisciplinary designer and artist. Some examples of my work include augmented reality, visual design for apps and devices, and even experimental game slash film design. This video that's playing is actually a short film produced within Grand Theft Auto 5 that I made as a part of a job that I had. And so no matter what I do, I love working at the intersection of design, media, art, and technology. And with a capstone that allowed me to explore, I wanted to do and make something my own. And so for this capstone, I wanted to communicate who I am as a designer and a lot of my process. And funnily enough, I do have a physical representation of that. It's kept within my diaries. I do lots of writing, sketching, collaging, and archiving that really represents who I am and my inspirations, as you can see here. And not only that, as a designer who's working in this 21st century field, I wanted to touch upon something that is dominating the field of design and tech, artificial intelligence. AI has been purported as the future and has been pushed by the industry as such. And while a lot of things have gone amazing with it, I think there are a lot of ethical implications that have been left on the back burner. The issues with misinformation, disinformation, data bias, copyright infringement of artists and writers, environmental impact, privacy, these are all just huge things that really should be taken into account when we discuss art AI, and I'd like to do that. And so I thought, how might I spark discussion on AI and the way people interact with their data and technology? I know I'm just one person and a student at that, so I know I'm not going to change the world overnight, but if I could get the conversation started, then I'm happy to do my part. So this is Digital Doll. It is an interactive experience meant to spark conversation on the use of AI and technology by designing an AI chatbot and data visualization on the left and right, scraped from my own personal diary entries from the center. In the same ways that AI and personal data, AI and tech companies play with our personal data online, I really offer myself up for this play so that people can better understand AI and the issues that it can create. I went about this process of designing using this methodology for my research. This book, Speculative Everything by Dunn and Raby, talks a lot about critical design, which is about design that poses questions, challenges status quos, and thinks about the way we reuse current technologies. Additionally, there was this book called Dear Data by Georgia Lupi and Stephanie Posavec that talks about the way ways we can humanize data and how we create and view it. And finally, also just like my own work that I've developed over the years. This is actually a Valentine's Day card that I designed. I love to work with things that are cute. To me, it's not just an aesthetic choice, but an emotional and impactful decision to work around softness and play when the world is already so difficult and sharp and tough to navigate. And so I created the Angel Chatbot by transcribing my diary entries. I first had over 10 years of them that are shown there. I analyzed the data using Excel and inputted the data into OpenAI ChatGPT's custom chatbot feature. So I inputted it with select entries, and it was able to read those entries and basically create things off of them. It symbolizes the process in which AI scrapes things, and it was tested with friends to varying reactions. And so not only that, I also did data visualization. This is the visual interpretation of all of the data that I had analyzed for the chatbot in a different way. This is over 10 years of entries, as I said, which is over 1,500. Clearly, I didn't write in every single day because that's just non-human. And I took a three variable sort of humanistic approach, and I really wanted to use this as a way to compare and contrast with the AI Angel. Of course, this does come with a key. That was a lot to look at. And this is also going to be a part of the exhibition. So the center indicates the year of an entry. The side descriptions indicate the month of an entry. The distance from the center shows how far from the entry the first of the month is. And the inner circle indicates the 15th of the month. The entry of that date crosses the circle, as you can see there. Not only that, but the color of each entry indicates the tone. So I wrote including loving, playful, joyful, sad. These are things that I found I could communicate within my entries after reading them. And then I also indicated by the topic. There's a lot of different topics, but in order to fully encapsulate, a human being, it felt right to differentiate in this way. Along with these entries will be selected writings. So for example, one way that you could read this is that in January is when I started to write. I picked up a little bit, fell off, and then in February and March, I didn't really do much. You can see the little star there is actually a milestone, which is my birthday, and I was feeling very joyful that day. However, Sunday, April 11th was when my Lola passed away. And so a lot of these entries are around family and grief, and it's sort of represented in the way that you can see all of the different sadness and flatness in it. And I hope that by viewing it in this way, that people get to see data in this really unique sort of approach that I've taken. That's essentially my project. Here, if you want to scan the QR code, is actually a link to the chatbot. This exhibition will all be physically displayed as well as on my portfolio to view. So I'm hoping to have all the data visualizations and everything by the end of the exhibition. And so, yeah, I leave everything with a question about where we are with AI. And so that's what all of the questions that are posed here are for. Thank you.
All right, round of applause for Angel. Nice work. Okay, Olivia.
Um, I think like what I really loved about this project is like the kind of like reality check of the AI being everything everywhere all at once all the time and not enough people talking about like I think your both voiceover and kind of like the specific headlines you captured, I feel like did such a good job of kind of like painting the picture of like what aren't we talking about? What are the real issues here and where are they? And so I have your data on my shelf. So I think the other thing I really loved is the kind of like humanizing I love the kind of like intent of humanizing data and what does it mean to like understand ourselves in a different way. Um I think I was wanting more understanding of like what is the like change that you hope to inspire in people by experiencing this or engaging with this? What action do you hope them to take differently? Like I couldn't quite make the connection between those issues that you pointed out, those conversations we weren't having, and what you built and what it purpose it serves for others or for yourself. Like I was trying to make sense of like how is this how is this answering or in conversation with any of those specific questions? And I wanted just like more of an explicit link. Um, and just a little bit of I think a clarification on like, is this just for you? Is this for others? Would other people do this of their own diaries? And is like that the version of sharing it with others? Or kind of like what is the expansion of this work? Um, and I was curious too, like I wanted one or two more insights from you on like seeing this, what happened for me? Like going through this process, like what shifted for you as a way of like modeling the kind of like shift in thinking that I kind of like understand as the goal here or like the type of conversation. And I think like modeling, speaking through more of these questions aloud and like doing more storytelling around them, I think would help really land that for me. But I think there is a like what I think the I love the question of like what data matters to us and why and for what and so it and should this data matter to other people even though it's being tracked or not and what are the like potential positive implications of that as well as the negative ones I think is a really cool question to be wrestling with.
I also am very compelled by like how to uh use the tool to inspire critical reflection on the tool is like I don't know that is like not just an artistic project, but like an invitation to others feels really compelling to me. I particularly like this like bridging of the analog world to the AI digital world that you used your journals. And I do think there's so much being written about right now about how the use of AI is actually eroding people spending time like writing sentences. And like for a lot of things that doesn't seem like it matters, but for like reflection and learning internalization, I think there's a lot to be said about like why preserving that activity of like with the pen really matters and saying here's still a way that you could start to use that to continue to explore the benefits of AI of pulling trends and seeing things in new ways. And so trying to bridge this in between of the yes and of that I think is really compelling. Um, I had a similar thought as Olivia, which is like I felt hungry to hear more about like your takeaway from it, and I do think that to me this two layers of mirroring really is important in that it's like this offered you a mirror of these past several years through the lens of the analysis of your diaries. And it offered you a chance to say, like, what do I think of what got mirrored back to me? Is that real? Does that feel authentic? Does that feel useful? Does that actually feel like strangely sterilized from what those experiences were for me when it's filtered through ChatGPT? Like all of that, I think is really important to elevate some of these bigger questions about AI. And like from personal experience, I know like it took me like 9 times to get ChatGPT to make a photo of my family because it's like me, my black husband, and black child, and it was just can't pass, like can't do it. And like that was a really evocative experience for me to like try to unwire the AI's assumptions about what family had to look like. And so to me, that space of play that you're doing, I feel like I want more about the like what do you make of that and what's offered there. Um, and then maybe the last, like, what if, it did make me think about, like, you made a really deliberate choice to choose your diaries as the data. And part of what I think AI does really differently is look at a bunch of different data. And so there's something interesting about coding. What do you self-report through your diary? What are these other things that, like, it knows about you from the things you're working on in your work projects or your other identity, your social media accounts? And to me, that actually feels like an interesting space. Yeah, a space to also consider is like there's some kind of agency in choosing the data that you pick, and also uh, what changes when it can look at other data than what you're specifically choosing for it to see.
And for me, I guess I liked Angel, the deep, rich introduction. I thought that was giving us a sense of yourself, what your preferences are, the fact that you have a style. It can sometimes be self-limiting, but also it's sets the tone. It's like foreshadowing, like this is what you're about to see, right? And so this is who I am. So I think it's useful. It's for me, it's an act of confidence. I also like that you have a philosophical underpinning for your project, and you mentioned it. And there is always a tension with picking a large frame. It can lead to diffusion, but it also gives you space for exploration, right? But I think in college, doing what you're doing is a good time and place to pick a big ass frame, pardon my French, and see where you go with it. With the obvious risk that it could get unbundled along the way. And I think here, I like the fact that you chose, like, where can I start with data? I need to figure out what this machine is capable of doing. Let me start with myself. Then I can test against myself and see what it's good for. I wish you ran the experiment a little bit longer, saying, I coded it up. I asked you to kind of analyze my report, and here's what I see. And in Tufty style, it says a lot about me. It says nothing at all, or it showed me certain things about myself, which I didn't realize. I'm reminded of an insight by this professor in Stanford by the name of Ge Wong, who had like zillions of photographs of all mundane moments. But as soon as you say this coffee cup was looking out of the window when I was feeling X, it's no longer mundane. Right? So maybe there is nothing mundane if you can provide the right amount of context. I wish you had a few more cycles after you had visualizations to see what this enabled. Did it enable reflection, action, a change in behavior, just looking back at the time differently? I would have loved to see more of that and some storytelling around that. But otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, it's a good move to pick a big frame because you know what the risks are in picking a big frame, but also then once you hear like, maybe it didn't land, to go back and do some work and saying, okay, let me now kind of narrow it down and see whether I can make it concrete enough for people to make sense of it. Otherwise, I liked it.
All right. So that's great. We like to wrap things up with a bit of advice from our panel. Rob, I know that you have a little bit of a hard stop, so we're going to start with you, but these students are going to be transitioning from academia to the professional world in the next week or so. Any advice or like one bit of advice that you might have as they start to make that transition?
Oh my gosh. I'm so inspired by all four of you. Like this is the level of just like nuance and complexity and usefulness of the things you're doing is really, really inspiring. I guess, gosh, advice. I mean, I'd say like this is part of what all of you shared, but from a designing standpoint, like just trusting prototyping, just like getting into the world with these ideas and really trusting like what you're learning in practice, I think overwhelmingly when I see things fall apart, it's because people spend too much time imagining and in the document and creating the perfect thing versus like try something, like get it out there and continue doing that and like do it 10x more than you think you should. Like that's in my experience has just been like where all the juice is. So that'd be a small nugget.
Oh, maybe I'll jump in since there was good enough of an uneasy pause. Olivia, you're about to go, but if you want to go first, okay. Um, I don't believe in giving advice because it's very specific to each designer. So all I would say is, I think it's useful for wherever you are to do the opposite. If you're insistent, please go to the opposite, go to the concrete. If you're super concrete, pull back a little bit, right? See the systems view. I only say that your responsibility as a designer is not just to fix the problem, but to solve the larger system you're in. You're the only person who can make things, and that shapes how people respond to the world. It's a power. So you have a larger responsibility to make sure it's a better place than an engineer or even an architect, for example, right? You can look at things, see the context, and fix it. So please look at the larger picture. And if you are, please look at the specific picture. So it's this dance between both. So I enjoyed it. Thank you for having us.
I'll wrap with two pieces. The first is just like the question that has grounded my entire design practice and that I hope you will all go out and ask because I think it is not asked enough. And that is, how do you want people to feel? Like it is wild the number of things that are made that question is not asked for. For all the people who might be intentionally and unintentionally affected by what you are building. And get really clear and specific and nuanced about the feelings. Like, you know, joy and surprise and awe and wonder are all very different and they can all lead you in very different directions. And so it's worth kind of like spending time on those like really fundamentally human problems, even if what you're solving is a massive systems level engineering problem. Like there are still humans at the end of the day who will be affected. Um, and the second is like don't, like whatever the job is that you find yourself in next or the project you find yourself in next, like don't lose the specificity that you bring you as an individual person. Like you should not solve a problem the way anyone else should solve a problem. Like your experiences and your skills and the nerdy things that you're obsessed with and your like very specific type of humor and your delights and your first grade self, like all of that should get to inform what you design. Like I think they're the kind of like design as a process removes you as the designer from that. And I think that is a disservice because I think the kind of like uniqueness and the flavor that you can bring is a gift. And so whether that thing seems to match with whatever the job is, like actually like is irrelevant. Like you can bring specific experience in something totally different to a radically different field and it's probably going to be a lot better for it. And so yeah, don't lose the like secret sauce piece of yourself.
That's great. All right. Well, in wrapping up, I want to thank three groups, and our first begins with our guest today. Thank you so much. That was a fire hydrant of feedback and knowledge. So thank you for taking the time to help these students and to give your perspective. It's really, really, really valuable. Second is the students themselves. So this is our data viz group, right? And four unique projects with different audiences and different perspectives. So you did it. Congratulations on getting through this, and big round of applause to all of you for doing it. And then the last group I want to thank are those folks who are watching on YouTube, the people who have supported our students through this journey. It designers don't do it alone, and over the past 2 years, I know that there's been some fantastic people who have helped you along the way. So thank you, and the program from our bottom of our heart for helping these really special designers. So that's it for our data viz group. We have one last group that's coming up, and that's our UI UX group. Until then, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, we are streaming live to YouTube, and Darren is excited. That is awesome. Hi, Diana. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yeah,
Awesome. It's so good to see you again.
yeah, so good to see everyone.
Thank you so much for coming. We are in our last group, the UI UX group. And some would say that we saved the best for last. And some would just laugh, like you're doing, Darren. It's great. Nicole, what do you think about starting?
Let's do it.
All right, we are starting on time right away. Um, so just full transparency, we've been going at this hard since 12 o'clock. So this is 5 hours of hosting unbelievable IXD content. Nicole and I have been rocking it out, and again, we are excited for this last group because there are some great and interesting and very different types of projects interpreting this theme. For those of you who are out there in the audience, I'm going to just start with a welcome. So welcome to the 2025 IXD Virtual Grad Show. My name is Luke Johnson. I'm a professor in the program, and the projects you'll see today are part of the senior studio class. But before we get started, I wanted to welcome IXD program lead Nicole Chan, who will talk about the IXD program, and welcome our guests.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Nicole Chan, and as Luke mentioned, I am the IXD program lead. The SMC IxD program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's program at a community college in the United States. And for those watching on YouTube, the IXD program welcomed its first cohort of students back in fall of 2016, one of just 15 bachelor's programs launched at a California community college. And this spring, the SMC IxD program welcomed its 10th cohort. It's a big milestone for us. And next Tuesday, 18 more IXD students will graduate, and that will bring our total number of graduates to 158. Now, I'm excited to introduce our special guest. So, Diana, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, oh my gosh, special guest. So much hype. Yeah, so my name is Diana. I work at Snapchat as one of the core product designers. I've been here about a year now. Before that, I was at Cash App, also as a core product designer. And then not too long ago, or I guess kind of long ago now, but I used to go to school at SMC. I actually started as a visual designer before the UX was actually a thing. So quite interesting to see how this program has gotten built out.
Sorry, I muted myself. Hey, Gabby, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey guys.
Hi.
See you. All right, guys, I'm Gabby. I graduated in 2021, cohort 4. I have then since then worked at Rivian, and then now I am a product designer at a startup called Adventure Genie, where we do trip planning for RVers. So that's me.
All right, well, welcome, Gabby. Nice to see you. I'm wondering, did we record yours on YouTube? Was there a video of you doing your project way back?
Don't say way back. That makes me sound old. Just a few years ago. Yes. Yes, which projects? I mean, it was during the pandemic, so we did a lot of stuff remotely, and we relied on YouTube for a lot of stuff. I think it was the first grad show that we did live on YouTube.
Yes.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so we probably have that documented somewhere. So speaking of which, we have been doing these projects in different ways throughout the IXD um, history. And what we settled on is something that's pretty unique in that we've given each spring graduating seniors work on an individual design project for just 16 weeks. So not a lot of time if you think about it in the scope of things. And this IXD virtual grad show is an opportunity for the students to share their progress with the community and receive feedback from industry experts like we have here today. Now, because students are working individually, you'll see a variety of different types of projects and presentations. And we've also tried to tie students around a theme, and this theme is UI UX. So again, what I really like about this cohort is sort of the range of different types of projects that we will see here today. In terms of rules of engagement for this, each student has 15 minutes to present. 5 to 6 of them are usually for the student presentations, and then we're going to kick it over to our industry experts for feedback. And we'll let someone be the lead for to go first, and then we'll go if there's time remaining over to the other industry expert. Nicole, do you want to talk a little bit about feedback and how we're going to do it, or?
Yeah, sure. So a suggestion for feedback structure, and it's one that we practice in our program, is the I like, I wish, I wonder method. So starting with something that you like, what went well, what was positive. I wish is a good starting point for things that could be been done differently or improved. And then I wonder is great for any questions that are still unanswered or any like jumping off ideas that you would recommend they, think about in terms of how to push their work forward.
Cool. So without further ado, Michelle, you're going to go first. Gabby, you'll take the lead, which just means that you'll go first, followed by Diana, and then we'll switch up sort of who goes first, for lack of a better word.
All right, everyone. I'll share my screen. So can you guys see?
Looks great.
Perfect. So I'll just get on started. Today, I'm so excited to present to you Mosaic. But first, I'd like to start off with a brief introduction about myself. So my name is Michelle Chang. I am currently working at a full service marketing agency as a UX design intern, where I'm helping to design an internal enterprise tool to streamline CRM, customer relationship management processes. And I'm passionate about creating tools that make an impact on people's everyday lives, making their tasks smoother, faster, and more intuitive. So with that, I'd like to get into the team that I helped design for. So I designed a tool that streamlines the workflows for 3 separate teams you can see here. But for this presentation, I will just be focusing on the community organizations team. So what do community organizers do? This team is a part of the amplification marketing arm at the agency, and it sits in the consideration part of the marketing funnel. And so this team essentially builds and nurtures strategic partnerships with usually local mission-aligned organizations. And these relationships help brands connect with communities in a meaningful, grounded way through co-branded events or trusted community organizations. And so with that, I'd like to kind of talk a little bit more about my research and methodology for how I came up with Mosaic. So I started this project off with a project kickoff meeting to understand the needs of the community organizations team. I did some usability testing with them. I got feedback on my prototype. And then I handed it off to engineering. So I was able to document everything and do a couple meetings with them. I did a couple of quality assurance dates, just checking on the prototype. And then the MVP is set to launch within the next couple of months. So what is the current problem with the community organizations team? So their current data management system is highly fragmented. It's spread across multiple Excel spreadsheets, email threads, Word documents, and this disjointed approach creates bottlenecks in their workflow, ultimately impacting the team's ability to be able to deliver upon high quality results for their clients. So I want you to meet Morgan. She is at the center of this story. She's an account coordinator who works with the community organizations team. And as an account coordinator, she wants to be able to quickly identify reputable community organizations who can reach her hard-to-find, highly specified audiences so that her clients can effectively engage with the local community and amplify their message. So I would like to now dive a bit deeper into kind of the solution to some of these problems. So remember Morgan from earlier? She says she wants to be able to input data. Say she found this new community organization and she wants to be able to input data on it. So she can do so by filling out this form. And you can see here that it's very simple. There's, a progress bar at the top. And by replacing an open-ended Excel spreadsheet with a structured guided form, I'm able to give users more confidence and control over the data that they enter. So what if she wants to search for companies that are similar to the one that she just inputted, Lumen Industries? She can search for community organizations up top using the broad search, or she can apply this faceted search approach if she wants to kind of layer upon key characteristics. So you can see here, she's searching for health and wellness organizations that have a national coverage. So let's see what she found. She found all of these wonderful community organizations she could potentially work with. So what about if she wants to be able to customize this dashboard to the way that she wants it to look? She's able to do so very easily by adding or removing columns based off of the information that she wants to see that is most relevant to her. So lastly, the last feature I want to go over is what if Morgan wants to be able to add new users, for example. She can click on her profile page in Mosaic and manage users this way. From this page, she can invite users, assign roles, and manage permissions with ease, whether it's giving someone full access to edit data or just having them as a view-only participant. This permission system helps ensure that sensitive data is kept secure and responsibilities are clearly defined. So if I was given more time, I would consider a couple of different things. Of course, I would love to add more features. Smart reminders or automated contact can make the community organization's workflow even faster. Second is make the product more scalable. And finally, potentially develop a business plan to have a go-to-market strategy to offer Mosaic as a product to other agencies. And so that is my project. Thank you so much for listening, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
All right, Michelle, big round of applause. So Gabby, we're going to start with you and then we'll go to Diana.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull up the gallery here so I can see you guys. All right, Michelle, that was great. Beautifully presented. You're very confident. Very well structured presentation. So good work. I wish that you had taken me on a longer journey to talk about the problem itself. I liked your solutions, but it was difficult for me to really understand how big of a problem you were solving, if that makes sense. Other than that, I know that time is limited. I've been in your shoes. And maybe you get this asked, or maybe one of the professors have asked already. The biggest thing out there right now is AI. So I wish I had seen a little bit of that into the product. But overall, great job. The user interface looked really clean and easy to use from what you showed us. So yeah, good job.
Awesome. Yeah, Michelle, awesome job presenting. I think you're very well spoken. And I like your slides. They were very clean and easy to follow. And I think one thing that stood out to me was at the very beginning, you set up the expectations very clearly. Like you kind of outlined, these are the three different buckets that we could go in, but I'm just going to focus on the one about the community organizers. So I thought that was really good, setting up clear expectations. One thing that I wish that we could have gotten a little bit deeper on was you talked about like the process that you go through for design, right? You did some usability and some research. I kind of wish that you might have merged like talking me through that journey a little bit more as like a narrative within your deck, if that makes sense. Yeah. But other than that, I think this is a really good starting point.
Thank you guys so much for the feedback. Yeah, I want to say, I know Gabby, you had a question on like whether how big of a problem I was solving. I tried to narrow it down specifically for this presentation to community organizations and how I could potentially solve the problem of their disparate workflows and scattered information. So I'd say that's the main focus of this dashboard at the moment. So I hope that clears up a little if there was any confusion there.
Alrighty, thank you.
Michelle, we have some time. Is there things that you were like curious about, from our industry guests, like something that you've been sort of thinking about, but just wanted sort of an outside opinion on, or things you want to double click that maybe you got some feedback on?
Yeah, I'm actually really curious about the thing Gabby brought up about AI and how it could, potentially be a tool to help, customers like manage different relationships that they have. So for example, with the community organizations team, they have just so many contacts. Say they could be working with one community organization, but they could have multiple contacts with that organization. I'm wondering about how maybe in your current role, how AI is used. I thought that was something that was really interesting. That was a great point that you brought up.
Yeah, I probably brought it up because today in my current role, we leverage AI to facilitate route planning and activities and finding campgrounds for our users. And so it's very AI centered. And I mean, I feel like it's not just a fad, right? AI is kind of here to stay, and I think it's being incorporated in every product. So I don't know exactly how you could implement or integrate AI into Mosaic, which by the way, great name. I can totally see that being a software. And like, I don't know, I even looked it up. I was like, I feel like this already exists, but so yeah, great choice there for the name. But yeah, so I don't have an answer on how you could integrate this into Mosaic, but I feel like that's definitely like, it would be after the MVP, it would be, that's the next step forward. Sorry, I don't have a better answer.
No, thank you. Thank you for the context.
Anything else, Michelle?
I think I'm good. This was really good feedback, and I'm excited to hear everyone else present.
Well, cool. Well, speaking of that, on that note, Anna will be next. Diana will be taking the lead, and we'll go from there.
Hi, sorry, let me share. Obligatory, can everyone see?
Clear as data.
Okay, awesome. So hi, my name is Anna Gelati. I am here to present Clear as Data, a dashboard design for Rendes. For some context, Rendes is a app founded by Jill De Silva, who Luke was kind enough to introduce me to at the beginning of the semester. It is a location-based networking app that connects event attendees through self-tagged profiles, and it will be launching soon. So to be super clear, I did not design the app. The app was already designed before I got involved. But for some context, this is how people use the app. They create profiles using hashtags about their professional lives, their personal lives, their interests. They find relevant events to attend, and then they connect with others at events based on those profile hashtags. So for example, someone could search for a recruiter, or they could search for someone in the same industry as them or with the same interests as them. As far as where I came in, one of the main goals Rendes had was to partner with event hosting companies for their launch. So because of the structure of the app, Rendes has access to zero-party data from those user-selected hashtags, whereas most other event hosting platforms like Eventbrite or Ticketbud really only have demographic information, not personal information about the attendees' lives. The exchange is pretty straightforward. Event organizers get free anonymized attendee insights in exchange of a quick mention of Rendes in their event emails and pages. And that brings me to my focus. So I wanted to turn raw event data into usable insights on a dashboard for event organizers. At the end of the day, data without clarity is just noise, and with the sheer volume of user input hashtags, the data Rendes has can be kind of hard to navigate. Looking at what informed my design, I looked to Gemini PDF chat for intuitive chatbot guidance. I looked to Discord search for clean nested filtering, and I looked to Google Analytics for showing what matters first. And taking a look at my design, I wanted it to be super easy to scan and super rich with depth. So the start of the dashboard here highlights key metrics at a glance. It includes an event timeline and the general demographics right up top. And then as the event hosts scroll down, they're able to see all of the different hashtag category information. So I did group them into topics for simplicity. And then each category, I included the top 5 hashtags, and then I also included the option to expand for deeper dives. But at the end of the day, just listing the top 5 hashtags per category misses so much depth that this data can offer. So I really wanted to use an AI-generated overview to highlight what matters most. So anything that's maybe some interesting overlaps or just a telling insight that could be found in the data. And then for digging deeper, I wanted to include a chat bot to explore different questions without actually making people go through all the different charts. But at the end of the day, they will be going through those charts. So I needed to find a way to keep it super simple. So one of the vital problems I came across was some of these hashtags, because their user input, were overlapping between categories. So for example, someone could put hashtag tech as their industry, or they could put it as a skill in college or as a skill in their career, different things like that. So I wanted it to be super simple, exactly what people were searching for. So both the filters and the search have drop downs of the different categories that people can click through. As far as the hashtags go, I included the top 3 hashtags within those drop downs with, of course, the option to search for more. As far as implementation goes, full disclosure, Rendes only recently got approved for launch, and the dashboard won't be available upon that app launch. So in the meantime, I did put together some PDF reports. They won't be as interactive, but they get the information across. And then as far as testing goes, I learned a couple harsh lessons in the design of this dashboard. The first one was that highlighting trends really wasn't enough. Users wanted control. So I tested the idea of an AI overview to see if it would help people retain information. And I got the overwhelming feedback that they wanted a chatbot. They wanted to be able to interact with the data. The next thing I learned was that I needed to keep everything way more simple than I wanted to at first. So early designs of visualizing the hashtag data confused both me and the users I was testing with. So simplicity is key. And then lastly, helpful features don't really mask bad design. So the visual hierarchy of a dash has been reworked a couple times. Just with so many data points, it's really important to highlight what matters first and then have more. And that is my project. So thank you for sitting with me and listening to my dashboard design.
All right, Anna, big round of applause. Anna, do you want to start us off?
Yeah. So Anna, thank you so much for presenting. I think you did a really good job setting up the context. It helped me sort of understand the lay of the land before diving in, because I do see it's kind of like a big undertaking here with this dashboard. One thing that I do wish is that we, or at least if I could understand like the exact problem we're trying to solve for. I think I got a little lost in like the different hashtags, and like also like some of the UI feedback that you're incorporating. So just a thought there. I wonder if we could sort of talk through that, like in either in one piece, or if we could kind of separate the two and just focus on the one area of like either the focusing on the hashtags and streamlining that flow, or was it just like a visual revamp of the dashboard itself? I'd kind of like to understand that a bit more. But overall, really good job.
Thank you. I don't know if that was a question, but the dashboard wasn't a revamp of anything existing. It was just the initial design. So all those different elements were kind of collided as one.
Anna, that was great. Thank you. Really cool app. I'm glad that they're launching. And how cool is it that if your work gets in, that's great. Is that the goal?
Mhm.
That's so cool. I really love the dashboard. I love that you try to communicate um, important information at a glance. That's really important and also quite difficult. Um, I've worked before as a content designer, and I think, yeah, I know that it was definitely difficult in understanding what to communicate when and what's important. I know how hard that is. So good job there. I love what you've put together in terms of the dashboard. And but I do agree with Diana. I did get a little bit lost, and maybe it's because the dashboard doesn't exist. Maybe that's where I got lost in the storytelling. I also was under the impression that you were revamping the UI or improving it. So I was also expecting a sort of like side by side of the old design versus the new design. And then just one feedback. I in the slide where you had the two GIFs going at the same time, that one, yeah, that became a little too much for me. And I also couldn't, it was distracting from what you were telling, from the story that you were telling. And also, it looks like they're showing the same thing, except one is a mobile view versus a desktop view. I'm just not very clear with what I'm seeing here. So that's just a feedback. I don't have an answer to, just feedback on maybe something to improve there. But great job. I really do love the dashboard. And I love how much interesting information there seems to be, and that I can just read it very quickly. So good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anna, we have some time. So is there anything that you want to double click on? Questions that you have sort of just like been wondering about and want another set of eyes on?
Um, I actually have a question about some of the feedback I got about the overall storytelling, specifically the feedback about not centering one problem. So I wanted maybe like some ideas because I did how do I say this? It was something that I kind of have been working on, and I feel like I never got there. But would there be a better way, or is this even important to include like the testing information if it derails from the overall problem statement of the like the need for this versus the need for specific decisions within this? Did that make sense? Sorry, I butchered that.
I guess for me, if we go back to a couple slides, I think where you're starting to say like where you come in. Um, yeah, I think here is, yeah, that one. So I think here the problem statement could be a little clearer. Like right now it feels very focused on the Ren des aspect of it, which is obviously important, but like what is your specific problem that you're trying to solve for within Ren des, I think could clear up this narrative a little bit.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
I agree with that, Anna. I think you lost me. It was in this.
It was here.
This same slide here. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank
can
you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Maybe show us a little bit more of the existing app too. Because so, I think both Diana and I were under the impression that you were revamping the UI. So
Okay.
maybe talk to us a little bit about how whatever you're going to show us doesn't currently exist. Like you put this together.
Yeah.
I think that's going to add a lot of value.
Okay. I see what you mean. Thank you.
Great job, though.
Thank you.
And Anna, we have time for anything else if you wanna, double click or ask. That I just to like reframe stuff for everyone who's going like these are two awesome industry experts, right? And so what we're looking for is like you practicing how you interview and talk about these things. And so like it's great to get this stuff sort of um, figured out so that next week you're graduating, right? We're gonna go out and start to share these projects. Yay, we're seeing that's why it's like a safe space to sort of figure these things out or even like bigger questions around like, hey, like how do I make this a profession, right? Or how do I, where have you seen dashboards used well and stuff like that? So, um,
In a broader context, I do have another question if we still have time.
we do. We've got 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, wow. Okay. So when I was putting this slide, well, all of these slides really, but like specifically these two and this one together, I was thinking about how I'm going to do it in a case study because I want to highlight these specific features. And I ended up going with like just the entire screen but cropped, but I did consider just having the filter drop down with nothing behind it so that as people look at it, it's not too busy. But then again, I don't know if that's seen as not good to kind of divorce your features from the landscape of your prototype to kind of talk about it. Um, is there like an industry standard on that kind of thing, on just communicating smaller features within a bigger context?
I guess for me here, um, I think to what Gabby said earlier, like maybe just choose one animation. But even that, like I would almost wonder if you need it, if it's still focused on the hashtags itself, and you're kind of saying that you want these to be searchable and ranked, even just voicing over and just like showing like three different hashtags and saying that these are searchable and ranked. And then like a separate slide could be like and grouping them by category, and then kind of bringing it all back together as a single package and just being like, and this is how I, completed this whole dashboard. It's just one way to do it. I'm sure there's other ways to do it as well.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
I want to ask for a clarification on your question. So you said you want to put this on a case study, and you mean like as in the PDF format?
No, I mean on a website.
Your website. Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, Anna, the one thing I do want to say, like in sort of wrapping things up here, is like you got to work with a real project with a real stakeholder and a real thing that's going to be coming. And so, like, really nice work on this project, and a big round of applause for Anna.
Thank you.
And the same goes to Michelle as well. Again, like sort of like that, there's the hard skills that you'll learn, and then the soft skills that you learn from real projects, and so thank you both. We're gonna now go to Ian, and Gabby, you're gonna take the lead, and this is gonna make sense why you're gonna take the lead. So no spoilers. Ian, take it away.
Thank you. All right. Can you guys see that? Perfect. All right. Thank you guys for joining us and giving such great feedback so far. This has been great. And without further ado, this is SafeSight, an augmented reality heads-up display that allows you to see the danger before it happens, using real-time information about possible unsafe driving conditions and directions on how to navigate them. I will showcase this through a custom-made interactive driving simulator that allows users to experience firsthand how the heads-up display can help in very suboptimal driving conditions. We'll get into that soon, but before I do, let me show you this. This is a live counter of how many road accident fatalities have happened this year alone. Almost 4,000 people die every day in accidents worldwide. That's roughly 1.3 million deaths yearly, many of which are avoidable. But before we get into that and try and solve a global tragedy, let me tell you why I took on that project. So here's me in my first car. No, I didn't have my license, so don't tell the cops. But ever since I was little, I have loved cars, everything about them. And as I grew up, I began to see the good and the bad that they could bring, and the bad being safety issues and preventable accidents. So that's why I decided to take on this project and improve the safety of cars through information and visuals. And the big idea that I want to bring to life is I want to make driving safer during dangerous or hazardous situations using the latest in AR technology. And part of that is seeing where does AR fit into the current automotive world. So our good friends at BMW are working on a new generation of AR heads-up displays that integrate with their voice assistant to create an easier time navigating. Similarly, Audi is working on a new gen heads-up display that focuses more on safety and driver-centric design rather than navigation as the priority. And this leads me to the insights and experiments that I conducted to get to where I am now. This first insight is the most significant statistic that I found from an article published by NCSU in collaboration with the National Center for Environmental Health, and it showed that adverse weather increases the chance of a fatal accident by 34% on average, with higher rates in the Northern Rockies as high as over double the chance of a fatal accident occurring. So, moving on to my first experiment, I created a video simulation of what an AR heads up display could look like on the road. And then I put real people in front of a fake steering wheel and told them to act as though they were actually driving and react to what they see on screen as though they would in the real world. I learned a lot from this experiment, the biggest things being one, I need a design system to align my colors and elements, and two, I need to have a proper hierarchy for the elements to avoid cognitive overload on the drivers. So finally, I created that design system that'll include all the elements that I plan to integrate into the final product. But now for the fun part, what I've been working on as far as my final prototype. So overall, the plan for my final project was to create a driving simulator in the Unity game engine. And that allows users to experience the AR heads-up display as if they were actually driving in hazardous weather conditions. They will have full control over the car using functioning steering wheel and pedals. And now let's take a look at that prototype in action. So here you can see the experience of driving through a city during a thunderstorm. This, along with projected AR turn arrows, and a projected route directly on the road in front of the driver. Next, here is the AR heads-up display that shows the speed along with customizable information that you can see me scrolling through using buttons on the steering wheel. And finally, there are hazards to navigate that the driver has to respond to using projected AR warnings. So, as you saw in the video, the design system I created was used in full, keeping consistency and order with every decision that I made throughout this project. So, excuse me. So, future possibilities of SafeSite could be to create a modular design to this heads-up display. That could make it able to be fitted to any car, even third-party companies or older vehicles. Or even turn the simulator itself into a pre-built and configurable program that car companies could adopt to use to test new products before they're even built. So I invite you all here and at home to come try the simulator experience yourselves on June 12th, and that is SafeSite. See the danger before it happens.
All right, Ian. And so Gabby, Rivian experience. Just to double click before we get in, Ian and the other students in the presenting today will have a bringing these to life on Thursday coming up. So maybe a chance, as Ian said, to try the simulator out. Gabby, take it away.
Very good. You have a great voice. Like you could totally have a podcast. So let's start with that. Fantastic work. The research, I mean, you can really see how much time you've put into this and how passionate you are. And I've said this before in one of these grad shows. Whenever you are presenting a project that you are passionate about, it comes across. And so if this is something that you get to do during an interview, like just go for it, because I think there's nothing that speaks. No, I think when you're passionate about something, it just hits differently. So anyway, so to the project now. I think this is great. I love that you looked into how BMW and Audi are doing this. I had a question. Did you test your prototype with users? Because you did say that you asked users to interact with the steering wheel prior, and that you learned a lot from it. But I want to know if they tested what you had put together.
They tested the original concept, and as for this final prototype in Unity, that testing comes next week.
Got it. Okay. From what I saw here, and I have no idea, and maybe I'll come over on Thursday and check it out. It looked a little bit distracting. It looked as if I had to pay attention to the arrows and whatever the computer was going to give me, rather than relying on myself to conduct that vehicle, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So to be very clear and direct, I don't know if this is the solution for the problem you're trying to solve. But I loved watching the journey that you went on in order to try and solve this problem. So really good job there. And yeah, I hope that I can give this a try. Great job.
Yeah, that was perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you again, Ian. This was really good work. Again, just want to echo, you can definitely see that you're passionate about this, and that will always be super easy to tell with someone sharing their work. I think to start, I really liked the way that you hooked me in with like the fatalities count. Like I think as you interview, as you present work to stakeholders, being able to hook someone into the presentation is really, really critical, especially in the first, 20% of your presentation. So that was fantastic. And then I think, or I wish we got a little bit deeper on your thinking of the design system. So you mentioned that you created this design system, but I can imagine that if this is a display that's going to be in the field of view, there's probably going to be not only like considerations for the accessibility, but also like obstructions, if it's light or dark conditions, making sure that that UI is always going to be visible. So I think you could probably include some experiences there. Like I wonder if you could just stress test your designs with like some video of driving, in different conditions to show how your UI scales. I think that could be something you could try. Yeah,
Yeah.
overall, super, super good work.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Ian, we have about 5 minutes. Is there anything that you were sort of curious about or that you wanted to double click on?
Yeah. So if you had to imagine SafeSite evolving into a real world product or a training tool, what aspect do you think you would invest in first or rework? Do you think you'd focus more on the simulator aspect and tailoring that to companies, or more on the modular actual heads-up display?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I think the solution itself needs more time. All of it, I think, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know, Diana, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think I have similar pause. Like I think we first need to validate if this is the right solution for this problem, I think. Like I think the problem statement is very clear, right? Like we need to figure out something because people are crashing their cars or getting hit all the time. So like how can we help alleviate some of that? So I don't know. I guess if this were like a business, the thought process would be like, what would be the best MVP with a lower cost? So how could we get it out the door that way? to test with real users. Yeah, if that's helpful.
Yeah.
Ian, you did mention something about how inclement weather impacts, right? You mentioned something like this, right, during your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so having worked at Rivian, a lot of the research results that we got was that a lot of people drive, but not necessarily, they don't always know how to react to inclement weather. So to me, it would have been really interested if you had come up with an educational thing, like, hey, by the way, like imagine I'm just spitballing here, but like imagine you walk into your car, you give them the weather, you know exactly where they're going because you have that technology, right? You have the GPS, you know their routine, and you're like, hey, you're going to this place today. It's going to be this and this and this. You might have some thunderstorms or it's going to be icy. This is how you would react in a situation like this. Make sure you don't break or do whatever. So I think something like this, like to educate the user rather than using technology to distract from what they really need to be doing, which is paying attention on the road. I think that would have been something, maybe it's too simple of a solution, but I would have been very interested in hearing something like that.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what I love about this project particularly, is there's so many different routes this can go down. I mean, the car world is so huge and there's so many things that can be done to help with safety. And that's a great idea. And that could even be implemented as soon as like when you're getting your driver's license for the first time. It's part of the DMV course that you have to take. Like there's
100%.
so many opportunities. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
But I love the work that you did. That it
Thank
was,
you.
yeah.
All right, Ian. A big round of applause for Ian finishing that up. All right, Darren. Last but not least, the encore presentation in a day of amazing projects, of inspiration, of good questions. And I like Ian, of like how you said it, it's like for a longer career, and potential challenges down the road. You are up, my man.
All right.
And Dana, you'll take the lead for this one, and Gabby will follow.
So, guys, thank you so much for coming here. I am Darren. I'm a product designer, and I created Google Didi. And it is hopefully today an exploration of the future of mobile operating systems. But we cannot talk about the future unless we talk about the present, which is at this moment kind of a terrible present hellscape that we live in. Not only does all the operating systems copy each other, but we are in a huge app overload. Just look at the mess that we have to organize and navigate through. And even worse, we are also in an information overload. So we've got hundreds, if not thousands, of messages and emails. I won't tell you which of those screenshots is mine, but mine is in here somewhere, and it is pretty terrible. But looking at all the operating systems out there, I decided that Google has the best opportunity to be the operating system that kind of changes things around. So I gave Android a new sibling. This is Didi. He's curious, he's delightful, and he's very new. And let's talk really quickly about what an interface with Didi looks like. Really quickly, we can see that there's a header in the top section with time and weather and information about your environment. And at the bottom, we also have a menu that's scrollable and customizable to the user. But the big chunk of Didi is this new home feed that I'm calling. Didi will actually send you priority messages that you on onboarding get to enable, you get to toggle on and off. And what this will hopefully do is one, it alleviates the app overload that we are all currently in, but it also sends you priority messages so that you yourself don't have to go through them and you can see how they look like on your home feed. And let's just jump really quickly into some quick interactions with what Didi looks like, especially live on a screen, right? we have Didi here in multiple contexts, giving you messages from your friends who's making pizza, inviting you over for dinner. We also have Didi in different environments. Maybe it's in the morning time. Maybe it's actually late in the afternoon and it's actually really, really hot out there. But also Didi knows about environments. And so a package just showed up and it's from Snapchat as well. And Didi can actually alert you to new things that arrive on your doorstep. Some other examples, again, context and environment is key. So all the different modes that we have, sleep mode, focus mode, Didi actually changes and interacts with what you are trying to do and will actually help you achieve what you need to achieve in this specific mode. And in this case, Aisha says goodnight and you send a little goodnight back. And lastly, some more environments. We have here Didi in under the rain, under a little leaf. It's a little homage to a little anime film. And we also have Didi looking at different health analytics for you. And maybe paired with that, Didi can tell you all the different things that you can buy around your neighborhood for food. And this is just a new kind of hyper local aware AI app that kind of knows what you're trying to accomplish and depends on what type of day, meal you need to have, and so on and so forth. But this is where it gets really fun, I think. It's the actual marketing of Didi. I think there's a huge benefit in being able to see the rigid structure of the eldest sibling meets the new school improv fluidity and liveliness of the youngest sibling. And I am a youngest sibling, and I can tell you firsthand that we have kind of all the fun. We just have now as well, just seeing Didi out live in the world. I think it's really, really novel. The fact that this type of home feed has no apps and yet it is interactive and it moves with you and lives with you essentially. Again, just furthering the UI kits, here's just what a hyper-local e-commerce angle would look like within Didi. Again, different branding options for Didi, logo type for Didi, a quick little UI kit for Didi as well. But this is right here, the emotional fulcrum of the entire project. It is being able to give big companies like a Google the opportunity and the vehicle to kind of be self-deprecating a little bit, to actually create some internal conflict and drama. A healthy competition between siblings is something that spurs more innovation, and it really creates a fun, competitive dynamic that I live in every single day. Me and my older brother, we definitely have a lot of this fight going on. And this is me essentially graffitiing his work and showing him that, hey, as a younger sibling, I can do everything better than you can. And this is my project. This is my thesis. And I'm so glad you guys got to come and see this. I think Didi is the next wave of kind of this personality layers in operating systems, especially with AI coming forth. So I think this is a fun angle that the future can hopefully take us all into.
All right, Darren, big round of applause.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing this, Darren. I think first and foremost, I think the visuals, the animations, it's very clean, very polished. I think that is like without a doubt my favorite part here. Some of the things that I wish we could have double clicked on, as Luke says. I wish we could have gotten more clarity on the actual problem, because it sounded, or what I heard was like we're kind of bombarded with a lot of notifications. We have a lot of apps. And then there's also the opportunity to leverage AI, it sounds like. So yeah, I kind of wish that we would have gotten a little bit deeper on which specific piece of that problem you wanted to focus on. Because I do wonder if this sort of system works better as like a mode within the Android OS versus it being a whole separate thing. Yeah, yeah. But open to your thoughts there. I know this was like a lot to cover in a short amount of time.
Yeah, this is man, I was hopefully trying to solve every problem within one little app. I was hoping for some amazing, all-in-one opportunity. But it is hopeful. I wanted to tackle, yeah, everything's just we have so many apps. Like I could show my phone and I would just be embarrassed at my cluttered home screen and all my notifications. And something that kind of abstracts that all away for me and instead presents something that's aesthetic and cute and actually I can trust that it would give me my priorities and would actually kind of calm me down at the right time of day. I think that was definitely the goal. And I think that with just, Apple and Google running the show, we are kind of stuck with what they do for a long, long time. And so to insert that tertiary voice of like what it could be is kind of novel in and of itself. And uh yeah, I think I really like the novelty a lot actually. Thinking about this whole thing in general now.
My turn. Diana, you done? Okay, cool. Yeah, so I think you've got the brand identity, the voice and tone. You've got all of that figured out. You've done all of the marketing job for them, so you can fire that department. I love Didi. I think he's got very, very cute personality. I wish from your presentation, I know you hit on like a system design, but I wish that I'm going to reuse the double click. Sorry, Luke. I think now it's going to be a thing. I wish that you had, because you start by saying like, there are so many notifications, like it's overwhelming, but yet you don't show us how you are going to solve those notifications. You show us Didi and there are like little bubbles and it's cute to look at and it is kind of calming actually and maybe a little bit addicting. But at the end of the day, I wish that you had shown us how you were actually how's a user going to interact with that? How are they going to answer the 20 different emails that they have? And what is an email, a long email, going to look like when you have the home screen with Didi, not just a one line that, mom is making pizza, but what is a long email going to look like on that? All of that being said, though, what I think that this could be is, like Diana suggested, maybe this is a plugin, maybe this is an app of itself that combines all of your emails and your messages app, and it does its own little thing, and it doesn't have to be a whole operating system, because the truth is we have so many different apps because they are all kind of doing different things. Like if you want to learn a new language, you need to go to Duolingo. If you want to order food, yes, sure, there's like 30 different apps that you can order food from. But then, I think I understand what you're trying to do. And I think you're going somewhere with that, but I don't know that an operating system is also the answer. Like maybe what's an MVP of Didi look like? And if it is to help you digest all the millions of notifications that you have, then maybe focus on like maybe the messaging apps, the emails, and how can you combine them and help Didi be your, assistant that keeps you on top of shit and it has great personality. So, but overall, I love the UI of it. I don't know if that is where you're headed and where you want to go, but I love the UI. It's very clean, very pleasing to look at. Good job.
Thank you, gang. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it.
We have 5 minutes. Is there anything that you wanted to follow up with?
I might be dating this whole YouTube show in a few years, but I kind of want to ask them what they think the state of the job market is for product designers.
Interesting.
Interesting right now?
I don't I don't think it's like super hot like before, but I also don't think that it's like completely dead, like how some people make it out to be. Like I think there will always be jobs for people who are passionate about solving user problems. As cliche as that might sound, I think as long as you care about doing the right thing, I think there will always be space out there. Because I don't know, when you interview candidates, you can always sort of tell, like when they're passionate about their work. Again, just like that's a skill that you can't really teach.
Oh, I agree with Diana. I'm currently working, so like it's hard to measure something when you're, working. I mean, I'm not currently looking for a job, but I'm working at two different startups right now, and I actually really like being able to work at smaller companies. I'm not saying that I wouldn't ever work for a big corporation again, but I like the flexibility, and I like that you kind of get to be more creative, have a little bit more freedom. And then it's that amazing networking thing that Luke always taught to us in every single class, that you have to network because your next job is definitely going to come from the person sitting right next to you. So, you're doing a good job here, then, someone refers you to someone else. And then that's kind of what's been happening to me. Like I've been getting jobs just because people have been referring me. So, yeah, I don't know how hot it is, but I would have to agree with Diana. Like I don't think it's as hot as it was when I graduated, but it's not dead. So sorry, I don't have a better answer, Darren. What did you say about YouTube?
Oh, I was saying because if somebody looks at this video in a year from now, the job market's going to be, it's a very specific question for right now in June of 2025 that next year's cohort will be like, why are we even talking about this? That is amazing. And if I have one more follow, I'd love to ask what you guys are nerding out on right now. Like, what are you guys personally like?
I my personal passion on the side right now is type 2 diabetes, and because that's something that's like my dad has type 2 diabetes, and a lot of the times he has to monitor his glucose levels, so he pokes himself. That's very single player. So I'm trying to come up with a way where he could sort of either input the data and I could see it, but only react positively, kind of like that Noom principle where it's like you kind of instill that habit, but that can only happen by reinforcing with positive behavior. Um, so yeah, I'm noodling on that, but I think because it is in the medical space, it's going to be a long journey.
That's really cool. I like that.
Thank you.
I'm not nerding out on anything design wise. I'm just trying to go back to playing the guitar. So yeah, design, I stop at 6 p.m. and then I do something else after that.
I think all the stuff we do outside of this definitely it only helps and reinforces the design. So no, I'm so glad you said guitar. My friend he's 45, he's got a whole family. He's like, I just bought a piano this weekend. I'm gonna learn how to play the piano. I'm like, good for you,
That's
man.
awesome.
So thank you all so much for staying so late and meeting with us all. I know Luke's gonna do a whole, but I just want to say thank you again.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure. Always is.
No, that's great, Darren, and really nice questions at the end. One of the questions we've been asking, as we close these different sessions out, is for some advice from our guests. So, if there's one bit of advice that you would give as these students start to transition out from academia to the professional world in 8 days officially, what's one thing that you might recommend?
Do you want to go first, Gabby?
Sure. I'll say a few things that I remember when I was graduating. So number one, I didn't exactly know what I wanted to do, but I definitely knew what I didn't want to do. And that's a starting point. That's a really good place to start, I would say. Number two, it's networking. Like there are so many people out there that don't have, I mean, to us, what we do might seem simple and easy, but there are so many people out there who do not have the skill that we have, and that need help. I mean, everything is online nowadays. And so just network and let people know what you do. And you never know, you start with a small project, a little gig, and it becomes something much bigger. And the third thing is just like try and stay true to your passions. I think, again, like I think I got my job because the project that I presented, I was very passionate about. And so, yeah, just if you can choose the projects that you're more passionate about, like Diana said, that's pretty unique. So, yeah, I think that's you go, Diana.
Okay. The theme of today is passion. More passion. So yeah, I can hear you saying it, Darren. But I think similarly with the work that you're presenting, you should be passionate about, but I think also the job that you're applying for, I think being passionate about that actual job also comes through. Like tell me why you want to work there. Kind of weave that into your storytelling as well, into your portfolio, because every job will sort of tell you what it's looking for. You need to just make it really easy for them to understand, like, hey, I can do this. Yeah, and I think another thing on the networking piece, um, people need it to be really easy. So if you reach out to people, you see like someone on LinkedIn is just like, hey, we're hiring for this product design position, send me your resumes. Just again, just like be really obvious, like, hey, I've done this project. I think it would work really well in your company because of X, Y, and Z. Would love to chat. Here's my phone number. Literally just don't give them a reason not to contact you. And hopefully eventually someone will reach out.
Yeah, I really like that one. It's like every interaction that you have needs to take into account everything that you learned in UX. At the end of the day, they are having an experience with you. So don't make them think. Like you've got to give them everything that they need. So yeah, I really like that one, Diana. And then just a fun fact, because we're talking about passion. I am from Brazil, if you guys didn't know that. And it's actually going to be Valentine's Day, June 12th. So I figured it was a good fun fact to bring up since we're on the passion subject.
Love that.
That's fun. It's getting a little hot in here. And speaking of networking, as well, and being quick and to the point, students, you just met two really wonderful professionals that are now part of your network. You have something very much in common. And so as we wind this down, I want to thank three groups of people, and I want to start by thanking our subject matter experts today. So big round of applause for Gabby and Deanna. Really nice. Thank you so much for taking your time to be with us today, and to come back. Both of you are returning, so thank you for being part of this process. The second group of people to thank is our students. Really well done. UI UX group. Congratulations. Four very different projects. A lot of ambition, a lot of passion clearly in there to get you through and over the line. And we look forward to seeing, these virtual presentations are about pitching your work and talking about your work virtually, but it's a whole nother thing to experience them in person. So if you can, out there on YouTube, Thursday from 5 to 9. And then the last group of people is to thank all the people who have supported these students through their journey. It's been a crazy 2 years. You don't do this alone, and I know that there's been some people that have helped you along with the journey. So that wraps up what has been a great day of feedback. It's been a pleasure, Nicole. Right? I'm gonna have you say the final word, but it's been a real pleasure to see you guys. To do it, and you did it. So thank you so much. And Nicole, anything you want to add?
No, I mean, sorry, it's been my brain is a little bit fried, folks.
It is.
I have to say though, I just as a collection, I know know, Gabby and Diana, you guys haven't seen the full scale and scope of what we've done today, but I'm just impressed with how each of our students were able to figure out something that they connected to in a meaningful way. And I think that ties back to what you both were saying earlier. It's like, you know, it's like not trying to create work to try to appeal to an audience because you think that's what they want to see. It's like the audience, no matter where they are coming from, which company that you love, or they're also full of humans that want to see that you are connected to what you love to do. And in hopes that that love is going to transcend into the work that they give you as well. So I think that I feel very encouraged that all of these graduates have connected themselves to something that they that makes them feel. So at the end of the day, I think we're all in front of these screens that kind of block the feelings. And so if you can try to embed feeling into what you're doing, it should transcend the screen. It should transcend and create an experience or a connection, because that's really what we need is connection. So yeah, that's my 2 cents. But I appreciate both of you spending your time with us today. And students, I'm very proud of all the work that you presented in this session as well. So thank you.
All right, that's it, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day coming up in Brazil, and we'll see you on later this week for your physical exhibitions.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Yes.
Sure.
Bye.